20. The Communist Party and the Great Economic Crisis, 1929 to 1933. The golden era of permanent prosperity in the United States was brought to a sudden end by the terrific stock market crash of October 1929. This was accompanied by a headlong fall in all spheres of the national economy, a decline which continued without let-up for the next 4 years. Over $160 billion in stock market values were wiped out, basic industry production sank by 50%, 5,761 banks failed, and the value of farm products fell from $8.5 billion to $4 billion. Wage cuts for all industries ran to at least 45%. By 1933, some 17 million workers were walking the streets unemployed, and many millions more were on part-time. This great cyclical crisis, beginning in the United States, spread rapidly throughout the capitalist world. The other countries of the Americas, Europe, Asia, and the colonies were all engulfed by it. Capitalist world production dropped 42% and foreign trade 65%. The number of unemployed throughout the world reached a staggering total of 50 million. The crisis was one of overproduction, an explosion of the basic capitalist internal antagonism between the private ownership of industry and the social character of production. That is, rapidly expanding production had far outrun the limited power of the capitalist markets to absorb this output, owing to the systematic exploitation of the toiling masses by the robber capitalists. This condition was accentuated by the anarchy of capitalist production. Hence the general economic glut and violent crisis catastrophe resulted. The cyclical crisis was far and away the most severe in the history of world capitalism, in its depth, duration, and universality. This exceptional severity was due to the fact that the breakdown took place within the framework of the deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system. That is to say, the crisis occurred in the midst of a prolonged international agricultural crisis, of great political upheavals in the colonial world, and of the tremendous growth of socialism in the Soviet Union. The cyclical economic crisis, in turn, greatly deepened the general crisis of world capitalism and had the effect of intensifying the decay of that economic and political system. The capitalists of the world and their social democratic lackeys were profoundly shocked and demoralized by the Great Crisis, particularly those in the United States. All their dreams of the new capitalism, which was to establish permanent capitalist prosperity, and to put an end forever to the menace of socialism, were destroyed overnight by the terrific economic hurricane. The capitalist leaders were confused, frightened, and planless, and so they remained throughout the crisis. Many capitalist spokesmen became panicky. Whereas only a short while before they had seen a capitalist heaven at hand, now they heard the socialist revolution knocking at their doors. The leading Wall Street economist, Drive. Irving Fisher of Yale, warned that the United States was in danger of being devoured by some form of socialism. Judge Brandeis declared that the people of the United States are now confronted with an emergency more serious than war. Representative Rainey, in the House, stated that the United States is right up against communism, and the capitalist press generally was filled with the most lugubrious forebodings. To make the capitalist social democratic discomfiture worse, not only was their supposedly crisis-proof capitalist system broken down, but the Soviet economic system, which the bourgeois economists had long since condemned as unworkable, went right on throughout the crisis, growing and flourishing like a bay tree. Between 1929 and 1933, when world capitalist production was cut almost in half, that of the Soviet Union increased by 67%, the number of wage earners jumped from 11,500,000 to 22,800,000. Wages were doubled, and unemployment became non-existent. The first five-year plan, which all the economists and labor leader flunkies of capitalism had sneered at, was finished in 4 years. Triumphing over tremendous difficulties, 15 years of imperialist and civil wars, intervention, and blockade, the Soviet Union leapt forward from a predominantly agricultural country, almost medieval in its backwardness, to first place among the industrial nations in Europe. And it did all this while world capitalism, caught in the tangle of its own contradictions, lay economically prostrate. Altogether, it was a world-shaking demonstration of the superiority of socialism over capitalism. Marxists anticipate the crisis and gird for the storm. The outbreak of the economic crisis did not take the Marxists of the world by surprise. They had understood from the outset of the Coolidge boom period that the capitalist prosperity was built upon sand. Repeatedly during these years the Marxists, notably in the speeches of Stalin, had pointed out the coming of an economic crisis in the United States. The American Communist Party had analyzed indications of the approaching crisis, namely, the prolonged agricultural depression, the big unemployment in coal mining, textiles, and other industries, and the deadly overproduction effects of the speed-up and low-wage policies of the bosses and their agents, the top trade union leaders. At its meeting in February 1928, the Central Committee of the Communist Party warned that serious cracks were appearing in the American economy and that these would grow and have far-reaching effects. In the presidential election campaign of that year, the party made a central issue of the question of unemployment. Also, during the fight against Lovestone in 1927-29, a key matter of dispute was precisely the economic prospects of the United States. Lovestone contended that whereas other parts of the world might become involved in economic crisis, the United States, in an exceptional position, would continue indefinitely upon an upward spiral of development, whereas the Marxists in the party maintained that a great American economic crisis was in the making. The party repudiated Lovestone and his bourgeois prosperity theories in good time. At the October 1929 meeting of the Central Committee, the party leadership examined the existing situation and declared that it showed the clear features of an oncoming economic crisis which would shake the very foundations of the power of American imperialism. The Central Committee called upon the party membership to get ready for the storm, to root out all passivity and indifference, and to adopt the methods and forms of struggle demanded by the new period. Hardly had the plenum adjourned when its analysis was confirmed by the roar of the great stock market crash that was heard around the world. The Wall Street magnates and their little brothers, William Green, Norman Thomas, J. Lovestone, et al., still refused to take this foreboding event seriously and predicted that capitalism, basically sound, would soon resume its upward growth. But the party rejected such rosy prophecies. At its January 1930 meeting, the Central Committee pointed out that the stock market crash was but the opening phase of a serious economic breakdown. It said, "We are dealing with the most far-reaching economic crisis in the history of capitalism, involving the whole world." This correct analysis was an indication of the growing Marxist-Leninist development of the party leadership. Hoover's starvation policies. With the outbreak of the economic crisis, the bourgeoisie immediately embarked upon the same course that it had followed during all previous crises, namely, to unload the burden of the economic breakdown upon the shoulders of the workers and poorer farmers. Without the slightest concern for the welfare of their wage slaves, out of whose labor they had amassed their fortunes, the capitalists proceeded to throw millions of workers out on the streets without any relief, much less unemployment insurance, such as prevailed in most European countries. President Hoover, who took office 7 months before the crash, while spouting demagogic phrases that poverty was about to be abolished and that he would put a chicken in every pot and a car in every garage for the workers, did nothing to relieve the ghastly situation of mass starvation. Hoover's idea was to let the economic hurricane blow itself out, as such storms had always done in the past. So he threw the power of the government behind the employer's wage cut program, used the armed forces to intimidate the unemployed, relegated the stingy relief program entirely to the individual states, and filled the country with Pollyanna propaganda to the effect that the return of prosperity was just around the corner. He used every means to protect the interests of the employers. A major device in this respect was the organization of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which handed out $2 billion to the railways, banks, and industries, to the tune of his assertions that the benefits of these subsidies would trickle down to the workers. Meanwhile, the economic situation steadily worsened all through 1930-32, and myriads of workers and poor farmers fell into actual starvation. The United States had a dramatic example of the workings of the Marxist principle of the absolute impoverishment of the workers through the operation of the capitalist system. Bread lines and soup kitchens multiplied all over the country. Hooverville's horrible shanty towns built by the unemployed sprang up on city dumps and vacant lots everywhere. Vast masses of workers were evicted from their homes, typically 100,000 in Ohio alone during the first 2 years of the crisis. Millions of homeless workers drifted aimlessly on the railroads in a fruitless search for work. Although wages dropped almost 50%, retail food prices went down only 12%. The United States, erstwhile land of boasted capitalist prosperity, became a nightmare of hunger, sickness, destitution, and pauperization. Under these heavy pressures, petty bourgeois illusions among the workers were weakened and a fighting spirit grew. Worst of all stricken were the Negroes. In the industrial centers, unemployment among them ran about twice as high as among the whites. Negro workers were laid off and whites given their jobs at lower wages. Wages for Negro workers averaged 30% less than for whites. Also, in the matter of relief, the Negroes got much the worst of it, being either denied assistance altogether, given less of such aid, or discriminated against otherwise in the distribution process. Always the poorest paid in industry, the Negroes had few or no reserves with which to meet the crisis, and conditions among them beggared description. During the 4 crisis years, 150 Negroes were lynched. Meanwhile, the capitalists occupied themselves with destroying the huge surpluses that were glutting their production system. Among many such examples, great masses of oranges in California were soaked with kerosene to prevent their being eaten. In the Middle West, vast amounts of corn were used to fire furnaces, and cattle and hogs were destroyed, and in the South big amounts of cotton were plowed under. And all the while the people starved. Capitalism in the United States had become idiotic in its chaos. A. F. of L. and S.P. Political bankruptcy. The AFL leaders were no less shocked and demoralized by the crisis than were the capitalists themselves, and for the same basic reasons. Their stupid capitalist dreams had exploded in their faces. They developed no program whatever to protect the workers' interests in this unprecedented economic holocaust. Their whole impulse was to tail along after the capitalists, as the latter floundered about, trying to find some way out of the crisis. The Green bureaucracy followed Hoover's general line. They weakened the workers' militancy by re-echoing Hoover's demagoguery to the effect that economic recovery was right at hand. They adopted the Hoover stagger plan of employment, which meant pauperizing the whole working class. They surrendered to Hoover's wage-cutting program. Consequently, never in the history of the American labor movement did the trade unions submit so unresistingly to slashing wage cuts in an economic crisis as they did during 1929-32 under the misleadership of the AFL. Officialdom. The AFL leaders especially supported the capitalists in combating the mass demand for unemployment insurance. With incredible brass and stupidity, they denounced this vitally needed measure as the dole, as subsidizing idleness, as degrading the dignity of the working man, and as a hindrance to real progress. President Hoover and the many generals, bishops, and capitalists who crowded the platform of the 1930 AFL convention had good reason to congratulate, as they did, Green, Wall, and company for so energetically combating the demand for unemployment insurance then being raised insistently all over the country by the communists and the hungry working people. It was not until July 1932, after nearly 3 years of bitter crisis, that the well-paid AFL leaders finally yielded to the great mass pressure and reluctantly endorsed unemployment insurance. The Socialist Party leaders, firmly wedded to the Green bureaucracy and its bourgeois ideology, followed a similar line during the crisis years. It was 4 years before they showed any life on the unemployment question. They supported the Hoover stagger plan. They made no fight for unemployment insurance, although the SP had endorsed it long before. They gave no support to strike resistance against the universal wage cuts. They counseled patience and predicted an early return of good times. In socialist Milwaukee, workers were evicted and starved, as elsewhere. The surrender policies of the socialists were well illustrated by Norman Thomas, who spoke with J.P. Morgan on the radio in support of Hoover's blockade policy, a system of neighborly mutual aid, whereby presumably Morgan would help his needy neighbors on Park Avenue, while the starving unemployed did the same in the slums and Hoovervilles of Harlem and the East Side. The SP, like the AFL, had abandoned the unemployed. The Communists lead the mass struggle, March 6. There was only one party in the United States from which leadership could and did come for the unemployed, the Communist Party. With relatively few members, but with a clear head and a stout heart, the party boldly organized the famished unemployed. The first major result was seen upon the death of Steve Kotovas, a striking bakery worker who had been brutally killed by the New York police in January 1930. His funeral procession, essentially a protest of the unemployed, massed 50,000 indignant workers. Then on March 6, 1930, came the historic national unemployment demonstration, led by the Communists. The Communist Party, the Young Communist League, and the Trade Union Unity League threw their united forces into the preparations. 1 million leaflets were circulated and innumerable preliminary meetings were organized. The national demonstration was held under the auspices of the TUUL. The central demand was for unemployment relief and insurance, with stress upon demands for the Negro people, against wage cuts, and against fascism and war. 1 Lorwin, the American Federation of Labor, p. 294. 2 The CP Convention of 1929 reported a membership of 9,642. Among the mobilizing slogans were, "Work or wages," and "Don't starve, fight." The city authorities everywhere massed their armed forces against the demonstration, as though to put down a revolutionary uprising. In New York, 25,000 police and firemen were concentrated against the Union Square demonstration. Obedient to their capitalist masters, the AFL leaders cried out that it was all a Moscow plot, Matthew Wall shrieking that the TUUL had just received $2 million from Russia to finance the Great Conspiracy against the United States. The March 6 turnout of the workers was immense, 110,000 in New York, 100,000 in Detroit, 50,000 in Chicago, 50,000 in Pittsburgh, 40,000 in Milwaukee, 30,000 in Philadelphia, 25,000 in Cleveland, 20,000 in Youngstown, with similar huge meetings in Los Angeles, Boston, San Francisco, Seattle, Denver, and other cities all over the country. All told, 1,250,000 workers demonstrated against the outrageous conditions of hunger and joblessness. In the demonstrations, Negro workers were a pronounced factor. Everywhere the unemployed had to face police brutality. In New York, for example, the police, refusing to permit the demonstrators to present their demands to the Playboy, Tin Box, Mayor, James J. Walker, violently dispersed the monster meeting. William Z. Foster, Robert Minor, Israel Amateur, and H. Raymond, leaders of the demonstration, were arrested and railroaded to the penitentiary for indeterminate 3-year terms. The gigantic March 6 demonstration startled the entire country. Under the leadership of the Communists, the unemployed had stepped forth as a major political force. The Great Demonstration at once made the question of unemployed relief and insurance a living political issue in the United States. It showed that the masses were not going to starve tamely, as the bosses and reactionary union leaders had thought they would. The bourgeois and imperialist press grudgingly admitted that the Communists were leading the unemployed masses. The vast turnout gave a new sense of political strength to the party. Altogether, it was a magnificent demonstration of the Leninist leading role of the Communist Party. Unemployed councils and hunger marches. The National Unemployed Council, made up of workers of all political affiliations, was organized in Chicago on July 4, 1930, at a convention of 1,320 delegates. It was fully backed by the CP, TUUL, and YCL. Local unemployed councils were set up in scores of cities all over the country. Besides the unemployed, the movement also included trade unions, fraternal societies, Negro organizations, and other sympathetic groupings. The councils fought for unemployment insurance, immediate cash and work relief, public work at union wages, food for school children, against eviction, against Negro discrimination, and so on. They used mass meetings, parades, petitions, picketing, hunger marches, and many other forms of agitation and struggle. They formed block committees to organize the workers in their homes. The main instrument for work inside the AFL was the AFL Committee for Unemployment, Insurance and Relief, headed by Louis Weinstock of the Painters Union, which won the direct support of 3,000 local unions, 35 city central labor councils, 6 state federations, and 5 international unions. This movement concentrated its general political demand on the Workers' Unemployment Insurance Bill, H.R. 2827. The unemployed councils, in the face of widespread police brutality, conducted a mass of activities to bring pressure upon employers, local relief boards, and the city, state, and national governments. They led hundreds of demonstrations on a local and national scale. Some of the most important national mass movements were those on May 1, 1930, with 350,000 participating, on National Unemployment Insurance Day. February 25, 1931, with 400,000 demonstrators, and the turnout, on February 4, 1932, with 500,000 in the nationwide mass meetings. 3 times mass petitions with 1 million signatures or more were presented to Congress. There were also hunger marches from the industrial centers to the capitals in many states. And then there were the 2 national hunger marches to Washington on December 7, 1931, 1,800 marchers, and December 6, 1932, 3,000 marchers. These national hunger marches attracted tremendous attention. They were highly organized. The marchers traveled in old automobiles, which had been collected. The participants were registered, and each car, detachment, and column had a leader. The strictest discipline prevailed. Columns started from St. Louis, Chicago, Buffalo, Boston, and elsewhere, with regularly scheduled and organized stopover places. All the columns converged upon Washington with clockwork precision. The return journey was made in an equally disciplined and organized manner. Attempts of American Legion elements and assorted hoodlums to break up the marches en route failed. In Washington, the marchers were a sensation. Their band played the International on the Great Plaza before the Capitol. Thousands of police and detectives had been mobilized from all over the country. Troops at nearby forts were held in readiness. One would have thought the marchers were going to try to overthrow the government. As the first hunger march went along Pennsylvania Avenue from the Capitol to the White House, and later to the AFL building, to lay its demands before Hoover and Greene, the parade was flanked on both sides by rows of marching policemen who outnumbered the hunger marchers by at least 2 to 1. The party concentrated its entire forces upon making these national marches successful. The manifold activities of the unemployed councils, besides making a burning national issue of unemployment insurance, also resulted in securing many immediate relief concessions to the unemployed all over the country. The frightened capitalist class saw that the old game of letting the workers starve it out during economic crises would no longer work. They were dealing with an awakening working class, one which in the next few years would write some epic labor history. The fight against wage cuts. While the unemployed, under the leadership of the communists, were thus militantly fighting against starvation, the masses of organized workers, locked in the grip of the green misleaders, were yielding, almost without any resistance, to the repeated, deep-cutting wage slashes of the crisis years. Like Hoover, the top union leaders, though they made wordy complaints to the contrary, believed that the wage cuts were economically necessary, hence they helped the bosses put them through. This was quite in line with their no-strike, class collaboration policies of the previous Coolidge, Prosperity period. The union leader's spinelessness and corruption in this respect were illustrated by the fact that when the railroad unions accepted a national 10% wage cut without a strike, Matthew Wall hailed it as one of the greatest industrial achievements in the history of the country. Consequently, during the crisis years the number of strikes fell to a record low, in contrast to the flaming resistance of the workers during the crises of 1877, 1893, and 1921. Hoover, at the AFL convention in 1930, might well gloat that, for the first time in more than a century of these recurring depressions, we have been practically free of bitter industrial conflicts. Small wonder that during the crisis the Federation lost about a fifth of its membership. With the Communist Party so heavily engaged in leading the unemployed all over the country, the lefts and progressives were unable also to secure the leadership of the employed, to smash the no-strike policy of the green bureaucracy, and to develop a solid resistance against the sweeping wage cuts of the period. Nevertheless, during this period the TUUL unions, most of whose leaders were communists, did lead a number of important strikes. These included several textile strikes against wage cuts in New England, involving some 75,000 workers. A very important and successful strike was that of 1,500 steelworkers led by the TUUL in October 1932, at the Republic Steel Plant at Warren, Ohio. Then there were numerous small strikes among the needle trades workers in various cities, together with TUUL strikes in food and other industries. Important, too, were big TUUL-led strikes of 7,000 agricultural workers in Imperial Valley, California, in 1930, and 18,000 Colorado beet workers in 1932. But the most important TUUL strike of the crisis period was that of 42,000 coal miners, 6,000 of whom were Negroes, in the Pittsburgh area, beginning in May 1931. This was the largest strike ever led by a left-wing union in the United States. The fierce struggle, with its slogan of "Strike Against Starvation," was conducted by the National Miners Union, TUUL. The miners, whose UMWA union had been destroyed locally in the Great Strike of 1927-28, were at the last extreme of hunger and desperation. The strikers fought in the face of violence from the mine operators, the government, and the UMWA leaders. After a desperate struggle of 4 months the strike was broken. An aftermath of this bitter fight was a strike of 8,000 Kentucky miners, on January 1, 1932, also under the leadership of the NMU. Guerrilla war conditions prevailed, with the whole Union leadership arrested in Pineville. This strike, too, was beaten. Harry Sims, YCL organizer, was killed in this Kentucky strike. The Labor Research Association listed 23 workers brutally murdered by the police, company gunmen, and vigilante thugs in the many struggles of the Communist Party, unemployed councils, and trade union. Unity League during 1929-32. 8 of these were killed in strikes and 15 in unemployed demonstrations. Hundreds more were slugged and jailed. 5 workers were killed by police in the famous Hunger March to the Detroit Ford plant on March 7, 1932, including Joe York, YCL organizer, and Joseph Bussell, 16-year-old YCL member. 3 Negroes were shot down in an anti-eviction fight in Chicago on August 4, 1931. Unemployed council and TUUL headquarters were raided repeatedly. 2 national secretaries of the National Textile Workers Union, William Murdoch and Pat Devine, were deported to England as communists. The Food Workers Industrial Union had 110 injunctions issued against it in New York strikes, and 100 TUUL agricultural strikers were arrested, with 8 of their leaders being sent to the penitentiary for terms of from G to 42 years. It was during this period, in May 1990, that the House of Representatives established the Fish Committee, forerunner of the notorious Dyes, Thomas, Wood, Rankin, and McCarran Thought Control Committees of later years. The penetration of the South. One of the greatest achievements of the Communist Party during the big economic crisis was its penetration of the South. During the Coolidge years the party had carried on considerable work in the South, the building of scattered branches, the Foster election tours of 1924 and 1928, and so on. But its real work there began when, on August 30, 1930, it established the Southern Worker at Chattanooga, Tennessee, with James S. Allen as editor. Conditions in the South at the time were shocking: huge unemployment, sharecropper farmers at the point of starvation, and the country overrun with a plague of terroristic organizations: KKK, Blue Shirts, Silver Shirts, Black Shirts, Crusaders, White Legion, and others. The party worked bravely in this extremely difficult situation. It carried on unemployed demonstrations among the textile workers in the area from Virginia to Georgia, and also in various other centers. It actively led the heroic strike of the Negro and white miners of Kentucky and Tennessee early in 1932, under the auspices of the National Miners Union. In this boss's civil war many were killed. The Harlan County Mine Operators Association posted a reward of $1,000 for the arrest of Frank Borich, communist president of the NMU, dead or alive. For a worker to carry a card in the NMU or the Communist Party subjected him to a charge of criminal syndicalism. The party was also very active among the Negro and white steel workers and miners of the Birmingham, Alabama, area. The greatest struggle that developed out of the party's southern penetration was the international fight to save the 9 Scottsboro youths. On March 25, 1931, 9 Negroes, mere boys, were jailed in Scottsboro, Alabama, charged with having raped 2 white girls on a freight train. Actually, the rape never occurred, as Ruby Bates, one of the girls concerned, later publicly testified. Nevertheless, as part of the general terrorism directed against the Negro people, the 9 boys, C. Norris, C. Weems, H. Patterson, O. Powell, O. Montgomery, E. Williams, A. Wright, W. Roberson, and Roy Wright, were quickly convicted in a lynch atmosphere, and all except Wright, who was 13 years old, were sentenced to die in the electric chair. On April GTH, the International Labor Defense wired Governor Miller, demanding a stay of execution, and sent its lawyer, the veteran Communist Joseph Brodsky, to Alabama to defend the Negro youths about to be legally lynched. Meanwhile, the Communists moved promptly to make the case known all over the country, which action saved the boys from death. However, the AFL, SP, ACLU, and even the NAACP displayed no interest in the case. 1. The Southern Worker, February 27, 1932. 2. Mary Southard, unpublished manuscript. 3. Daily Worker, April 6, 1935. Then began a great legal mass struggle lasting for many years and paralleling the famous Mooney fight. The case was fought back and forth in the courts. Mass meetings were held all over the country. The CP led all this work. Liberal and labor organizations finally interested themselves. In 1934, the American Scottsboro Committee, led by S. Leibowitz, was set up, and in 1935 the United Front Scottsboro Defense Committee was organized. It was made up of the ILD, NAACP, ACLU, LLD, Methodist Federation for Social Service, and other organizations. This defense committee waged the legal battle, while the ILD conducted the mass campaign. J. Louis Engdahl, General Secretary of the ILD, died of pneumonia while touring Europe, speaking on the case. After the lynchers were frustrated in their attempts legally to murder the Negro youths, then came the fight to save the latter from the ferocious prison sentences, up to 99 years, that were inflicted on them. Actually, it was not until 1950 that this scandalous frame-up came to an end, with the release of the last of the innocent Scottsboro prisoners. William L. Patterson was ILD National Secretary during most of this big struggle. The Great Scottsboro Fight made the Communist Party known and respected by the Negro people everywhere. An aftermath of Scottsboro was the bitter fight of the sharecroppers at Camp Hill, Alabama, on July 16, 1931. With cotton selling at 9 cents per pound and costing 17 cents to produce, the economic conditions of the sharecroppers were terrible. The landlords were raising rents, seizing more and more of the tenants' crops, and even robbing the small farmers of their livestock. The party in the South, undertaking to organize the Negro and white sharecroppers, proposed as an emergency program 50% reduction in rents and taxes, a 5-year stay on all debts and mortgages, and a cash advance from the government to the small farmers. An important struggle began in January 1931, by a march to England, Arkansas, of 500 Negro and white sharecroppers, who forced the local planters and merchants to give them food. Meanwhile, Communist Party members initiated the formation of the Sharecroppers Union in Tallapoosa County, Alabama. A heavy clash came at Camp Hill in July when a meeting of the Union, called to protest the Scottsboro outrage, was broken up by a white mob in the meeting place. A church was burned to the ground. Captured after a gun battle in which the sharecroppers had defended themselves against mob violence, the Negro leader, Ralph Gray, was cold-bloodedly murdered by the mob. Scores of Negroes were slugged and arrested. But the Sharecroppers Union grew. By the end of 1932 it numbered 1,500 members, and it was one Haywood Patterson and Earl Conrad, Scottsboro boy, N. Y. 1950. 2. The Southern Worker, March 21, 1931. To play an important part in the tenant farmers' struggles during the New Deal years. Another big battle growing out of these early years of the party's work in the South was the Angelo Herndon case. Herndon, a member of the YCL, was arrested in Atlanta on July 11, 1932, because of his activities in behalf of the Scottsboro boys and the unemployed. He was charged with incitement to insurrection, under a law of 1861, and after a kangaroo trial was sentenced to 18 to go years in prison. The ILD led the Broad United Front fight, and the leading lawyer was Benjamin J. Davis, Jr., now in prison as a member of the National Committee of the Communist Party. It was a long legal battle, backed by innumerable mass meetings and a huge petition campaign. The Supreme Court at first sustained the conviction but eventually reversed itself by a 5-4 decision. Herndon, out on $18,000 bail, was finally freed in 1937 from the clutches of the white supremacist lynchers. During this period, one of the most dramatic episodes in the Communist Party's fight against white chauvinism, both within and without the ranks of the party, was the public trial of a party member, A. Jokinen, in March 1931, in New York City. Jokinen, charged with practicing social discrimination against Negroes, was given an open hearing, at which were present 211 delegates from 133 mass organizations, as well as 1,500 spectators. Found guilty by the workers' jury, he was expelled, but promised to change his course thereafter. While the Communist Party was thus battling bravely and energetically for rights of the Negro people, the reactionary spirit of the Socialist Party was shown by the following scandalous item in its official organ. Almost all the Southerners believe in segregating the Negro and depriving him of the social and political rights that whites enjoy. The Southern Socialists must adjust themselves to this state of affairs. It is certain that there never will be a thriving movement in the South unless it is conducted in Southern style. Top AFL policy also remained at a similar reactionary Jim Crow level. The Farmers' Revolt. The farmers of the West and Middle West fought back against the economic crisis hardly less militantly than the unemployed workers and the Negro people. They faced impossible conditions. Not only had the farmers' income been cut to less than one-half, but the banks and insurance companies were actively foreclosing on mortgages. From 1929, one race hatred on trial, N.Y. 1931. Two new leader, June 21, 1930. To 1933, some 1,019,300 farmers accordingly lost their property. The farmers developed an aggressive fight against these barbarous conditions. They organized milk strikes, carried on demonstrations, demanded relief. One of their most effective weapons was the so-called penny sale. That is, when a foreclosed farm was put up for auction, a friendly neighbor would bid a penny for it and the farmers assembled would prevent anyone else from going above this bid. The revolt against foreclosures reached the point of open resistance in many places. The Communist Party was very active in many rural areas and actively supported this strong farmers' movement. Mainly upon its initiative, the Farmers' National Relief Conference was organized in Washington on December 7, 1932, side by side with the Second National Hunger March. Present were 248 delegates from 26 states, representing 33 organizations and unorganized farmers. The conference set up a Farmers' National Committee of Action. In November 1933, this Committee of Action met in Chicago. The conference had 702 farmer delegates from 36 states, representing the Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, Farmers Holiday Association, and others. Communist and other left influences was responsible for its program, which called for cancellation of the debts of small and middle farmers, no forced sales or evictions, cash relief for destitute farmers, reduction in rents and taxes, reductions in prices of things the farmers must buy, and abolition of the system of oppression of the Negro people. This militant movement had much to do with developing the important role played by the farmers during the oncoming New Deal years. The National Bonus March. One of the most significant and dramatic events of the crisis years of 1929 to 33 was the National Bonus March of the War Veterans to Washington in July 1932. The ex-servicemen, suffering the full blows of the deep economic crisis, betrayed by the American Legion officials, and kicked around politically by the Hoover administration, took a leaf from the Book of the Unemployed and en masse presented their grievances to the heads of the federal government. The call for the National March to Washington was made at a hearing of the House Ways and Means Committee in April 1932 by representatives of the Workers' Ex-Servicemen's League, WESL. This organization was led nationally by the well-known communists Emanuel Levin, Peter Cacchione, James W. Ford, and others. There was a tremendous response by the veterans to the call for the One Labor Research Association, Labor Factbook 2, p. 148. March. Unorganized groups of veterans poured into Washington from all over the country, occupying empty buildings and setting up a great shack camp on the Anacostia Flats. Attempts by the administration, reactionary American Legion officials, and the AFL leaders to head off the demonstration only increased it. Many Negro workers were in the march, and there was no Jim Crow at Anacostia. The press shrieked, "Reds," and "Revolution." The marchers in Washington eventually reached a total of 25,000. They shouted, "We fought for democracy. What did we get? Heroes in 1917, bums in 1932. Their central demand was the payment of their adjusted service pay, miscalled a bonus. This demand the Communist Party actively supported in the face of strong opposition from the Socialist Party and AFL leadership. Eventually the bonus was realized under the Roosevelt New Deal. The Hoover administration, highly embarrassed by the ex-soldier marchers and unable to induce them to leave Washington with their demands unmet, finally ordered out the armed forces against them. General Douglas MacArthur, nowadays posing as an ultra-patriot, military genius, and peerless statesman, thereupon, had his troops, armed with bayonets and tear gas, violently drive the ex-soldiers from their camp and burn it down. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, then an aide of MacArthur and now an eager aspirant for the U.S. presidency, also participated in this dastardly affair. 2 veterans were killed and scores wounded. This was the infamous Battle of Washington. It proved to be a nail in the political coffin of President Hoover. It now rises to menace the hopes of General MacArthur to be the first fascist ruler of America. The Communists played a very important part in this great movement of the veterans. The WESL, however, with its very small forces, was not able to maintain the leadership of the swiftly developing struggle. Another factor in this inadequacy was some initial hesitation in the party leadership as to the potentialities of the movement. The presidential elections of 1932. At election time in 1932 the country, after 37 months of economic crisis, remained industrially paralyzed. The Republican Party, with Hoover as its candidate, proposed nothing but a continuation of the latter's fruitless policies. The Democrats, with Franklin D. Roosevelt, outlined a platform differing little from that of the Republicans. Roos' one statement of the Communist Party in the Communist, September 1932. 1 Jack Douglas, Veterans on the March, pp. 16-18, n. Y, 1934. Velt proposing government economy, a balanced budget, sound currency, and making general promises of unemployment relief. Roosevelt gave no indication of his later extensive reform program, but he did refer in his speeches to the forgotten man, and he proposed vaguely a New Deal. The AFL leaders leaned toward Roosevelt, but still clung officially to their antiquated Gompersite nonpartisan policy. The election, a foregone conclusion, went overwhelmingly to Roosevelt by the record plurality of 7 million. He carried all the states but 6. The Communist Party put up as its candidate for President William Z. Foster, and for Vice President James W. Ford, a Negro, and former Alabama steelworker whose grandfather had been lynched by Klansmen. The party's election platform included demands for unemployment and social insurance at the expense of the state and employers, opposition to Hoover's wage-cutting policy, emergency relief for the hard-pressed farmers without restrictions by the government and banks, exemption of impoverished farmers from taxes, and no forced collection of rents or debts, equal rights for Negroes and self-determination for the black belt, opposition to capitalist terror, opposition to all forms of suppression of the political rights of the workers, opposition to imperialist war, defense of the Chinese people and the Soviet Union. The party, on the ballot in 40 states, campaigned aggressively, holding hundreds of meetings, distributing 7 million leaflets, and selling a million pamphlets. In the midst of the campaign, Foster suffered a heart attack, which was to lay him up, more or less, for several years. The party's national vote was 102,991. The status of the party and the YCL. Obviously the communist vote in the election, although more than double that polled by the party in 1928, was in no sense proportionate to the big struggles led, and militant leadership showed, by the party and other left progressive organizations during the crisis years. The basic explanation for this disproportion was that although the workers in masses willingly followed communist leadership in the bitter fights for their daily demands, relief, wages, etc., they were not yet ready to make the break with capitalism as such, which they felt that a vote for the communist candidates would imply. Also, caught in the trap of the two-party system, they did not want to throw away their votes on minority candidates. The party itself tended to restrict its vote and general mass influence by failing to develop a broad united front election campaign around the burning issues of the period, summarized in its platform. It should have kept these immediate questions far more to the front in its election work. Instead, it laid altogether too much stress upon such advanced slogans as the revolutionary way out of the crisis and a workers' and farmers' government. This was a leftist sectarian error, into which the party was led by its failure more skillfully to develop a Leninist line to meet the devastating economic crisis situation. At the 7th Party Convention in June 1930, the Secretariat was reorganized to consist of W. Weinstone, Organization Secretary, William Z. Foster, Trade Union Secretary, and Earl Browder, Administrative Secretary. Browder was formerly editor of the Labor Herald in Labor Unity and had long been a member of the Central Executive Committee. During the crisis years of 1929 to 33, the membership of the Communist Party went up from somewhat less than 10,000 members to 18,000, and that of the YCL reached about 3,000. These figures, however, also bore but little relationship to the extensive influence of the Communists in the broad mass struggles of the period. The workers, still believing in capitalism, while following the Communists in daily fights, were not yet disposed to join up with militant communist organizations in large numbers, even as they were not ready to vote the party election ticket. Nevertheless, far greater membership gains could have been registered had it not been for inadequate organizational work, especially due to the effects of a stubborn tendency to believe that party recruiting could not be carried on during mass struggles. The party, in fact, was beginning to fall into the bad habit of doing nearly all of its recruiting during special membership drives, usually held during less tense political periods. Other negative factors of major significance in keeping down the party's numbers were a lingering underestimation of the importance of specific youth organization and also, even among communists, a failure to grasp fully the all-decisive importance of building a powerful mass communist party. The latter weaknesses have been particularly strong in the United States, where the trade unions have been the chief leading organizations of the working class and where the workers' parties historically have played much less of a role. 21. Carly's struggles under the New Deal, 1933 to 1936. When Franklin D. Roosevelt became president on March 4, 1933, American capitalism, lately hailed enthusiastically all over the world by capitalist and social democratic economists as crisis-proof, was still prostrate after more than 3.5 years of the great economic crisis. Industrial production was reduced by half, and so was foreign trade. Roosevelt had to close every bank in the country. 17 million workers walked the streets jobless. Millions of skilled workers, farmers, and middle-class people had lost their savings, homes, and farms through bank crashes and mortgage foreclosures. And the masses were bitterly disillusioned and resentful at the starvation conditions so brutally thrust upon them by the employers. The country was alive with unemployment demonstrations, strikes, and bonus marches, and the horizon loomed with the sharpening class struggle. Never in all their history had the American capitalists been so confused and frightened as they were now at the appalling economic and political situation. Not prosperity for them, but revolution, seemed to be just around the corner. To meet this chaotic condition, Roosevelt proceeded with fantastic speed to introduce his New Deal, about which he had said almost nothing during the election campaign. Bills were shot through Congress so fast by the panicky capitalist politicians that many of the legislators had only the vaguest ideas of what they were voting on, even if they actually read the many projects. This flood of legislation was chiefly the product of Roosevelt's brain trust, Moley, Tugwell, Burl, et al. The New Deal, as expressed in the score of alphabetical laws and bureaus of its first couple of years, constituted a greatly increased centralization of the federal government and its intensified intervention in the economic life of the country for the following specific purposes. A. To reconstruct the shattered financial banking system. B. To rescue tottering business with big loans and subsidies. C. To stimulate private capital investment. D. To raise depressed prices by setting inflationary tendencies into operation. E. To overcome the agricultural overproduction through acreage reduction and crop destruction. F. To protect farm and home owners against mortgage foreclosure. G. To create employment and stimulate mass buying power through establishing public works. H. To provide a minimum of relief for the starving unemployed. The general purpose of this mass of often contradictory reform legislation was to give a shot in the arm to the sick economic system. It also had a major political objective, namely, to keep the militant-minded masses from taking much more drastic action. Varga points out that the aim of the New Deal consisted first and foremost in holding the farmers and workers off from revolutionary mass action. Indeed, had it not been for Roosevelt's program, the workers during this period would have gone much further than they did and almost certainly would have broken away from the two-party system and launched a political party of their own. The Communist Party, while demanding many of Roosevelt's reforms, clearly pointed out that the New Deal was not a program of steps toward socialism, as social democrats all over the world declared. There was nothing whatever socialistic about it. The capitalists were left in complete control of the banks, factories, and transportation systems, to exploit the workers as before. Nor was the New Deal a program of progressive capitalism, as the labor leaders, liberals, and eventually Earl Browder called it. Economically, it was simply a plan to shore up broken-down capitalism in this country, to recondition American imperialism so as to help it to survive in a world capitalist system enmeshed in its deepening general crisis. For the most part, the New Deal was based upon the ideas of the noted British economist, John Maynard Keynes, whose theory it was that capitalism in its monopoly phase, having ceased to be a self-regulating economic system, must either adopt an underscore policy of direct government intervention and subsidies to industry, or else fall into hopeless ruin. President Roosevelt, himself a wealthy man, was a frank supporter of the capitalist system, and the avowed purpose of his New Deal was to preserve and strengthen that social order, with certain liberal trimmings. In working out his program, Roosevelt carefully avoided all measures which could in any way tend to undermine the capitalist system. His whole regime worked out to the advantage of monopoly capital, of American imperialism. Profits were never better for the capitalists. Trustification went on at an accelerated pace. There was a rapid integration of the monopolies with the government, into a state monopoly capitalism. Under Roosevelt's presidency, Wall Street monopoly capital made many strides ahead, at home and abroad, and these finally placed it in a position to make its present desperate bid for the mastery of the world. Why not fascism in the United States? 5 weeks before Roosevelt took office in the United States, Adolf Hitler, on January 30, 1933, grabbed power in Germany. Hitler, the agent of German monopoly capital, came to government domination directly as a result of the workings of the so-called lesser evil policy of the Social Democrats. That is, refusing to unite with the Communists on an anti-Hitler ticket and struggle, the Social Democrats voted for and helped to elect as president the reactionary General von Hindenburg, who was supposed to be a lesser evil than Hitler. Whereupon, von Hindenburg, once in office, promptly made Hitler his chancellor. Thus the Nazis came to power. The Social Democrats, to make their treason to the working class even more flagrant, stated that Hitler had gotten power legally and they voted to support him on that basis. Then the fascist lightning hit, wrecking social democracy, as well as the Communist Party, trade unions, cooperatives, and all other democratic organizations and institutions. When Hitler took office in Germany, the country was in a mess from the great economic crisis. There was a complete economic breakdown, with about 8 million famished unemployed and an impoverished middle class. The big monopolists, now in full control with Hitler, at once established a fascist dictatorship by smashing the labor movement and destroying bourgeois parliamentary government. To put the halted industries into operation, they plunged into a big campaign of rearmament. Then they set out to master the world, a wild fascist dream which finally landed them in the shattering debacle of World War II. The fascist course taken by the German bourgeoisie was not something peculiar to Germany alone. It was more or less the general orientation of monopoly capital internationally. It was the way the big bankers, manufacturers, and landlords figured to overcome the general crisis of capitalism and to liquidate once and for all the menacing threat of socialism, on both a national and international scale. Undoubtedly the big capitalists, the most reactionary elements among them, dreamed of establishing a fascist world. All over Europe these ruling strata were saturated with fascist conceptions. This was particularly true in Italy, Spain, Poland, Hungary, and the Baltic and Balkan countries. Fascist currents in the ruling class. In the United States, as we shall see later, finance capital was also permeated with a fascist spirit. Why, then, was there no fascist regime organized here? If the United States, ruled by big business, did not reach the stage of actually trying the desperate fascist solution to its devastating economic crisis, this was because of a number of factors which lessened the capitalist drive toward fascism. A. U.S. capitalism was not as deeply affected by the general crisis of the system as was German capitalism. B. U.S. capitalism did not face an imminent proletarian revolution as did German capitalism. C. U.S. capitalism belonged during that period to the group of imperialist powers that temporarily favored the maintenance of the status quo in the world relation of forces in the imperialist camp, and it was not actively preparing for a world war to redivide the world as was German capitalism. D. U.S. capitalism, unlike that of Germany, still possessed the financial means to carry out a reform program such as the New Deal, instead of turning to the fateful weapon of fascism. Undoubtedly the foregoing factors greatly reduced the urge and push of American finance capital toward fascism, but it is indisputable that it nevertheless displayed strong tendencies in this direction. In checking this fascist danger, the mass resistance of the people, workers, Negroes, poor farmers, and lower petty bourgeoisie, played a decisive role. While not revolutionary, they acted in the best traditions of the American people and conducted a whole series of economic and political struggles which largely escaped the controls of the confused employers and their trade union bureaucratic lackeys. The Communist Party considered its main task to stimulate this resistance and to squeeze all possible concessions from the employers and the government. The mass struggles of these years definitely balked the growing fascist tendencies among the ruling class and forced them to make serious concessions to the impoverished and resolute toilers. In short, although in less acute conditions of political struggle, the American workers, like those of France and other European countries, halted the advance of fascism in this country. The National Industrial Recovery (ACT). The keystone of the early Roosevelt program was the National Industrial Recovery Act, passed by Congress on June 13, 1933. This law, NIRA, provided for the setting up of industrial price and labor codes in the various industries. Its professed aim was to establish fair competition in business and agriculture. The workers were theoretically granted ambiguous rights to organize under Section 7A, which stated that the workers had the right to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing. The whole code-making machinery was handled by the National Recovery Administration, NRA, in which the workers were conceded consultative rights in the Labor Advisory Board. But actually, of 775 code-making bodies set up, labor was represented on only 26. Big business controlled the whole thing. This elaborate scheme expressed the strong fascist sentiment current at this time in American big business. NIRA originated with the United States Chamber of Commerce, and it was patterned after Mussolini's corporative state. The plan proposed generally a state-controlled industrial system and labor movement. The man put in charge of it, General Hugh Johnson, was a reactionary and a frank admirer of the fascist dictator of Italy, Mussolini. Roosevelt gave this dangerous fascist-like plan his hearty endorsement. The NIRA was launched in 1933 amid a great ballyhoo, with the backing of an all-class national front. The monopolists, seeing an opportunity to strengthen their industrial control, to extend company unionism, and to reduce organized labor to impotence, were for it. The farm and middle-class leaders were allured by its vivid promises of industrial recovery. The AFL leaders, including the socialists, hoping to build up a big dues-paying membership, even on a company union basis, hailed it joyously. Huey Long, Father Coughlin, and other fascist demagogues also ardently supported the NIRA. The Blue Eagle, symbol of NIRA, became at the time the very mark of patriotism and good citizenship. An intense campaign was carried on to put NIRA across. Chiselers on the industry codes were denounced virtually as traitors to the country. Only the communists opposed NIRA consistently. Beginning of the mass struggle. According to the theory behind NIRA, the workers were supposed to sit quietly while their leaders, in brotherly conference with the capitalists in the NRA code fixing and labor boards, would hand them down an assortment of improved wages and working conditions. Roosevelt and Johnson declared that there must be no strikes, as they would hamper recovery. The trade unions and socialist leaders, also with this idea in mind, established what was virtually a no-strike policy. Strikes, in fact, were denounced as a sort of treachery to the existing National Front behind NLRA. But the masses of the workers had quite other ideas. They observed that although prices under the new codes were rapidly rising, their wages lagged far behind. Hence, in the general spirit of rebellion generated by the great economic crisis, after a short strike lull during the first months of the Roosevelt administration, they proceeded, despite their leaders, to develop a rising strike movement. The biggest mass movement of the workers in American history began to get underway. The Communist Party gave every possible encouragement and leadership to the growing strike movement. From the outset, the party had condemned the NIRA and all its practices. It warned of the grave dangers of fascism in this early program of the Roosevelt administration, especially in the light of the tragic course of events in Germany under Hitler. In July 1933, the party called an extraordinary conference of GN0 delegates in New York. This conference addressed an open letter to the party, outlining a program of militant struggle, stressing the need to concentrate upon building party units and trade unions in the basic industries and to give all support to the growing mass strike movement. The conference urged the workers to write your own codes on the picket line. It played a vital role in preparing the party for the big mass struggles ahead. In 1933, the total number of strikers ran to go 0,000, or more than 3 times as many as in 1932. The TUUL, headed by Jack Stachel, with Foster Sick, led 200,000 workers in strikes, as compared with 250 independent union strikers, and 450,000 in the AFL. The most important of the many TUUL strikes of that year were those of 16,000 auto workers in Detroit, 5,000 steel workers in Ambridge, 3,000 miners in western Pennsylvania, 12,000 shoe workers in New York, 15,000 needle workers in New York, 18,000 cotton pickers and 6,000 grape pickers in California and Arizona, and 2,700 packing house workers in Pittsburgh. During these years, all the unions began to grow, the AFL by 500,000, Independents by 150,000, and the TUUL by 100,000, giving the latter a membership of some 12,500. The big strike movement of 1934–36. The mass strike movement that got underway in 1933 varied widely from the traditional craft patterns of the AFL. It reflected clearly the principles, strategy, and tactics that had been so vigorously Prop 3. The principal TUUL unions were Needle, 25,000 members, Metal, 21,000, Agricultural, 20,000, Coal, 10,000, Food, 10,000, Shoe, 9,000, Furniture, 8,000, Marine, 7,000, Textile, 7,000, Auto, 5,000, Lumber, 3,500, Fishermen, 2,000, Tobacco, 1,400. Gated by the Communist Party and the TUUL, the strikes penetrated the hitherto closed trustified industries, steel, auto, aluminum, marine transport, etc. They ignored the AFL dictum that union contracts justify union scabbery. They were industrial in character. They embraced Negroes, unskilled, foreign-born, women, youth, and white-collar workers. They struck a high note of solidarity between employed and unemployed. They used mass picketing, shop delegates, broad strike committees, sit-down strikes, slow-down strikes, and other left-wing methods. They took on an increasingly political character, and they developed over the opposition of reactionary labor officials who wanted to stifle them. The years 1934 to 36 intensified this radical mass strike trend. The number of strikers was high and so was their militancy. 1,466,695 strikers in 1934, 1,141,363 in 1935, and 788,648 in 1936. It was a time of both national industrial strikes and local general strikes. The workers fought mainly for wage increases and trade union recognition. Mostly their strikes were successful. During this period the strikes had been largely aimed by the workers to enforce the codes, but in reality the workers pushed their demands beyond anything contemplated by NIRA. As the Communist Party militantly urged, the workers were indeed writing their own codes on the picket lines. The employers countered the rising strike movement, as usual, with a policy of violence. They mobilized their armed company gunmen against the strikers, they used the local police forces to beat and jail workers, they had the troops out in dozens of strike situations. In the big national textile strike, 16 workers were killed. Many more were killed in the coal strike, the San Francisco strike, and in other bitter economic fights. All told, in 1934 to 36, 88 workers were killed in mass struggles. But the workers fought back and the strike wave continued to mount. Of much importance in the strike movement during these early New Deal years were the activities of the National Unemployed Council. This organization kept up its steady agitation for unemployment relief and insurance, and insistently promoted solidarity between the unemployed and employed. It was active in every important strike, strengthening the fighting lines. The socialists had organized the Workers' Alliance, and this also was a factor among the unemployed. In April 1936, in Washington, the Unemployed Councils, Workers' Alliance, and National Unemployed League, upon the proposal of the Communists, united in one organization, with an estimated membership of 500,000. In 1938 its membership reached 800,000. The Communists became the most influential element in the new organization and its leadership. The result of the active work among the unemployed was that for the first time in American labor history scabs could be recruited only with difficulty during an economic crisis. Although the number of unemployed never dropped below 13 million during 1933 to 36, they refused to take the jobs of strikers. Owing largely to the militant leadership of the unemployed by the Communist Party, this marked a new high level of working-class solidarity in the United States. The biggest and most significant national industrial strikes during 1934 to 36 were those of the textile workers and the bituminous coal miners, both AFL strikes. The National Textile Strike, led by the United Textile Workers in September 1934, embraced 475,000 workers in 11 states, including large numbers of workers in the South. The strike faced great violence from the employers and the government. It was largely lost when the demands of the strikers were referred to an arbitration board and the strike was called off. The National Bituminous Coal Strike of September 1935 brought out 400,000 miners, tying up nearly every important soft coal field. Within a few days the strike resulted in a victory. It put the UMWA back on its feet as a powerful organization, after it had been almost demolished in the fateful strike of 1927-28. There was also the left-led National Lumber Workers strike of 41,000 lumbermen in the Pacific Northwest. Another highly important strike early in 1936, significant of the great wave of strikes soon to come in the trustified industries, was the successful strike of the rubber workers in Akron. Important local general strikes and near general strikes, which cut right across AFL, sacred contracts, were a pronounced feature of these years. In Milwaukee, February 1934, and Minneapolis, May 1934, small bodies of strikers quickly attracted the support of the local labor movements when attacked by employer violence, and general walkouts were averted only by timely settlements. In Pekin, Illinois, during the same year, there was another such general strike movement. In Toledo, May 1934, when the bosses tried to smash a strike of 1,500 metal workers, the local labor movement came to their active support, 83 of 91. AFL local unions, to the outrage of their conservative leaders, voting to strike. In Terre Haute, July 1935, a two-day strike of 48 AFL locals with 26,000 workers took place in support of 600 hard-pressed metal workers. In all these situations the Communists were highly active. The San Francisco General Strike. The Great General Strike in the San Francisco Bay Area, embracing 127,000 workers, took place during July 16 to 19, 1934. It grew out of a coastwise strike of 35,000 maritime workers. The Communist Party, which had a strong organization in California, gave the strike its full support and its influence was of major importance in the struggle. The historic strike gave an enormous impetus to the whole American labor movement. The movement began in a drive from 1932 on, led by communists and progressives, to organize the marine workers of the Pacific Coast. This drive culminated in a strong AFL longshoremen's union with Harry Bridges at its head, a demand for better conditions, and a coastwise strike of 12,000 of these workers on May 1934. The Marine Workers' Industrial Union, TUUL, headed by Harry Jackson, which won the leadership of decisive sections of the seamen, also called them on strike, and by May 2 GRD, the 8 AFL maritime unions were out all along the coast. For the first time, West Coast shipping was at a complete standstill. The conservative AFL leadership tried desperately to check the powerful movement, but in vain. Joseph Ryan, dictator of the Longshoremen's Union, was forced to abandon the strike and left the city. Bridges, head of the Rank and File Committee of 75, in tune with the militant workers, brilliantly out-General the labor misleaders at every turn. Enraged at the employers' violent efforts to break the maritime strike and also at their obvious determination to make the city open shop, the workers of San Francisco developed a strong fighting spirit. The Communist Party, which had many members and supporters in key AFL local unions, urged a general strike in all the cities along the Pacific coast. To no avail, the top union leadership opposed the rising general strike spirit among the workers. In mid-June, painters, Local 1158 sent out a letter for a general strike. By early July, the influential Machinists Local 68, along with many other local unions, had endorsed the proposed strike. The police killing of 2 waterfront workers on July 8, one of them Nick Bourdois, a communist, added fuel to the flames, with 35,000 angry workers turning out to the funeral. On July IOTH, the Alameda Labor Council called for a general strike. On July 12, the San Francisco and Oakland Teamsters went out, and on July 16, 160 AFL unions, 127,000 strong, tied up the whole San Francisco Bay region. The strike was highly effective. Practically the entire industrial life at the Great Bay community came to a halt. The workers were powerfully demonstrating their resentment at the great economic crisis and their determination to have a better day under the promised New Deal. One for details and interpretations of the strike, see Labor Research Association, Labor. Fact Book 3, Mike Quinn, The Big Strike, and George Morris, Where is the CI0 going? Not a store could open, not a truck could move, not a factory wheel could turn, without the permission of the General Strike Committee. Never was any American city so completely strike-bound as was the whole San Francisco Bay community during this great strike. The government, local, state, and national, turned all its guns upon this, to the capitalists, highly dangerous strike. Mayor Rossi swore in 5,000 deputies and police. Governor Merriam ordered out 4,500 militia to dominate the area. President Roosevelt denounced the strike, and his agents, Hugh Johnson of NRA and Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins, were on the spot to try to disintegrate it. The press whipped up the whole region with frantic red baiting and yells that the communist revolution was at hand. Vigilante gangs raided and wrecked the headquarters of the Communist Party, the Western Worker, and various labor and left-wing mass organizations. Over 4 men and several women were arrested and thrown into a jail so crowded that most of them had to sleep on the floor, reported the New York Times on July 29, 1934. For several weeks the Communist Party was virtually outlawed in California. While the government attacked the strike from without, the AFL leaders assailed it with more deadly effect from within. William Green blasted the strike as unauthorized, and as the work of the communists. Joseph Ryan and other national labor fakers tried to force their members back to work, and Howard of the Typographical Union managed to keep his men on the job on the basis of a last-minute 10% wage increase. As for the local top union leaders in San Francisco, Vandeleur, Kidwell, Deal, and others, when they saw that they could not forestall the general strike, they joined it in order to strangle it. With control of the General Strike Committee in their hands, they refused to halt publication of the capitalist newspapers and the operation of telephone and telegraphic services. They issued large numbers of permits to restaurants to open, and to trucking outfits to operate. They made no attempt to police the city with the strikers. They gave their endorsement to the boss's strike-breaking and red-baiting campaign. And when they felt that they had things well enough in hand, they suddenly moved to call off the strike. But with all their maneuvering, they could carry the anti-strike motion only by a standing vote of 191 to 174. Not daring to risk a roll call vote. The historic strike was over. The maritime workers were left to fight alone. On July Goth, these 35,000 strikers went back to the job, after a 3-month walkout. Their demands were referred to arbitration, out of which they secured a partial victory. In this epoch-making strike, the West Coast longshoremen and their leader, Harry Bridges, laid the basis for one of the finest labor unions in the capitalist world, the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union. The key to winning the Great San Francisco Strike was to spread it all over the coast, and still farther. This extension was indispensable in order to checkmate the coordinated attempts of the government, the employers, and the AFL leadership to localize, isolate, and strangle the strike. The communists and the other left and progressive elements, despite numerous minor mistakes, were quite aware of this imperative need to spread the strike, and they tried to do just that. But their forces were too small to accomplish it in the face of the formidable opposition. The lost San Francisco strike, in spite of all lugubrious predictions, had a stimulating effect upon the labor movement in California and all over the United States. The strike created one of the most glorious traditions in the entire history of the American labor movement. The TUUL merges with the AFL. During the first 2 stormy years of the New Deal, about 1 million workers, largely unskilled and foreign-born from the basic industries, poured into the AFL unions. Naturally, these workers preferred to join the recognized and established labor unions if there was a possibility of getting results from them. This influx radically changed the situation in those organizations. It broke down the officials' no-strike policy, brought in a breath of democracy, weakened the bureaucrats' control, and made it more difficult to enforce the anti-communist clauses against the left. Besides, sections of the top leadership began to interest themselves in organizational work. Recognizing that the conditions that had originally caused the formation of the TUUL were now breaking down, the communists and other lefts, always ardent champions of labor unity, began at once to shift their orientation toward a return to the AFL. Already, early in 1933, they joined forces with the miners in their drive to re-establish the UMWA, and in September 1934, the TUUL proposed trade union unity to the AFL. In various industries, TUUL bodies began to join up with corresponding AFL unions. This unity trend, however, did not sit well with the AFL top leaders, and William Green sent out a letter warning against the unity moves of the TUUL. In the spring of 1934, the Communist Party advanced the slogan, for an independent federation of labor, to be composed of the 400,000 members of the TUUL and other independents, but this policy was soon perceived to be incorrect and it was dropped. Instead, the trend toward general labor unity was pushed vigorously by the party everywhere. Early in 1935, the TUUL steel, auto, and needle trades unions voted to affiliate with the AFL, the workers joining as individuals where they could not affiliate in a body. On March 16 to 17, 1935, at a special convention, the TUUL resolved itself into a committee for the unification of the trade unions, with the objective of affiliating the remaining TUUL organizations to the AFL. 4 months later, the TUUL disbanded altogether. Although it displayed some sectarian and dualist tendencies, the TUUL nevertheless played an important and constructive role in the labor movement. All through the great economic crisis, when AFL militancy was at its lowest point, the TUUL did heroic and effective work, as we have seen, in leading the employed and unemployed workers in struggle. Its militant advocacy of industrial unionism over several years was highly educational to the workers. The contacts it had established in the basic industries, together with the shop units of the Communist Party, were fundamental factors in developing the great CIO organizing campaign of the next few years. The party was basically correct in supporting the TUUL as it did. The formation of the CIO. The big labor struggles of the early New Deal years came to a sharp climax with the formation of the Committee for Industrial Organization, circa 1.0, in November 1935. This body was originally composed of representatives of the coal miners, textile, ladies' garment, men's clothing, printing, oilfield, cap and millinery, and metal miners unions, with a combined membership of about 1 million. The committee's purpose was the unionization of the almost totally unorganized millions of workers in the basic trustified industries. It was truly a momentous development, and the Communist Party gave its most active support from the start. The dominant leaders among the Green AFL bureaucracy had looked with grave misgivings and alarm upon the tremendous mass movement toward unionism that developed during the last months of the economic crisis and the early period of the New Deal. They feared it hardly less acutely than did the employers themselves. They were afraid that the huge numbers of new unskilled and foreign-born union members, with their radical conceptions of what labor unions should be and do, would spoil the long-time picnic of the bureaucrats by eliminating the skilled workers as the dominant trade union element, by breaking down craft lines and transforming the craft unions into industrial unions, by forcing the labor movement from its class collaboration basis onto one of class struggle, and by selecting for themselves new and presumably radical leaders. To avoid all these threatening disasters and yet to profit from the mass upheaval, the policy of the Green bureaucrats was to grab off the skilled workers and let the rest go, in the time-honored AFL fashion. Significantly, the 8 AFL unions that launched the CIO were all either industrial or semi-industrial in form. Their leaders, John L. Lewis, Philip Murray, Sidney Hillman, et al., while basing themselves, like the Green bureaucrats, primarily upon the skilled workers, had learned that this policy did not necessarily involve excluding the unskilled from the unions. Because of the bitter experience of the post-World War I and economic crisis years, and also because of the great pressure of the rank-and-file workers for organization, they had become convinced that the unionization of the basic industries was an absolute necessity if the labor movement was to survive and progress. Later on, under the weight of the newly organized masses, this position led these leaders to adopt many progressive measures. Only in this narrow sense could they themselves be called progressives. The sequel was to show that they did not depart from their basic role as defenders of the capitalist system against the elementary interests of the workers. See Chapter 34. The split in the ranks of the labor bureaucracy greatly accelerated the tempo of trade union progress. The communists, who were a considerable factor in the AFL, gave the opposition leaders all possible cooperation and support in their new progressive role. In 1933, when the organization spurt began, the AFL leaders had tried to sort out the new union recruits according to crafts and distribute them among the respective unions, but this proving impossible, they assembled the workers into miscellaneous federal local unions. At the 1934 AFL convention, with 2,000 such locals existing, however, the issue had to be settled. There was a powerful sentiment for industrial unionism, with 14 resolutions demanding this measure. The Communist Party vigorously stimulated this movement among the rank and file. Even the hard-boiled officials that make up AFL conventions knew that a maneuver had to be made. So the leadership put through a unanimous resolution which, while endorsing craft unionism, wherever the lines of demarcation between crafts are distinguishable, vaguely recognized the need for industrial unionism and instructed the Executive Council to issue charters in various industries. The progressives assumed that these charters would be of an industrial character. This AFL convention was held in San Francisco only a short while after the Great San Francisco General Strike, in which the left's, all industrial unionists, had such an important part. During 1935, the Executive Council gave limited industrial charters to the United Auto Workers and the United Rubber Workers, but they refused national charters to the many new local unions in radio, cement, aluminum, and other basic industries. They also did nothing to advance the projected campaign to organize the steel industry, although large numbers of steel workers had literally forced their way into the unions. In short, the council brazenly sabotaged the 1934 convention resolution. All of which greatly enraged the advocates of industrial unionism. At the 1935 convention in Atlantic City, beginning October 7, therefore, John L. Lewis and 5 other leaders introduced a resolution calling for the organization of the basic industries into industrial unions. The resolution sharply condemned AFL craft unionism as feudal and trustified industries and declared that, in those industries where the work performed by a majority of the workers is of such nature that it might fall within the jurisdictional claim of more than one craft union, it is declared that industrial organization is the only form that will be acceptable to the workers or adequately meet their needs. After a long and bitter debate, the Lewis resolution was defeated by a vote of 18,025 to 10,924. The AFL leaders were willing to keep the industries unorganized, just so their own jurisdictional claims remained intact. Undeterred by their convention defeat, the Lewis Group a month later organized the CIO and began the work of unionization. They launched active national campaigns in steel, auto, rubber, textile, and coke processing. Huge sums of money were pledged by the 8 co-operating unions. National organizing committees were set up, and new industrial unions were to be formed. The basic industries would be organized in spite of the AFL leadership. The Green bureaucrats promptly condemned the CIO for this action, and after considerable maneuvering, suspended its 8 unions on August 5, 1936, for dual unionism and insurrection against the AFL. This suspension, which amounted to the expulsion of over 1 million members, about 40% of the AFL, was endorsed by the AFL convention, despite strong opposition, at Tampa, Florida, in October 1936. Wide protests from local unions, city central bodies, and state federations all over the country were unavailing to halt the Green Wall Hutchison splitters. They were ready to wreck the labor movement rather than depart from their decrepit craft unionism. Lewis, apparently taking it for granted that the organizational work had to be done outside of direct contact with the Green reactionaries, made no determined fight to maintain affiliation with the AFL. On this tactical question the communists disagreed with him. The communists believed that inasmuch as Lewis had 40% of the AFL unions behind him and a vast following among the rest of the labor movement, it would have been possible for him to beat the Green machine by a resolute fight. As it was, Lewis did not even have his C.10 delegates at Tampa. If the split could not be avoided, the communists said, at least it could be made to take place under far more favorable conditions for the circa .10. The party opposed the split and its slogan was, for a united, powerful AFL. It gave everything it had, however, to the building of the C.1. At all stages and in the organization of the basic industries for which it had fought so long and militantly. The growing Communist Party. During the years 1933 to 36, the Communist Party, deeply involved in all the mass struggles of the period, made considerable growth, not only in mass influence but also in numerical strength. It concentrated its efforts more and more upon the basic industries. At the 8th convention of the party, in Cleveland, April 2–8, 1934, the membership was 24,500, as against 14,000 in 1932. Of the 233 regular delegates, 119 came from basic industries. There were 39 Negro delegates, and 2,500 Negro Party members. The increasing percentage of native-born was also indicated by the fact that 145 of the convention delegates were born in the United States. At this time the YCL had grown to 5,000 members, also a substantial increase over 1932. By the time of the 9th Party Convention, held in New York, June 24–28, 1936, the party membership had gone up further to 41,000, and there were 11,000 in the YCL. The Socialist Party, Mustyites, Lovestonites, Trotskyites, SLP, and Proletarian Party, all remained small and mostly stagnant sects. For a while in the middle of the 1930s, the Socialist Party began to show some life and growth. But the new, left, trend, led by the opportunist Norman Thomas of all people, soon petered out, and the SP, racked by Trotskyites and right opportunist Social Democrats, Mustyites, and Lovestonites, went on to a confused split in 1936, which reduced it to still greater helplessness. The leadership of the Communist Party as the vanguard party of the militant forces in the labor movement had become clear and indisputable. One statement of Central Committee of the Communist Party in the Communist. March 1936. 22. The Broad Democratic Struggle, 1933 to 1936. The early New Deal years saw, along with the great trade union upsurge, the development of various other mass democratic struggles. The Communist Party, with its broad united front policy and in its growing role as the vanguard of the working class, played a major part in initiating and stimulating many of these movements. The Roosevelt administration, increasingly needing popular support in its fight against extreme reaction, also tolerated and, in some cases, supported them. All these forces went to provide the democratic basis of the great political coalition that carried Roosevelt 4 times to the presidency. The National Negro Congress. These years marked a great political advance by the Negro people. The Negro masses battled militantly against job discrimination, Jim Crow, and lynching. They forged ahead and won national distinction in the fields of science, literature, the theater, and sports. They broke down the segregation walls of the labor movement and laid the basis for the present splendid army of 1 million Negro trade unionists. They stood in the front ranks of the democratic masses generally in every sphere of the class struggle. The rising spirit of struggle among the Negro people during these years reflected itself in the National Negro Congress, organized in Chicago, February 14–16, 1936. The NNC grew out of a conference held previously under the auspices of Howard University and the Joint Committee on National Recovery. The Congress, which included also whites, was a broad united front of Negroes from all democratic strata. There were Republicans, Democrats, Socialists, and Communists at the Congress. There were churchmen, workers, professionals, businessmen. All told, 817 delegates attended, coming from 28 states and representing 585 organizations with a combined and unduplicated membership of one. It was during this time that the Communist Party began its long, tireless, and finally, in 1947, successful campaign to break down Jim Crow in Major League Baseball. The Negro press was very active in this fight. 2 James W. Ford in the Communist, April, May, June 1936. 1,200,000. Among those present were such notables as Ralph Bunche, W. E. B. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph, R. A. Carter, John P. Davis, James W. Ford, and others. A majority of the delegates came from the civic, 226, educational, 14, and religious groups, 81. 83 unions were represented in 71 fraternal organizations. The national president was A. Philip Randolph and the secretary John P. Davis. The Communists played an important part in the organization of this significant Congress. The idea for the Congress was suggested 2 years before by James W. Ford, well-known communist, in a debate with Oscar de Priest and Frank Crosthwaite. Party forces also spent much effort in popularizing the Congress and in doing the extensive organizational work to bring the convention together. At the convention itself, Ford and other communists and sympathizers were very influential. In the National Council of 75 elected by the Congress, there were several communists. The Congress adopted a progressive program meeting the most pressing needs of the Negro people. It urged the participation of Negroes in trade unions, endorsed trade union unity, condemned the Jim Crow system and all types of reaction, and demanded full rights for Negroes. It supported the developing fight against fascism and war, and it repudiated the neutral attitude of the United States toward the invasion of Ethiopia. It proposed a plan for consumers and producers cooperatives and also the extension of the Workers' Alliance. The Congress favored a World Congress of the Negro people, and the church panel recommended that churches should devote every fifth Sunday to advancing the work of the Congress. On political action, the Congress voted for the ultimate formation of a farmer labor party. However, in the meantime it declared, "We do not support any candidates, but we give you their records." The Congress did not take any stand as to its ultimate political goal, nor did it raise the question of the Negro people as a nation. The National Negro Congress, a broad movement uniting Negro workers and middle-class elements, had local councils in many cities. It became a vehicle for the expression of the leading role of the Negro working masses in the general movement of the Negro people. During the next years it was to prove an especially important agency for building the CIO and for promoting trade union organization generally among Negro workers. The American Youth Congress. In the early New Deal years was the American Youth Congress. The United States had never before seen anything like it. Organized in 1934, the movement encompassed about 4,600,000 young people by the outbreak of World War II. Animating it was a militant protest of American youth against the bitter hardships of the young people during the great economic crisis, against the general neglect of their interests by the government, and against the looming prospect of fascism and another world war. The Roosevelt administration early undertook to control this new and dynamic national force of the organized youth. Consequently, it selected as its agent a young woman, Viola Ilma, who with the backing of Mrs. Roosevelt, half a dozen governors, Mayor LaGuardia, and other administration forces, called a General Youth Convention in New York, in August 1934. The response was heavy, at least 1,500,000 organized young people being represented, including the YMCA, YWCA, YMHA, and many other religious and fraternal youth organizations. The Catholics were there as observers. Both the YPSL and YCL were present. Miss Ilma, who had just returned from fascist Germany, obviously had acquired her ideas for the type of new youth organization from the Hitler Youth. She seemed to think that the young people had come to the convention in order to be told what to do, as they were in school, in the factories, and in the army. But she entirely underestimated the new democratic spirit of the youth. Hence, when the convention tried to elect its own chairman and she refused even to entertain the motion, the convention overrode her arbitrariness and voted her down. She then quit cold, crying out in the newspapers that the communists had captured the youth movement. Mrs. Roosevelt was stunned at the unexpected course of events, but the stakes were very high and she went along with the American Youth Congress then being formed. Gilbert Green, head of the Young Communist League, was a member of the National Board that was set up. The next few years were full of activity for the Youth Congress. The AYC took an active part in the trade union organization of young people, fought for improved conditions in the Government Civilian Conservation Corps youth relief camps, demanded a more enlightened program from the National Youth Administration, which was established in June 1935, condemned in unmeasured terms all discrimination against the Negro people, and fought against the rising dangers of fascism and war. The AYC formulated its immediate program of political youth demands in the American Youth Act, introduced in Congress on January 1. Dave Doran, Highway of Hunger, N.Y. I-933. 1936. This bill elaborated an extensive plan of vocational training and student aid, financed by the government and managed by the students. Although the bill never became law, it was widely popularized and served as the basis for much state and federal youth legislation. Almost overnight the organized youth became a power in the land. Youth leaders, Waldo McNutt, William Hinckley, Joseph Cadden, Gilbert Green, were figures to be reckoned with. Even the AFL had to recognize the new youth movement at its 1935 convention, where for the first time in its history it gave favorable consideration to a series of youth proposals. The CIO also sent delegates to the AYC congresses, cultivated youth strike demands, and otherwise actively supported the movement. Many trade unions and state farmer labor parties developed youth sections, activities, and demands. Both the Republican and Democratic parties paid much attention to youth work of their kind. An important development in the youth movement of this period was the formation in Columbus, Ohio, in December 1935, of the American Student Union, through the amalgamation of the National Student League, communist-led, founded in 1932, and the much weaker Student League for Industrial Democracy, socialist-led, founded in 1905. Characteristic of the ASU's many and various activities, it led a national anti-war strike of 184,000 students on April 12, 1937. Such strikes were continued until April 1941, those in 1938-39 totaling several hundred thousand students. Another, and very important, youth development of the period was the formation of the promising United Front Southern Negro Youth Congress in Richmond, Virginia, in February 1937. Edward Strong was chairman. James W. Ford, James Jackson, and Henry Winston were also leaders in this vital movement, which for the next few years, throughout the South, carried on widespread educational work, supported strikes, popularized the National Youth Act, and generally struggled against Jim Crow. By 1939, this organization and the Southern Conference for Human Welfare represented at least 500,000 Negro youth in the South. Communists were very active in the work of these organizations. Communist influence was powerful in the American Youth Congress, which followed an advanced policy. In particular, the young leaders of the broad organizations of young men and women were greatly attracted by the militancy of the communists, by their understanding of the general youth question and specific youth demands, by their skill in developing the broad United Front movement of elements which were widely divergent politically and religiously, and especially by their clear-headed and tireless struggle against the growing danger of fascism and war. Enemies of the AYC, socialists and others, shouted that the communists were in complete control of the youth movement. Gilbert Green was the chief communist youth leader. The socialists, Lovestonites, and Trotskyites, while maintaining a precarious affiliation with the AYC, generally took such a sabotaging position toward the movement, in their hatred of the communists, that they could only stagnate in their political degeneration. The Young Communist League, however, flourished as a result of its sound policies. Its active participation in the broad mass youth movement largely broke down its longtime sectarianism. The League grew in numbers, influence, and experience, and it acquired a more solid base among the young workers. At its 9th convention in 1939, it reported a membership of 22,000, as compared with 11,000 in 1936 and 3,000 in 1933. In Green, Winston, Thompson, Weiss, Gates, Strack, Ross, and others, the League was building a strong Marxist-Leninist youth leadership. The women's movement, women, who form one half of the American electorate and about one-third of all wage workers, also took a prominent part in the broad mass upsurge that developed among all the democratic strata of the population during the early years of the New Deal. The women, however, did not create a strong and well-defined national organization such as those we have been describing in this and the previous chapter. They rather constituted a basic and very active part of all these mass movements. During the period we are dealing with, the most generalized form of the women's movement was that around the Women's Charter. The Women's Charter was written in 1936 by a group of liberal and labor women. It had the support of a vast range of organizations, including, with qualifications, the Communist Party. It was supported, among others, by such government officials as Mary Anderson, head of the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor. This signified that it had the backing of the Roosevelt regime. Eventually, in the ensuing few years, the charter was endorsed by organizations totaling several million women. It was incorporated in the Resolution on Equal Rights for Women adopted at the International Labor Conference in Geneva in 1937. The Women's Charter was an assertion of the rights of women to full equality in all spheres of social activity. Mother Bloor welcomed it, also on the grounds that it may be a great unifying force for peace and the struggle against reaction and fascism. Anne Rivington says of it that it was for women the high point of the United Front during this decade. Margaret Cowell Crumbine, head of the party's Women's Commission during this period, gave the charter active support. Women wage workers made up a large part of the masses of newly organized workers in various industries, needle, textile, electrical, and others, and the party paid its main attention to them. They constituted a vital force with the big network of women's trade union auxiliaries that grew up largely under communist stimulation in the CIO unions in steel, auto, and various other industries. The party women workers also greatly concerned themselves with strengthening the activities of the Women's Trade Union League. Communist women were always the party leaders in the People's Health Movement. They organized the Workers' Health Bureau of America in New York, and in June 1927, they held a National Trade Union Health Conference in Cleveland. Official delegates were present from the AFL state federations of Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Washington, and Rhode Island, and from many city central bodies and local unions. This pioneer conference concerned itself mainly with occupational hazards and diseases, and it worked out a program of extensive educational work, health protection, prevention of accidents, and workmen's compensation. In the later stages of the New Deal, the party women were also most active in the big mass movement for federal health insurance and a broad national health program. Besides fighting for their own specific demands, and especially for maternity insurance, protection in industry, and childcare, the women advanced the whole program of the party. They were particularly effective in fighting against the high cost of living and cuts in WPA relief, and in supporting all the current strikes for better wage and working conditions. They devoted special attention to the needs and demands of Negro women. They also fought tirelessly against the reactionary Equal Rights Amendment, which was sponsored by the Women's Rights Party and endorsed by both the Democratic and Republican parties. They made the recurring International Women's Day, on March 8, the occasion of big demonstrations. Women were especially effective in the fight for peace, and they formed the backbone of the American League Against War and Fascism. The development of international fascism lent new fire to the struggles of the women, for as Dimitrov said at the 7th CI Congress, fascism enslaves women with particular ruthlessness and cynicism, playing on the most painful feelings of the mother, the housewife, and the single working woman. The communist women made effective propaganda use of the superior economic, political, and social status of women in the Soviet Union over that of women generally in all the capitalist countries. The party during these years was building up a strong group of women Marxist-Leninist leaders. The attraction of the party for women fighters was exemplified by the fact that in the big recruiting drive of 1937 over 30% of the new members were women. The panacea, mass movements. Striking manifestations of the broad democratic upsurge of the masses during the early New Deal period were the many panacea, mass agitations. These were wide movements of farmers, city middle classes, and proletarian elements, sometimes running into the millions. Generally, it was the workers who gave vitality to these movements. Shaken by the deep economic crisis, these masses struck out blindly against capitalism, desperately striving for some remedy. Usually their programs were fantastically utopian, and the demagogic leaders were frequently fascist-minded, but the masses were full of democratic fighting spirit. That such confused movements could spring up testified to the ideological backwardness of the American workers and their lack of a broad political party with progressive working-class leadership. 1. Technocracy. Fathered by Howard Scott and based upon a mishmash of the ideas of the IWW and Thorstein Veblen, this movement developed during the deepest phases of the economic crisis and ran like wildfire throughout the country in 1932-33, the entire capitalist press being agog with it. Technocracy was based on the fallacy that the evils of capitalism originated not primarily in its production relations, but simply in its distributive system. Its cure-all was to substitute a system of ergs, or energy units, in place of the current price system. Technocracy denied that the workers were exploited, repudiated the class struggle, and rejected the revolutionary role of the workers. In substance, it advocated a ruling aristocracy of engineers. For a while it had a big vogue among the intellectuals, making a special appeal to engineers and technicians. It declined as swiftly as it arose, but some remnants still linger. 2. End poverty in California. EPIC. This movement grew up rapidly in California and neighboring states following the publication, in October 1933, of Upton Sinclair's book, I, Governor of California. EPIC was based upon the idea of self-help among the unemployed. It proposed that idle factories be turned over to the unemployed workers, who would operate them and develop a system of barter. It held to the utopian belief that a separate system of non-profit-making production and exchange could exist independently within the framework of the capitalist system, which is based upon private ownership and distribution. On the EPIC ticket, Upton Sinclair, Democratic candidate for governor of California in 1934, polled 879,000 votes against 1,138,000 for Miriam, after which the EPIC movement gradually faded out. T3. The Utopian Society. This organization, launched by E. J. Reed, in the fall of 1933, soon grew to claim 1 million adherents in Southern California. The Utopians, declaring for the brotherhood of man, and plenty for all, hoped to achieve general prosperity through government ownership. Largely middle class, the movement rejected the class struggle and had no day-to-day demands. Its lifespan was short. 4. The Townsend National Recovery Plan. Animated by a fanatical enthusiasm and eventually claiming several millions of adherents, this huge mass movement was launched, in April 1934, by Dr. F. E. Townsend in Long Beach, California. It was basically a movement of the elderly and middle-aged. Its panacea was to establish maximum pensions of $200 per month for the aged, to be financed chiefly by a national 2% transactions tax. The $20 billion thus raised yearly, it was hoped, would not only provide for the aged but, keeping the industries in active operation, would provide a general and lasting prosperity for the whole population. The Townsend Plan failed to realize, however, that the basis of the crisis and destitution was the private ownership of the industries, and that only when this was abolished and socialism established could economic crises be averted and prosperity and full employment be assured. The Townsend movement was a considerable pension force for many years and still exists. 5. The ham and eggs movement. This was another mass panacea movement having a special appeal to the aged. It, too, originated in Southern California, where old people doubly abound. Formerly known as the Retirement Life Payments Association, it was founded during the 1930s by L. W. Allen of Hollywood. In 1938 and 1939, the movement succeeded in placing on the referendum ballot a constitutional amendment providing that the state of California would pay $30 per week, every Thursday, for life to every unemployed or retired California citizen 50 years old or over. The move was defeated both times at the polls. The official weekly organ was called National Ham and Eggs. 6. The National Union for Social Justice. This movement, in organized form, was launched in November 1934 in Detroit by Rev. Charles E. Coughlin, Catholic priest. Fortune, at the time, estimated that this demagogue had 10 million listeners to his weekly radio broadcasts. An expression of this movement was the notorious Christian Front, with its organized groups of hoodlums and stormtroopers. Coughlin's utopia was built upon the traditional American illusion that prosperity could be achieved by issuing huge quantities of paper currency. His following was especially strong among Middle West farmers, city middle-class elements, and Catholic industrial workers. Coughlin himself, a silver speculator and associate of big bankers, was a violent critic of everything democratic, and he undoubtedly aimed at establishing a fascist America, presumably with himself as the dictator. He was finally silenced by the Catholic Church, which apparently did not yet want to be so completely identified with fascism in the United States. The Communist Party conducted a most active struggle against this dangerous movement. 7. Share the wealth. This mass movement sprang up in 1934 and spread with the rapidity characteristic of the panacea agitations generally. Its founder was Senator Huey P. Long of Louisiana. Long, the Kingfish, had as his main slogans, "Share the wealth," and "Every man a king." He proposed to take away most of the capitalists' wealth by a gigantic capital levy. The resulting $165 billion in the hands of the government he would distribute among the people, each family getting $5,000 down and each worker also being assured a yearly income of $2,500. The Share the Wealth movement was the most fantastic of all the panaceas and long the most effective fascist demagogue the United States had yet seen. He set up a virtual dictatorship in Louisiana and also had a wide following among the poor farmers and workers all over the South. He was assassinated in September 1935 by a man whom he had victimized, after which his movement, fallen into the less capable hands of Gerald L. K. Smith and others, gradually disintegrated. The Communist Party paid close attention to the panacea movements. Although often led by dangerous demagogues, these movements were not wholly in vain. They dramatized the plight of the workers, the unemployed, the aged, the farmers, and the impoverished petty bourgeoisie. They also evidenced the determination of the people to fight against the outrageous conditions which engulfed them. The development of the reform aspects of Roosevelt's New Deal program was a fundamental factor in undermining and preventing the further development of such movements. The panacea movements did not become perverted into a real base for American fascism was also due in no small measure to the activities of the Communist Party in exposing their economic fallacies, in combating their reactionary leaders, and in directing their masses into more practical channels of political struggle. The cultural upsurge. From its inception, the Communist Party has challenged the domination of the capitalists in the cultural field. It has striven for the development of the arts and sciences in the interest of the people, not of the ruling exploiters. Over the years, despite its small size, the party has exercised a powerful influence in this vital field. Its efforts, constantly improving in effectiveness, began to be especially felt during and after the great economic crisis years. During the Coolidge boom of the 1920s, monopoly capital greatly strengthened its control over the main media of mass cultural expression, the newspapers and magazines, the school system, the church, the motion picture, and the young radio industry. This resulted not only in an unparalleled standardization of the people's intellectual fare, but also in turning capitalism's cultural workers into a force to glorify the current prosperity, the blessings of Fordism, and the wonders of the new capitalism. It was consequently a period of unprecedented degeneration of bourgeois art and literature. Anti-Semitism and white chauvinism ran wild in every capitalist cultural area. The blatant and cynical Mencken was the most authentic bourgeois literary spokesman of the period. James Dewey pragmatism, the hard-boiled philosophy which says that whatever the capitalists are and do is right, flourished and spread in bourgeois circles. Pragmatism's great value to the capitalists is that it robs the working class of a theory of society. It undertakes to substitute an idealist, rule-of-thumb practice for a scientific Marxian analysis of the laws of social development. This cynical philosophy permeates not only capitalist ranks, but also the ranks of the boss's labor lieutenants, and it contaminates the entire fabric of the educational system of this country. Democratic forces, mostly in the little theater and little magazine movements, fought an uphill struggle against the current overwhelming flood of standardized capitalist trash and reaction. But the most clear-headed and energetic in the fight for a real people's culture were the communists and other lefts, including Art Young, Robert Minor, Michael Gold, William Gropper, Fred Ellis, and Moise J. Olgin, who were mainly associated with the Liberator and its successor, New Masses. In October 1929, the first John Reed Club, a left-wing literary organization, was formed in New York. 3 years later there were a score of such clubs in all parts of the country. The Communist Party during the 1920s, as part of its struggle against the deluge of reactionary capitalist cultural slush and for the beginnings of a democratic people's culture, also began to appreciate and evaluate the democratic, artistic, literary, and scientific elements that have been expressed historically within the framework of American bourgeois culture as a whole. This was the start of the breakaway from the traditional sectarian attitudes of American Marxists toward culture. It was an essential part of the maturing of Marxism-Leninism in this country. The Great Economic Crisis dealt a shattering blow to the whole dizzy capitalist economic propaganda structure of the Coolidge prosperity period. Exploded overnight were the complacency, conceit, and rosy dreams of the new capitalism. Stark hunger preyed upon the country. The bourgeois intellectuals and artists, singers of the glories of capitalist prosperity, also felt the blasts of the economic hurricane. They were thrown into ideological confusion and their economic position was undermined. Their incomes were slashed, almost as much as were those of the workers and farmers. About 30% of them were unemployed, and in May 1934, some 91,000 professionals were on the WPA relief rolls. Plus they began to listen to the communists. The big mass democratic upheaval, which brought Roosevelt to the presidency and was responsible for the building of the new trade unions, the panacea movements, and the reforms of the New Deal, was also shared in by the artists and professionals generally. Overcoming their traditional bourgeois aloofness, large numbers of them made common cause with the workers and other democratic elements fighting against reaction. From bitter experience they had sensed that their previous individualistic attitude of each fending for himself was disastrous and that they had to make an organized struggle to protect their interests. Consequently, during these years nearly all the organizations of professionals, both of a technical and trade union character, experienced the greatest growth in their history. Teachers, actors, engineers, artists, lawyers, and newspaper workers shared in the movement, and white-collar workers of all kinds for the first time became an important factor in the labor movement. These elements forced the Roosevelt regime to give them some consideration in the federal arts projects for writers, musicians, and actors. There was not only an economic but also an ideological content to this upsurge of the intellectuals during the New Deal years. They wanted to know the cause of the great economic crisis, of the decay of culture, of the threat of another great imperialist war. They attacked one labor research association, Labor Fact Book 3, p. 109. The bourgeois theories of art for art's sake, and of the artist standing above the class struggle. The teacher, as well as looking out for her wages, began to have something to say about what she was teaching. The writers and actors of Hollywood and Broadway started to raise their voices against the mass of capitalistic swill which the movie moguls and theatrical producers were inflicting upon the American people under the guise of entertainment. With the great Theodore Dreiser at their head, the novelists struck a new note of revolt against outrageous social conditions. Dreiser himself became an ardent member of the Communist Party. The newspapermen, through their new National Guild, became a force for democracy in journalism. And the lawyers began to come forward with new and democratic concepts of what the law and court practice should be. The inspiring development of Soviet art, notably in the films, stimulated the whole cultural awakening. The reactionaries looked with grave alarm upon this upsurge among the intellectuals and artists, upon whom they counted to drive their propaganda into the heads of the workers. But in the existing political situation, they were unable to stifle it. This democratic movement among the professionals and cultural workers was given added strength by the shocking events under the barbaric policies of German fascism. What fascism held in store for the cultural workers was made quite clear by the dictum of the Nazi youth leader who declared, "When I hear the word culture, I cock my revolver," by the savage book burnings of May 1933, by the general strangling of art under Hitler, and by fascism's total subjugation of cultural workers of all kinds to the propagation of antisemitism and similar barbarities. Excesses which, obviously, incipient American fascism would be only too eager to duplicate. The most general expression of the upsurge of the cultural workers was the formation of the American Writers' Congress in New York on April 26, 1935. Present were 216 delegates from 26 states, with 150 writers attending as guests. There was a public attendance of 4,000, the largest audience that ever participated in a literary event in this country. 30 papers were read at the Congress, dealing with many aspects of the writer's craft and social role. In accordance with the United Front spirit of the times, the Congress was much broader in scope than the earlier John Reed clubs, which had pioneered the movement. For the next few years the Congress was a powerful force in cultural circles, not the least in Hollywood. The Communists were most active in this development, as in nearly every other phase of the cultural movement of the period. The Communist Party was officially represented at the founding convention of this very important Writers' United Front movement. Another significant organization was the American Artists Congress, founded in 1936. The greatest and most lasting achievement of the cultural renaissance of the New Deal period, however, was the real stress it laid upon Negro culture. This movement was many-sided. Its most important aspect was the crushing attack it delivered through the distinguished anthropologist Franz Boas, many other scientists, and a whole group of communist writers, against every attempt of the racists and white supremacists in science, in industry, in politics, on the stage, and everywhere else, to picture the Negro people as inferior beings. The movement also made real progress toward developing an understanding of the profound contributions that the Negro people have made to the best in American culture. The movement also began to develop an appreciation of the splendid body of artists and cultural workers that the Negro people had been developing in the face of a world of difficulties: Paul Robeson, Langston Hughes, Marian Anderson, Sterling Brown, and many others. Especially important was the beginning made at reevaluating the history of the Negro people by James W. Ford, Harry Haywood, Doc C. Wilkerson, James Jackson, Herbert Aptheker, Philip S. Foner, James S. Allen, Robert Minor, John Howard Lawson, and others, to free this persecuted people from the mountains of slanders and belittlement built up by generations of white chauvinist historians. In this vital struggle with and for the Negro people in their fight for cultural recognition and development, it is hardly necessary to state, the Communists were the most devoted and tireless fighters, and their influence was far-reaching. The Seventh Comintern Congress and the Roosevelt Coalition, the great mass struggles of workers, unemployed, farmers, Negroes, youth, women and intellectuals in the early New Deal years in the United States were directly related to the developing struggle against world fascism. Only in this sense can they be fully understood. The fight against fascism was clarified and organized on an international scale at the Seventh Congress of the Communist International, held in Moscow, from July 25 to August 21, 1935. At this historic Congress, in which a strong delegation from the CPUSA participated, Georgy Dimitrov, head of the Comintern and hero of the Reichstag fire trial, swept aside the current liberal social democratic nonsense to the effect that fascism is a revolt of the middle class, and exposed it in its full nakedness as the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic and most imperialist elements of finance capital. Fascism, said he, is a most ferocious attack by capital on the toiling masses. Fascism is unbridled chauvinism and annexationist war. Fascism is rabid reaction and counter-revolution. Fascism is the most vicious enemy of the working class and of all toilers. Dimitrov proposed, and this became the political line of the Congress, that to fight fascism a great anti-fascist People's Front of workers, farmers, intellectuals, and all other toiling, democratic sections of the population must be built up. The purpose of this broad united front, said Dimitrov, is that, in countries of bourgeois democracy, we want to bar the road to reaction in the offensive of capital and fascism, prevent the abrogation of bourgeois democratic liberties, forestall fascism's terrorist vengeance upon the proletariat, the revolutionary section of the peasantry and the intellectuals, save the young generation from physical and spiritual degeneracy. We are ready to do all this because in the fascist countries we want to prepare and hasten the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship. We are ready to do all this because we want to save the world from fascist barbarity and the horrors of imperialist war. Speaking of the United States, Dimitrov pointed out that millions of people have been brought into motion by the crisis. He signalized the menacing fascist danger in this country and warned of its insidious approach. It is a peculiarity of the development of American fascism, said he, that at the present time it appears principally in the guise of an opposition to fascism, which it accuses of being an un-American tendency imported from abroad. He indicated the need for a People's Front in the United States and stated that a workers' and farmers' party might serve as such a suitable form. Such a party would be a specific form of the mass People's Front in America. The People's Front was the application of the historic United Front policy to the conditions of the struggle against fascism and war. The Communists have long advocated and carried out the principle of the United Front. In the Communist Manifesto, written over a century ago, Marx stated that the Communists fight for immediate demands in one Georgy Dimitrov, the United Front, N. Y. 1938. 2. Stalin was active in this famous Congress. Alliance with groups, classes, and parties which do not accept the long-range goal of socialism. Dimitrov's statement on the Workers' and Farmers' Party, which the American Communists had long advocated, as the form of the People's Front in the United States, fitted right in with the traditions and conditions of the American class struggle. For a long time, even as far back as President Jackson's era, as we have noted in previous chapters, there has always existed a strong tendency for the workers and farmers to join forces together in united front political struggle against the common enemy, the capitalists. This trend was evidenced with especial sharpness during the important political fights of the Greenbackers, the Populists, and the LA Follidites. Indeed, The characteristic United Front Alliance of Workers and Small Farmers has more of a background of political history in the United States than it has in industrial Europe, where social democracy, ignoring the political potentialities of the peasantry, traditionally concerned itself almost exclusively with the fight of the proletariat and the middle class. During the general period under consideration, 1933 to 38, the Communist Party greatly improved the character of its United Front work. It broke more and more with the sectarian leftism which it had manifested to some extent in the depth of the Great Crisis. This was shown by its effective work among the trade unions, in the struggles of the unemployed, the Negro people, the youth, and in many other fields. The party was playing a very important part in the ever-increasing fight against fascism and war. The growth and activities of the CIO, the Unemployed Councils, the National Negro Congress, the American Youth Congress, the Women's Movement, the upsurge of the intellectuals, and the broad panacea organizations during these years were not isolated phenomena. They sprang from the same basic cause, the ravages of the great economic crisis. They had many direct ties and much spirit of solidarity with each other. They headed toward the same goal, the defeat of threatening reaction, and they tended naturally to coalesce in a general movement of struggle. The United Front policies of the Communist Party greatly aided this unification. In the period of imperialism and the struggle against fascism and war, the historic American practice of the toiling democratic masses to fight side by side moved toward the creation of a People's Front. However, the incipient People's Front movement of those years, a blood brother to the great People's Front movements of Europe, never reached the stage of becoming a full-fledged mass workers and farmers party, as described by Dimitrov. This was partly because of Roosevelt's skillful maneuvering to keep the workers tied to the Democratic Party, and partly because of the timidity and treachery of the workers' own union leaders, who refused to break with the two-party system. Consequently, the movement never rose to a higher level than that of an uncoordinated popular coalition around Roosevelt, a loose, democratic front, but it nevertheless proved powerful enough to halt, at least temporarily, the advance of fascism in the United States. The Communist Party in the Nation. A fundamental implication of the Anti-Fascist People's Front developed by the 7th Congress of the Comintern, in line with American tradition and political conditions, was the great stress it laid upon the reality that the Communist parties, besides being the leading parties of the proletariat, were by the same token also the basic parties of their respective nations. Marx and Engels had long before taught, and Marxists generally understood, that in defending the interests of the working class and other toilers, the Marxist Party is thereby defending the interests of the overwhelming majority of the people. It is functioning in the interest of the nation against a reactionary bourgeois nationalism, against an exploiting capitalist class which always advances its own class interests at the expense of the people in general. The classic example of the Marxist Party as the party of the nation was seen in the Bolshevik Party in Russia, which led the people of that country, who had faced ruin and slaughter at the hands of their treasonable ruling class, in overthrowing Tsarism capitalism and building socialism. In the situation confronting the peoples of the world with the rise of Yashism during the 1930s, there was a supreme need for the Communist parties, with greater clarity and consciousness on the national question than ever before, to come forward as the defenders and champions of their respective nations against their treacherous bourgeoisie, and this they did. The big capitalists, frightened at the great cyclical economic crisis, at the deepening general crisis of the capitalist system, and at the revolutionary mood of the workers, were trying to betray and force their respective nations into the fateful traps of fascist tyranny and an imperialist world war. It was to unite the respective peoples against this murderous treason by the ruling bourgeoisie that the 7th Congress of the Comintern enunciated its famous call for an anti-fascist People's Front. The new tactical orientation, namely, the creation of a broad alliance of all the democratic strata and the agreement for participation by the communists in the People's Front governments, was, in fact, the organization of the nation to save itself from disastrous betrayal by the capitalist class. The socialist revolution will signify the salvation of the nation, said Dimitrov. And as he also indicated, here was a situation, under capitalism, where the workers, following the leadership of the Communist Party, had to save the nation from disaster. There was a time, before the imperialist era, when the interests of the developing national capitalist class, in a measure at least, coincided with those of the nation. But that time is now forever past. The people, led by the workers, at the head of which stands the Communist Party, must take their fate into their own hands, in opposition to the treasonable capitalist class. We communists, says Dimitrov, are the irreconcilable opponents, on principle, of bourgeois nationalism of every variety. But we are not supporters of national nihilism. The capitalists' pretense of leading the nation is a monstrous lie and betrayal. This historic fact was dramatically signalized by the anti-fascist People's Front policy of the 7th Congress of the Communist International. And it is now being further demonstrated by the peace fight of the Communist Party against the warmongering, pro-fascist monopolists, who, for the sake of their own profits, are driving the people toward the national disaster of war. 23. Roosevelt and Wall Street, 1933 to 1936. When President Roosevelt began to put his New Deal into effect early in 1933, he had, as we have noted, the support of the bulk of big business. Frightened and demoralized, the capitalists grasped at his program in the hope that it could pull them out of the deadly crisis. Indeed, it might even take them along the road to the fascism which so many of them wanted. In the meantime, they grudgingly agreed to make some small concessions to the workers, with the objective of holding them back from taking more drastic political action. But it was not long before the big capitalists began to break with Roosevelt and to attack his program. Eventually, their opposition grew so fierce that he became perhaps more hated and denounced by them than any other man ever to occupy the White House. This big business opposition to Roosevelt started to develop within a year after he took office. Economic conditions had begun to improve, chiefly through the normal tendency of capitalism eventually to work its way temporarily out of its cyclical crisis, and a little as a result of the government subsidies to industry and agriculture under the New Deal. By January 1, 1934, industrial production stood at 73.1, as against 58.5 in March 1933, and 116.7 in October 1929. In 1932, 1,435 big corporations suffered a deficit of $97 million, but in 1933 the same concerns reaped profits of $661 million. Prices rose sharply and unemployment decreased somewhat from the unprecedented figure of 17 million a year before. The Democrats, with redoubled energy, sang, "Happy days are here again." Big business, feeling that prosperity was about at hand and relieved of its fears of collapse and revolution, believed that it could dispense with even Roosevelt's niggardly relief to the unemployed, his equivocal concession to the workers of the right to organize, and his skimpy subsidies to the farmers. It was a false dawn, however, so far as the economic situation was concerned, for industry had by no means escaped from the slump. Stalin, at the 17th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in January 1934, gave a clear picture of what was happening in the major capitalist countries. He summed up his analysis with the statement, "Evidently what we are witnessing is a transition from the lowest point of the industrial crisis to a depression, not an ordinary depression, but a depression of a special kind which does not lead to a new upward trend in industrial boom, but which, on the other hand, does not force industry back to the lowest point of decline." Stalin's profound Marxist analysis was proved brilliantly correct during the ensuing years. World capitalism, and particularly capitalism in the United States, could not and did not overcome its depression of a special kind, but continued with under-average production and huge unemployment, meanwhile plunging into the economic crisis of 1937, until the outbreak of World War II in the fall of 1939 put the wheels of industry once more into full operation. It took a huge blood transfusion from slaughtered millions to revive even temporarily the hopelessly sick capitalist system. Wall Street's attack upon the New Deal. The big capitalists of Wall Street, alarmed at the workers' militant strikes and organizing campaigns of the first years of the New Deal, demanded that the government take drastic action to curb the rebellious workers. Nor did their demands go unheeded. Troops were used freely by governors in many states against strikers. 88 workers and farmers were killed in 1933-34, with the murderers going unpunished. 18,000 strikers and demonstrators were arrested in 1935. Scores of drastic injunctions were directed against striking unions. Lynchings mounted in the South, and the KKK, vigilantes, and other terroristic organizations ran riot. Nor did the supposedly pro-labor federal government stir a finger to halt this mounting wave of employer-provoked violence. But the great mass movements of the period which we have described in the two previous chapters, the big strikes, organizing drives, unemployment demonstrations, Negro and youth organizations, and the confused panacea movements, were not to be halted by this violence. The workers and other toilers were in a fighting mood, with prices soaring and wages lagging, with up to 13 million jobless, with a total of 24 million dependent upon government aid, the average family receiving only $19 monthly in relief, and with the employers once again piling up huge profits. The workers were insisting militantly that the promise of a New Deal for them should be realized. The basic crime that big business held against Roosevelt was that his policies were leading to the unionization of the basic industries. This fact underlay every charge of red and socialist that they made against him. The tycoons of Wall Street regarded with the gravest alarm the militant movements of the workers during 1933-34, in which the Communist Party played such a vital part. These movements, they realized, signified that their main industrial fortress, the open shop, in the trustified industries, the pride and hope of every reactionary, was crumbling into collapse. The workers were finally breaking through this barrier which, with its network of company unionism, spy systems, gunman control, and violent anti-unionism, had long balked every forward move of the trade unions. This was a political defeat of major proportions for big business, and the latter blamed Roosevelt for the disaster. The American Liberty League, after incubating for several months, the American Liberty League was formally incorporated on August 15, 1934. Its chief sponsors were the DuPonts, and on its list of supporters were many of the largest capitalist concerns in the United States. These included representatives of the Morgans, Rockefellers, Mellons, and numerous other leading Wall Street corporations, such as United States Steel, General Motors, Bethlehem Steel, Pennsylvania Railroad, Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, Reading Railroad, Bankers Trust, Montgomery Ward, General Foods, Armour and Company, Guarantee Trust, United States Rubber, American Telephone and Telegraph, International Harvester, and a host of similar firms. The organizer of this big capitalist political outfit was John J. Raskob, a DuPont angel of the Democratic Party. Its chief frontman was Alfred E. Smith, Democratic candidate for president in 1928. Smith, a boy from New York's slums who had made good, was counted on to give a Democratic flavor to the reactionary enterprise. In addition to its general anti-Roosevelt agitation, the Liberty League directed heavy blows against Roosevelt's control of the Democratic Party, the president's chief political stronghold. The Communist Party, from the outset, exposed and fought this vicious organization. The Liberty League quickly attracted to itself all the outstanding fascist demagogues of the country. Hearst backed it and gave it endless publicity. Huey Long and Father Coughlin also lent it their considerable support. The two latter had originally given Roosevelt their backing, when they believed that his program was leading toward fascism. But they quickly became his enemies when they perceived the progressive mass movements that were developing under his regime. The Liberty League worked hand in glove with the Republican Party, and their combined forces violently combated Roosevelt, opposed the advance of the trade unions, and gave open or covert support to anti-Semitism, Negro discrimination and every other reactionary and fascist-like political current. They demanded a return to Hooverism, so despised by the masses. Roosevelt fights back. This developing attack of big capital put Roosevelt between two fires. On the one hand, there was the pressure of the great mass movements of the people, resolved upon winning drastic economic and political reforms. And on the other hand, there was the increasingly violent opposition of big business, which wanted to put a quick end to every democratic reform. Roosevelt himself was a liberal who had taken office as the representative of what was virtually a national front, including most of big business. He vacillated under these two heavy pressures, striving to reconcile the irreconcilable. But he was finally compelled to take a more definite stand against the section of finance capital which wanted to force the country along the Hitler road toward fascism, and to support of that section of the capitalists which favored a policy of mild reform and minimum concessions to the working class. Roosevelt still steered a middle course, but now, as he called it, a little to the left of center. Lenin long ago pointed out that the bourgeoisie, in its need to hold the workers in subjection, uses alternately, as the situation demands, two general methods of control. They are, firstly, the method of force, the method which rejects all concessions to the labor movement, the method of supporting all the old and obsolete institutions, the method of irreconcilably rejecting reforms. The second method is the method of liberalism, which takes steps toward the development of political rights, toward reforms, concessions and so forth. Under the growing pressure of the masses, Roosevelt took this second course. His section of the bourgeoisie believed that a policy of limited reforms was both possible and indispensable. It was on the basis of these reforms, particularly facilitating the growth of trade unionism, that the strong Roosevelt tradition was built up among the workers. Under the given conditions, the other way, stark repression, would have been the road toward fascism, leading to eventual defeat of the capitalists at the hands of the awakening workers. The first major political clash between the Roosevelt forces and the Liberty League Republican Party combination came in the midterm fall elections of 1934. It was a hot battle, and Roosevelt emerged from it victorious, substantially strengthening his hold upon Congress and in many states. But this victory was by no means a decisive one. Undeterred by their defeat at the hands of the people, the anti-New Deal forces of big business called upon their faithful ally, the Supreme Court, to help them. This body promptly responded, declaring unconstitutional, early in 1935, the National Industrial Recovery Act, the Railroad Retirement Act, the Fraser-Lemke Act, which gave partial relief on farm mortgages, and the Agricultural Adjustment Act. These were all key New Deal laws. At the outset of the New Deal, big businessmen had pinned their hopes upon NIRA, as we have seen, depending upon it to give them solid control of the industries and to build up a system of fascist-like company unions. But it backfired and they had the Supreme Court get rid of it, dealing Roosevelt a sharp blow. Roosevelt, heavily pressed by the workers, retaliated against this attack from the Supreme Court by having the Democratic Congress adopt several new laws in 1935. Chief of these were, as enacted in April, the Works Progress Administration, WPA, in July, the National Labor Relations Wagner Act, and in August, the Social Security Act. The Guffey-Cole Act was also passed. The WPA was the Work Relief Project, however skinflint the relief rates and wages. The Wagner Act, more clearly than Section 7A of the NLRA, granted the workers the right to organize and set up certain restraints against employer interference with the workers using this right. At once it became a great bogey to the capitalists and a major issue in their Hate Roosevelt campaign. The Wagner Act legally abolished the employer's spy and gunman system. Under Section 7A of the NLRA, company unionism had made the biggest strides in its career. The Lafayette Commission, authorized by the Senate on June 6, 1936, exposed the fact that in their union wrecking schemes the employers spent $80 million per year for their espionage terrorist system. There were 230 agencies, Burns, Pinkerton, Sherman, etc., engaged in this nefarious work. It was estimated that the employers had 100,000 spies, with at least one in each of the 48,000 local unions of the labor movement. The Social Security Act established small federal benefits for the aged and unemployed. The Guffey Act, in certain features, favored the United Mine Workers. All of these laws were literally written by the workers themselves by their great industrial and political struggles of the period. The president also set out, in the midst of wild opposition, to alter the composition of the Supreme Court accordingly. This brought down upon his head violent charges that he was packing the High Court. Roosevelt confined himself to the foregoing relatively modest reforms, most of which were already in effect in various European countries. He carefully opposed any and all measures that could directly weaken the capitalist system or that might worsen the basic position of the monopolists, such as democratic nationalization of the banks and railroads, a capital levy to procure government relief, a stated limitation upon capitalist profits, or the establishment of a farmer labor party. Roosevelt, in his New Deal program, remained at all times the champion and defender of capitalism, which meant, of course, monopoly capitalism. Under his presidency, big business made much of the most rapid and substantial economic progress in its entire history. The Communist Party actively supported Roosevelt in his fight against the most reactionary sections of big business. Its general line, while combating bourgeois democratic illusions among the workers about Roosevelt and his New Deal, was to support his reform measures and to get from them the maximum possible benefit for the working class. It was a policy of support with active criticism. The elections of 1936. The presidential elections of 1936 were among the hardest fought in the life of this country. Never were class lines more sharply drawn, and never was the partisan strife more bitter. The biggest and most fascist-minded reactionaries of Wall Street were resolved to get rid of Roosevelt at any price and to put into the White House a more pliable figure, one who would further their ultra-reactionary policies. The men they chose for their standard bearers were Alfred M. Landon, governor of Kansas, and Colonel Frank Knox, owner of the Chicago Daily News. Landon, known as the Kansas Coolidge, was an ultra-reactionary, and the substance of his program was to undo the work of the New Deal and to return to the policies of Herbert Hoover. As for Roosevelt himself, he promised, if re-elected, a continuation and development of the New Deal program. He demanded the defeat of the Wall Street economic royalists. The election was fought out against a background of mounting political struggle, not only on the domestic, but also on the international scene. The Hitler-Mussolini-Hirohito axis by now had its drive for world conquest underway. The Japanese were overrunning North China, the Italians had invaded Ethiopia, Hitler was blazing ahead in Germany, and the Germans and Italians had provoked the Spanish Civil War. World fascism was on the march, and it was in this spirit that the most reactionary sections of Wall Street finance capital fought Roosevelt. The Tional Industrial Recovery Act had failed, but perhaps they would have better success in 1936. Many undoubtedly calculated that a defeat of the Roosevelt forces in the election would clear the way for the beginnings of fascism in the United States. The big reactionaries rallied their forces to defeat Roosevelt and to elect the Landon ticket. The National Association of Manufacturers, the United States Chamber of Commerce, and other big combinations of capital used all their strength. The Republican Party spent money like water, and so did the American Liberty League and other Wall Street groups. The press was lined up at least 85% for Landon, who was the special darling of William Randolph Hearst. A cunning election device of the Republicans was the setting up of the so-called Union Party. The agents of big business who did this job were the fascists Father Coughlin and Gerald L. K. Smith. Coughlin and Smith were assisted by Dr. Townsend, of old age pension fame. These elements chose as their presidential candidate Congressman William Lemke, an old-time nonpartisan leaguer. The purpose of the Union Party maneuver was to play upon the third-party sentiment among the workers and also upon the radicalism of the masses in the confused panacea movements, and thus to win these elements away from the Roosevelt camp. The election struggle had not progressed far, however, before it became clear that Big Capital, lined up strongly against Roosevelt, was meeting determined resistance among the masses of workers and farmers. Especially significant was the pro-Roosevelt attitude of the Negroes in the North, who possessed votes. Ever since the Civil War, the Negro copyright people, in the main, had supported the Republican Party, the party of Abraham Lincoln and Negro emancipation. But great masses among them broke with this strong tradition in 1936. It was mainly a rank-and-file revolt, the old-line Negro politicians trying to keep the Negro masses in the Landon column. The Defender and other prominent Negro journals followed this course. But the Negro masses nevertheless voted for Roosevelt. 4-1 in Harlem, 2-1 in Brooklyn, with similar majorities in Chicago, Detroit, and other strong northern Negro centers. James W. Ford said of the election, the Roosevelt landslide saw 25 Negroes elected to the state legislatures and 1 to the Congress of the United States. The majority were Democrats. In several instances, Negro Republicans were succeeded by Negro Democrats. No Negro legislative candidate running on the Democratic ticket was defeated. This break of the Negro masses from Republican tutelage was of historic importance. Never since then have they gone back to their old-time allegiance. Instead, with a strongly marked political progressivism, they occupy a highly strategic political position in several key northern states, especially New York, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. Labor in the elections. Organized labor went heavily for Roosevelt. This was particularly the case with the newly established CI0. Whereas William Greene and his AFL cronies still maintained the form of the old Gompers policy of rewarding labor's friends and punishing its enemies. John L. Lewis and Sidney Hillman, the leaders of the CIO, came out strongly for Roosevelt. In April 1936, they induced George L. Berry, president of the International Pressmen's Union, AFL, to work with them in setting up Labor's Nonpartisan League, of which Berry became the first president. The League, a step forward from the old Gompers policy, not only followed the practice of working within the Democratic Party, and also the Republican Party, but it likewise cooperated with such independent farmer and labor parties as existed at the time. Organized before the C.1.0's final suspension by the AFL convention in November 1936, and before the League was condemned as dual to the AFL, the League quickly won a wide support in official AFL ranks. It assembled 35,000 national and local union leaders as active workers in its cause. It was a power in the elections, carrying on agitational and organizational work upon a far broader scale than anything yet seen in the American labor movement. The situation presented a splendid opportunity to launch a farmer labor party, a more favorable moment even than during the Lafayette campaign of 1924. The workers were on the march politically, even as they were advancing in the industrial field. They gave every indication that they would have supported an independent party movement under the leadership of organized labor. Their militant spirit was indicated by the foundation and rapid growth during this period of the American Labor Party of New York, the Washington Commonwealth Federation, a similar federation in Oregon, the Minnesota Farmer Labor Party, the Progressive Party of Wisconsin, the Epic Movement in California, and various other such organizations in a number of states. Communists played a very important part in all these state movements. The strength of the workers' political movement was further indicated by the fact that at the Second National Convention of Labor's Nonpartisan League, held in Washington, March 1937, there were present 600 delegates, representing 3,500,000 workers in the AFL, CI0, and railroad brotherhoods. But the top union leaders, true to form, did not rise to the situation. Despite the broad demand of the rank and file and the energetic agitation of the communists, they refused to establish an independent party of the toiling masses, even though this would have strengthened, not weakened, the mass support for Roosevelt. So this golden opportunity to launch the working class on the path of independent political action was lost. The position of the Communist Party in the 1936 elections, in line with its general attitude toward the New Deal, was one of objective, but not official support for Roosevelt. At its 9th convention, in New York, June 24–28, 1936, the party took the stand that the central issue of the campaign was democracy versus fascism, and it pointed out that the major forces of reaction and fascism were ganged up behind Landon. It called for the concentration of all forces of the working class and its allies in the fight against the Republican Liberty League-Hearst combination and for the defeat of its plans in the elections of 1936. The party directed its main fire against Landon. As for Roosevelt, while the party realized that he had made certain concessions to the toilers, it correctly asserted that he had made bigger concessions to Hearst, to Wall Street, to the reactionaries. It declared that Roosevelt's middle course was not a barrier to reaction and fascism, and that the party could not therefore give him a full endorsement. Consequently, the party put up its own national ticket, Earl Browder and James W. Ford. It was on the ballot in 34 states. The type of campaign which the party carried on, however, calling for the defeat of Landon at all costs, militated against the party pulling its own full potential vote in the elections. Hence its ticket received only 80,181 votes. The Socialist Party, which at that time was displaying some activity, particularly in the unemployed field, and was passing through its phony left orientation mentioned in a previous chapter, took an ultra-left stand in the elections. Norman Thomas, in an absurd burst of radicalism for this opportunistic mountebank, stated that the issue in the elections was socialism versus capitalism and that the only immediate demand of the socialists was for socialism. The SP declared that it was of no interest to the workers whether Landon or Roosevelt were elected, and it condemned the Communist Party for giving even conditional support to Roosevelt. The elections were fought with extreme vigor and bitterness. Roosevelt was attacked as a near-communist, and every device was used by the reactionaries to delude or scare the masses into voting the Republican ticket. But these efforts were quite in vain, the wild red baiting failing of its purpose. Roosevelt's victory was of spectacular proportions. He carried every state in the Union, except Maine and Vermont. His popular vote was 27,750,000, over 11 million votes more than Landon's total, the largest election plurality in American political history. Both houses of Congress went solidly Democratic, and the Rooseveltites controlled the governorships of all the states except 7. The fascist tool Lemke, on the Union Party slate, polled only 891,858 votes, carrying not a single state. The Socialist Party, which for many years had polled a large protest vote, got only 187,342 votes in 1936, or less than one-fourth of its vote in 1932.1. The attempt of the Wall Street reactionaries to push the country in the direction of fascism had failed, wrecked upon the rocks of the democratic will of the American people. The political line of the Communist Party. During the early New Deal years here under consideration, from the beginning of 1933 to the end of 1936, the general policy of the Communist Party was sound, although a number of weaknesses and some outright mistakes developed in its application. The basic correctness of the communist political line was reflected in a wide increase in the party's mass influence and in a steady growth in the number of its members throughout this period. The party was essentially correct in its attitude toward Roosevelt, its sharp opposition to the strong fascist influences in the early phases of the New Deal, and its later limited and critical support of Roosevelt and a number of his reforms. As early as 1936, however, Browder was slackening in necessary criticism of Roosevelt, an opportunism that was layered to have disastrous consequences. The party was correct in the major stress which it laid upon stimulating the struggles of the masses for their immediate demands, more and more on a united front basis, for wages, unemployment relief, Negro rights, the youth, and trade union organization. It was quite right, too, in warning the masses that they would secure consideration for their demands only to the extent that they fought for them. This militant stand of the party against all trimmers and compromisers was a major factor in the workers winning such concessions as they did during these years. Although the party still tended to put somewhat too much stress upon the revolutionary way out of the crisis, this did not prevent it from making an aggressive and successful fight for the everyday demands of the toiling masses. 1. The SP split and its membership fell to but 6,194 dues payers in 1937, as against 16,656 in 1936. 937 gains. In particular, the Communist Party was a highly constructive force in the persistent and intelligent fight it made to strengthen the trade union movement. Of course, the party, as the vanguard party of the working class, was intensely interested in every trade union question. However, it did not itself intervene in the life of the trade unions. The Communists worked energetically to have the unions adopt progressive policies. Nevertheless, in the highest sense of discipline and solidarity, they faithfully carried out the union's decisions, even when they might not fully agree with them. Communists were in the forefront of every organizing campaign, strike, and other union activity. They were also militant champions of labor unity. And they tirelessly worked to prevent the A.F. of L and C.1 from splitting, and also to reunite the two organizations after the split had become a reality. In its endless fight for labor unity, the party made a united front proposal, in March 1933, to the A.F. of L and SP to work together jointly on the basis of a common program of struggle. This proposal was in line with the realities of the American political situation and also with the fight that the communists everywhere, in the face of the growing fascist menace, were making for world labor unity. The top leadership of both the A.F. of L and SP, however, were unresponsive to the CP's unity proposals, but many of the lower organizations were not. During these years, hundreds of A.F. of L local unions and many local branches of the SP, against the will of their main leaders, participated in such progressive United Front organizations as the National Negro Congress, the American Youth Congress, the American League Against War and Fascism, the Workers' Alliance, the League of American Writers, and the Councils for the Foreign Born. In the 1936 campaign, the CP, following its correct United Front policy, also proposed a joint election slate with the SP, which had grown considerably since 1933 and was then showing left tendencies, but this proposal was ignored by the Thomas leaders. In January 1936, the YCL proposed ineffectually to the YPSL to form a united youth organization. The party correctly took a stand for the stronger political crystallization of the loose democratic mass coalition that was backing Roosevelt. It particularly stressed the necessity for establishing a definite People's Front, in its American form of the Farmer Labor Party. In all the state parties and political federations of the period, the communists were active and effective workers, and in labor's nonpartisan league, the communists and other lefts were also the most dynamic elements. The party was quite aware of the historic opportunity which the early New Deal years presented for the working class to break with the poisonous capitalistic two-party system and to embark upon a course of independent political action. In this general matter, however, the party narrowly escaped making a serious blunder. After the CLO, the AFL, and the various existing state labor and farmer parties had clearly indicated, early in 1936, that they were not going to launch an independent party for the presidential elections of that fall, Earl Browder, General Secretary of the GPs, nevertheless insisted in our party that it put a Labor Party ticket in the field. If this had been done, it would have meant another federated Farmer Labor Party, 1923, but upon a still narrower basis. Browder sought to justify this impractical, right-sectarian proposition, which would have disastrously isolated our party, on the absurd grounds that such a party would draw votes from Landon's column rather than from Roosevelt's. Only after he was defeated did Browder withdraw his proposal and accept the policy of a qualified endorsement of Roosevelt, which the party successfully followed in the 1936 elections. The party, too, was essentially correct in its sharp opposition to Roosevelt in the initial 3 years or so of his regime. Fascism was a burning menace throughout the capitalist world, and there were many pronounced fascist trends in the Roosevelt program, especially in the NIRA. However, when Roosevelt, under the pressure of the big mass struggles and the attacks of the extreme right, began to take a more definite stand against militant reaction, then the party changed its attitude toward him. At the 9th Convention of the Communist Party, in June 1936, it was decided, in substance, to give Roosevelt indirect support by directing the party's main fire against Landon. This correct policy, however, as later events were to show, was eventually to be distorted by Browder into an impermissible subordination of the Communist Party to the bourgeois Roosevelt program in general. Browder and American democratic traditions. The most serious theoretical error made by the Communist Party during the early Roosevelt period was its erroneous handling of the question of the American national democratic traditions. The matter of national traditions, long neglected by many communist parties, became of imperative importance with the rise of world fascism and the attempt of the fascists to rewrite their people's history to suit their own reactionary purposes. The Communist Party, leader of the powerful People's Front movement in France, in accordance with the facts in France and on the Chicago Conference, in May 1936, at which all the Farmer Labor Party forces, including the Communist Party, were present. Basis of principles established long before by Lenin and Stalin, greatly stressed the question from 1933 on. It demonstrated effectively to the masses that the Marxist-Leninists, in fighting against fascism and war and for socialism, were not only acting as the immediate leaders of the nation, but at the same time were carrying forward the revolutionary and democratic traditions of the French people. This correct policy blasted the fascists' historical pretensions and greatly strengthened the whole fight of the People's Front. Georgy Dimitrov, at the 7th Congress of the Comintern, emphasized the importance of this task, pointing out that the fascists are rummaging through the entire history of every nation so as to be able to pose as the heirs and continuers of all that was exalted and heroic in its past. Earl Browder, distorting the sound example of the French communists, undertook after 1934 to analyze the relationship of American communism to American democratic and revolutionary traditions. In doing this, he fell into the grossest opportunistic errors. Browder's central mistake in this general respect was his failure to distinguish between bourgeois democracy and proletarian democracy. He ignored the basic facts that bourgeois democracy is the rule of the bourgeoisie and proletarian democracy the rule of the working class, and also that between the two lies the establishment of socialism. In applying his opportunist theories to American history, Browder did not differentiate fundamentally between the narrow, restricted type of democracy conceived by the bourgeoisie and the broad popular democracy fought for by the proletariat. He obscured the reality that the bourgeoisie systematically limits, thwarts, and distorts the democratic institutions under capitalism in its own class interest, and that the working class historically fights to expand the bourgeois democracy. The workers, as Lenin points out, develop bourgeois democracy to the utmost, and then make the leap to socialist democracy. The fight for socialism is a struggle, by democratic means, for the highest form of democracy, which is completely unachievable under capitalism. Browder, with his un-Marxist, undifferentiated concept of American democracy, stood for bourgeois democracy in itself, and he was already, at this early date, putting forward the perspective of its constant, evolutionary growth. This implied the abandonment of socialism and the indefinite continuation of the capitalist system. Browder summed up his opportunist conceptions of American revolutionary and democratic traditions in the slogan, "Communism is 20th-century Americanism," which he introduced at the 8th convention of the party in Cleveland in 1934. As H. Jennings points out, the meaning of this slogan was that, what passes for the American tradition, with all its vague classless connotations and its illusion of an abstract and timeless democracy standing above class antagonisms, is acceptable as a definition of communism. Browder's slogan was criticized, and he later made a public restatement of it, supposedly self-critical. He continued to advocate the slogan, but it soon fell into disuse. After 1934, Browder's writings were saturated with his all-class conceptions of American democracy. He developed his idea that Marxism-Leninism was only a sort of expanded, unbroken continuation of bourgeois democracy. At the 10th convention of the party, held in New York, beginning on May 27, 1938, Browder stated that a full and complete application of Jefferson's principles, the consistent application of democratic ideas to the conditions of today, will lead naturally and inevitably to the full program of the Communist Party, to the socialist reorganization of the United States, to the common ownership and operation of our economy for the benefit of all. In accordance with this revisionist conception, Browder was instrumental in having the convention write into the preamble of the CP Constitution his false notion of the gradual evolution of Jeffersonianism into Marxism-Leninism. The preamble, as amended, read that the CP simply carried forward the traditions of Washington, Jefferson, Paine, Jackson, and Lincoln under the changed conditions of today. This was a complete denial of the class content of bourgeois democracy. Browder's opportunist conception of bourgeois democracy not only eliminated the fight for socialism, but also ignored the democratic role of the working class in American history. Washington, Jefferson, Paine, Jackson, and Lincoln, it is true, fought for certain restricted democratic freedoms, needful to the ruling classes of a country emerging from a bourgeois agrarianism and slave economy into industrial capitalism, including limited rights of free speech, assembly, worship, trial by jury, and the like. These democratic freedoms the working class also struggled to establish, defend, and expand, but it fought, too, for its own specific democratic demands: higher wages, shorter hours, popular education, Negro people's rights, the right to organize and strike, social insurance, protection of women and children in industry, etc., to all of which, historically, the ruling class has been opposed. These working class demands, fundamentally different in substance from the limited democracy of all American bourgeois leaders, past and present, are the roots, within the framework of capitalism, of what will eventually mature under socialism as proletarian democracy. The working class has played a most vital part in establishing such democracy as there is in the United States. And now the workers and their democratic allies, here as in all other capitalist lands, have become the sole protectors and developers of democracy. Without the workers' democratic fight, the fascist-minded monopoly capitalists would soon destroy every democratic institution in this country. Browder undertook to ignore or deny all these realities. Despite the gross opportunism of Browder's formulations, they nevertheless remained in the preamble of the party constitution until the Emergency Convention of July 1945, when the present sound Marxist-Leninist clauses were substituted. Browder's identification of proletarian democracy with bourgeois democracy signified his acceptance historically of the capitalist class as the democratic leader of the American people. It was a specific repudiation of the role of the working class, especially when headed by the Communist Party, as the leader of the nation. Uncorrected, this false idea was to cause Browder, several years later, also to accept the leadership of American imperialism in the realm of practical politics. This he did in January 1944, in his notorious Tehran Thesis, which extolled progressive capitalism. At its conventions of 1934, 1936, and 1938 the party was not yet keen enough in its Marxist-Leninist clarity to grasp the significance of Browder's developing opportunistic interpretations of American democratic history, and thereby to kill this particularly venomous political snake in the egg. For this political shortcoming the party was to pay dearly in subsequent years. 24. The Communists in the building of the CIO. 1936 to 1940. The building of the CIO unions was the greatest stride forward ever made by the American labor movement. It changed the whole situation of the trade unions and brought the working class to new high levels of industrial and political strength and maturity. In this historic movement the Communist Party played a vital and indispensable role. It acted truly as the vanguard party of the working class. As we have seen in Chapter 21, the Committee for Industrial Organization was established late in 1935 under the leadership of John L. Lewis. Its first main concentration was upon steel. In June 1936, the Steel Workers Organizing Committee, led by Philip Murray, was formed. District headquarters were set up in Pittsburgh, Chicago, and Birmingham, and some 200 full-time organizers were put into the field. The 8 associated CIO unions, especially the miners, were prepared to spend millions in the work. The steel workers were ripe for organization. Many were paid as little as $560 per year, as against a $1,500 standard cost of living budget. And long hours and tyranny prevailed in the shops. The workers were inspired by the worldwide proletarian fighting spirit of the period. So the organizing work was immediately successful. By the end of 1936, the SWOC, which had virtually swallowed the old, fossilized Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, had 150 local unions with 100,000 members. Meanwhile, dramatic and decisive events were also happening in the automobile industry. The United Automobile Workers, which had been formed by the AFL but later joined the CI0, succeeded in building, by December 1936, an organization of about 30,000 members. Demanding an agreement with the General Motors Corp. And being refused, the workers, whose earnings then averaged but $20 per week, began to strike, in Atlanta and Cleveland. Finally, by January 1937, 51,000 were on strike, and they tied up 60 GM plants in 14 states, employing some 140,000 workers. The center and decisive point of the strike was in the major GM plants in Flint, Michigan, the heart of this great industrial empire. There the workers, patterning their actions after a strike of rubber workers in Akron a few months earlier and in line with workers' experience in France and Italy, occupied the plants. It was a sit-down strike. The workers barricaded themselves in the workshops, set up a military-like discipline, beat off all armed attempts of company gunmen and police to recapture the plants, and threatened to resist with every means any attempt of the state militia to dislodge them, as the company was demanding from the governor. The solidarity of the workers was unbreakable, and after 44 days of struggle the great $1.5 billion General Motors Corp. capitulated, recognizing the union and granting substantial improvements in wages, hours, and working conditions. The GM strike, particularly in its key Flint section, was one of the most strategically decisive strikes in American labor history. It made the first real breakthrough for the CIO into territory of open-shop monopoly capital, and its effective sit-down tactics were a tremendous inspiration to the entire working class. The other CIO campaigns thereafter went like wildfire, with the sit-down tactic being used successfully in many places. On March 8, some 63,000 workers of the big Chrysler Corp. also went on strike, about two-thirds of them sit-downers, and they won a victory after a short struggle. Then, indeed, the unionization of the auto industry proceeded with great strides. In steel also, dramatic success was being achieved. On March 2, 1937, the country was amazed by the announcement of an agreement between the SWOC and the United States Steel Corp., covering some 240,000 workers in its basic plants. The agreement established the 8-hour day and 4-hour week, provided for a 10-cent hourly wage increase, and for grievance committees, seniority, and other improvements. At long last, after nearly half a century of struggle, the unions had finally blasted their way solidly into the greatest open-shop fortress of them all, big steel. These decisive successes in steel and auto, the heart of basic industry, did not, however, complete the organization of these two great industries. Little Steel, the Bethlehem, Inland, Republic, and Youngstown companies, held out and with traditional violence, in May 1937, smashed the strike of 75,000 of their workers. In the infamous Memorial Day massacre in Chicago, 10 picketing workers were killed and over 100 wounded by the police. In auto also, the great Ford empire managed to resist the current groundswell of unionization. But both Ford and Little Steel, within the next 4 years, finally had to submit to the organization of their workers. In the meantime, militant and successful organizing campaigns were proceeding in various other industries: radio and electrical, maritime, metal mining, textile, lumber, transport, shoe, meatpacking, leather, rubber, aluminum, and glass, among white-collar workers, etc. But a description of all these campaigns would pass beyond the scope of this outline. Suffice it to say that by the end of 1940 the CIO unions encompassed some 4 million workers, a growth of over 3 million in 4 years. By the time World War II began to engulf the world, the organizing drive of the CIO had proved to be an unqualified success. The heart of trustified industry was unionized. The AFL leaders sabotaged the campaign. As the demand for industrial unionization began to grow during the early 30s in the AFL, Daniel J. Tobin, head of the Teamsters Union, scornfully characterized the unskilled workers in mass production industry as rubbish. This was a true, if unusually frank, expression of the real attitude of the top leaders of the AFL toward the problem of organizing the basic industries. Give them the skilled workers, and the fate of the rest did not concern them. With this attitude, Green and Company tried to stifle the current big spontaneous upheavals of the masses. They refused to grant the workers industrial charters. They expelled the CIO unions in an attempt to break up the organizing drive at its inception. They condemned the sit-down strike as illegal and a harm to organized labor. They repeatedly had their craft unions play strike-breaking roles. They seconded every employer condemnation of the CI0 as red. But the workers, with their wonderful fighting spirit and solidarity, and especially under communist influence, smashed through this AFL sabotage, which had been so fatal in past union drives, and carried their organizing campaigns and strikes through to success. By a historical irony, however, the AFL unions also profited hugely from the great mass organizing movement which their top leaders were doing so much to scuttle. Several of the more alert unions, machinists, teamsters, electrical, boilermakers, hotel and restaurant, etc., took advantage of the favorable situation and organized workers on all sides, paying little attention to jurisdictional lines. They became mass, OI industrial unions, all increasing heavily in membership. Communists were active in all of these campaigns. By 1940 the AFL, in spite of losing several unions to the CIO, numbered about as many members as the CIO did. At no time, however, did the AFL top leadership put on a general systematic campaign to organize the awakening workers. It was one of the more significant aspects of the labor situation that the growth of the CIO and the influx of large numbers of unskilled workers into the craft unions had a restraining effect upon the reactionary course of the leaders in the AFL. There was a noticeable relaxation of gangster control and of the crass corruption that had so long been such a disgrace to the AFL leadership. The Federation also began to take a little more interest in progressive political programs, to be achieved through legislation. The old apoliticalism of Gompers, which opposed legislation on wages, hours, and working conditions as tending to liquidate the trade unions, was now a thing of the past. There was even a substantial decline in red baiting in AFL unions. At their 1940 conventions the CIO and AFL represented 3,810,318 and 4,247,443 members respectively. The total for the whole labor movement, including the independents, was about 10 million. During the great organizing campaign of the late 30s the CIO directly added to itself some 3 million members, and the AFL, as compared with 1935, grew by 1,750,000. The railroad unions had practically overcome the disastrous losses of the 1922 strike, and the original 8 CIO unions increased by some 800,000. The C.1.O principal unions at this time were the miners with 600,000 members, steelworkers 535,109, auto workers 206,824, packinghouse workers GO, U0, and transport workers 90,000. Up to 1940, Shea total gain to the trade union movement in the broad campaign initiated by the CIO was about 7 million members. Although at this time the CJO and AFL were about the same size numerically, the former was the most basic and promising section of the labor movement. This was because it was founded principally upon the heavy industries, and because of its more advanced policies, its more progressive leadership, and the greater influence of the communists in its ranks. Labor's solidarity overcomes all obstacles. The key to the great success in building the CI0 during these years was the high solidarity and fighting spirit of the workers, which was assiduously cultivated by the communists. This spirit was bred of long years of tyranny under the open shop, of the bitter destitution during the great economic crisis, of the feeling of economic and political power that the workers had gained through the successful strikes since 1933, and of their realization that they had beaten the Republican Party in the elections of 1932 and 1936. The high morale was all-pervasive, running through the ranks of the workers, the unemployed, the Negroes, the foreign-born, the women, and the youth. Its central symbol was the sit-down strike and its highest expression the unbreakable unity between the employed and the unemployed. Although there were never less than 10 million unemployed throughout this whole period, and there was also a developing economic crisis in 1937, the strikes were extremely solid, it being very difficult to recruit strikebreakers to take the place of strikers. It was this unparalleled proletarian solidarity and militancy that, apparently with ease, defeated the employers and forced open the way for the unionization of the trustified industries. A factor highly favorable to the organization of the workers was the deep split in the ranks of the top bureaucracy of the trade unions, as distinguished from the split in the labor movement itself. Previously, attempts at mass organization had to face the united and usually fatal opposition of the upper leadership, who based themselves primarily upon the skilled. Hence, organizing campaigns in the basic industries had to be undertaken by the rank and file or by independent unions, with all the money, organizers, and prestige of the conservative union leadership arrayed against them. Except for this top opposition, the mass production industries could have been organized long before, certainly during World War I or during the Coolidge years. But now, with the Green-Lewis split in the bureaucracy and with Lewis pushing for organization, it became possible to tackle the job seriously for the first time with the real power and prestige of solid trade unions behind the campaign. Success was thus assured from the outset. The hard-boiled employers, in steel and auto, for example, caved in with surprising ease before the advance of the CIO. Even the Girdlers and Fords could not long resist the organizing movement. Their Mohawk formula, and all other approved and tested strike-breaking methods had lost their potency. This was primarily because the intense fighting spirit of the workers destroyed ruthlessly the company unions, spy systems, gunman control, and the rest of the open-shop demagoguery and terrorism which the employers had been building up for a generation, and which had hitherto been so drastically effective in preventing unionization. The leaders of U.S. Steel, General Motors, and other trusts, facing an aroused working class, feared that an open struggle would bring about even more radical labor organization than what they finally got. The Communist Party, dynamic force in the whole movement, was at the time advocating a joint strike movement in steel, auto, and coal mining. And such a broad strike was definitely a practical perspective. So the B magnates of industry made the best of a bad situation, and they set out to try to control the new unions that they could no longer forestall. After all, labor lieutenants like Green, Wall, Frey, and company were not very terrifying people to contemplate dealing with, and such figures, they apparently hoped, would also come to lead the C.10. In fighting against the formation of the CIO unions, the employers were hampered because the current federal administration was not the facile and effective strike-breaking machine that it had been in the past. Roosevelt was not a Grover Cleveland smashing the 1894 American Railway Union strike, a Woodrow Wilson giving the green light to Gary and his steel union crushers in 1919, nor a Warren G. Harding tearing to pieces the 1922 strike of the railroad shopmen. Instead, Roosevelt, a liberal, favored unions in a moderate way, more especially in view of his need for their support against the violent attacks that extreme reaction was making upon him. He recognized that the days of the old-time open shop were over. But without the great militancy of the masses, little union building would have taken place under his regime. Indeed, in cooperation with William Greene, Roosevelt had compromised out of existence the strong union drives in steel and auto in 1934, by referring their demands to labor boards which knifed them. The administration also condemned the vitally important sit-down strike tactic. And Roosevelt's Wagner Act, although a real improvement over Section 7A of the NIRA, was anything but the all-decisive Magna Carta of labor that union officials called it. While it recognized the right of the workers to organize, the latter had to fight to make that right real. The Wagner Act was a reflection of the great contemporaneous advance of the workers, not the cause of it. Minus the aggressive spirit of the workers, this act would have remained only a paper declaration without real substance, had it ever been written at all. The role of the Communist Party. The Communist Party fully supported the CIO program of establishing new industrial unions in the basic, unorganized industries. Although the CIO was split off from the AFL, the party in no sense identified this broad independent mass movement with the narrow left-wing dual unionism which the party had long opposed, despite certain deviations of its own during the TUUL period. The traditional left dual unionism had the effect of withdrawing the militant elements from the unions and isolating them from the general labor movement in small unions, but nothing like this took place with the founding of the CI0. On the contrary, the CI0 was in every sense a broad mass movement. The communists played a decisive part in the great strikes and organizing drives that established the CIO. This was evident on the very face of things. It was to be seen in the highly militant character, as remarked in Chapter 21, of the methods and spirit of the general movement. The new unions certainly did not learn their militant organizing spirit, intensified political activity, internationalism, more enlightened Negro policy, shop steward system, rank-and-file democracy, anti-racketeer fight, mass picketing, union singing, sit-down strikes, slow-down strikes, and sound fighting policies from the old-line trade union leaders who officially headed the historic movement. Nor did they get them from the Trotskyites or socialists, who took very little part in these struggles. And the IWW tradition was long since inactive. Stolberg, a Redbaiter who hated the Communist Party and loved its enemies, in 1938 said of the Trotskyites as participants in these struggles, "The Trotskyites in the CIO. We may dismiss," and of the socialists, who were not much more of a factor than the Trotskyites on the fighting organizing line, Stolberg also stated, "The Socialist Party has no clear trade union policy in the C.1.0 or elsewhere." Asterisk significantly, almost the whole of his book is devoted to describing communist influence in the CIO. The plain fact is that the ideological spirit of the great union building movement and its militant tactics were chiefly a direct reflection of the big mass influence of the communists, who were everywhere active in the work of organization and struggle. The CIO took over the bulk of the immediate program of the Trade Union Unity League. Actually, the old guard socialists opposed the C.10 and its program. At the Tampa convention of the AFL they voted to expel the CIO unions. And it was under old guard pressure that Dubinsky got cold feet, withdrew the ILGWU from the C1.0, and brought it back into the AFL. The communists were well fitted to play their vital part in the C1.0 drive. For years they had paid major attention to the question of organizing the basic industries, and they had assembled vast practical experience, as well as many mass contacts. They had conducted innumerable TUEL and TUUL strikes and unemployed council and workers alliance activities in many heavy and trustified industrial centers. The Communist Party, with its system of shop groups and shop papers, also had valuable connections among the most militant workers in many open shop industries. The left wing had hosts of other such contacts in these plants through the various Negro, foreign-born, and other mass organizations in which it had an important influence. All of these connections the party set in motion when the great organizing drive got underway. The 15-year struggle of the party in the basic industries trained thousands of fighters, who later formed the very foundations of the CIO. These basic contributions of the communists to the building of the C.1.0 are now conveniently ignored or denied by the present right-wing leadership. But occasionally some credit is given our party. Thus, Alinsky, in his unauthorized biography of John L. Lewis, which was written in close collaboration with the latter, says of the role of the communists in building the CIO. Then, as is now commonly known, the communists worked indefatigably, with no job being too menial or unimportant. They literally poured themselves completely into their assignments. The Communist Party gave its complete support to the C1.0. The fact is that the Communist Party made a major contribution in the organization of the unorganized for the CI0, too. As the general CJO movement developed, the party published a series of pamphlets, outlining in detail the ideological case for industrial unionism, effective methods of organizational work in mass production industries, the elements of strike strategy, and the principles of the construction and operation of democratic industrial unions. These pamphlets summarized the constructive experience of the IWW, the TUEL, the TUUL, and the independent industrial unions over the past generation, and also that of the organizing campaigns in the AFL, such as those in meatpacking and steel in 1917-19. They were given a wide circulation, and in many instances were to be found in local C.10 headquarters, serving as handbooks on organization for those doing the fieldwork. In discussing necessary conditions for the success of the general organizing campaign then getting underway, the party laid down as the most fundamental of all, as condition number 1, that there be developed free working relations between the progressives and communists in the movement. This was in accord historically with the best experience of the labor movement in all phases of its growth. As the party put the matter, the organization work must be done by a working coordination of the progressive and left-wing forces in the labor movement. It is only these elements that have the necessary vision, flexibility, and courage to go forward with such an important project as the organization of the 500,000 steel workers in the face of the powerful opposition of the Steel Trust and its capitalist allies. A handicap to the maximum work and growth of the Communist Party during this general period was the developing opportunism of Earl Browder, its general secretary. Browder, with no mass union organizing experience and no talent for or appreciation of such work, preferred to maneuver opportunistically with top union and political leaders. He constantly sought to dampen the insistent working and fighting spirit of the party. Especially he shied away from actively recruiting party members in the basic industries, for fear that this would antagonize the top CIO leaders. Such opportunist tendencies, which a few years later were to mature as a full-fledged system of revisionism and liquidationism, caused much friction in the top leadership of the party, and they worked against the organizational growth of the party and the broadening of its influence among the masses of workers. There was another very harmful tendency at the time, to overestimate the progressive character of the top leaders of the CIO. This wrong tendency was exemplified by Browder's extravagant adulation of Lewis and Murray, in turn, as the super greatest of American labor leaders. Not enough attention was given to the fact that the progressive role being played by these leaders at the time was essentially opportunistic, and that, when opportunity beckoned to them from another quarter, they would quickly drop their progressivism, as they eventually did. At most, it was only skin deep. John L. Lewis, Sidney Hillman, and their co-workers were apparently convinced of the value of communist cooperation, because from the outset the organizing work and the leading of innumerable victorious strikes were done by a combination of the left-center forces. That is, Lewis, Hillman, the communists, and other progressives. This working combination, although largely informal while Lewis remained president of the CIO, up to the end of 1940, was a matter of common knowledge. As F. R. Dulles says, Lewis did not hesitate to draw upon the communists' experience and skill in building up the CI0. One practically everywhere, therefore, communists became active and effective members of the big organizing crews. With the accession of Philip Murray to the presidency of the C1.0, the left-center bloc was, for some years, even more definitely consolidated, and it became virtually a working alliance. The CIO could not have succeeded upon any other basis. The Communists worked very diligently to build and strengthen the left-center bloc. They refrained from grabbing for office in the new unions, and they gave unselfishly of themselves to the organizing work. As an example of the party's cooperative spirit, in 1939 it liquidated its system of trade union fractions and shop papers. The party's trade union fractions, educational groups of communists in the local unions, were dissolved to end all fears that they were formed for the purpose of controlling the unions. The party's shop papers, which had performed invaluable services in the initial stages of the CIO campaigns, were also given up for the same general reasons. It was this left-center bloc, the working combination of progressives and left-wingers, mainly communists, that carried through successfully the great organizing campaigns and strikes which unionized the basic industries and established the CIO. It was also this combination, throughout the 10 years it lasted, that made the C1.0 the leading section of the American trade union movement and a constructive force among the organized labor unions of the world. Mr. Murray and his friends, however, in the post-World War II years, have seen fit to break their connection with this left-center bloc, which has been of such vital importance in the life of the C.1. Oh, but of all this more later. The Communists in the steel industry. In 1936, when the campaign began, the Communists had many valuable contacts with which to help organize the steel industry. The party had branches in the main steel towns and mills, and it also had many scattered individual steelworker members. There were also a large number of left-wing members in the political and fraternal organizations of Negro and foreign-born workers in these areas. The TUUL had conducted several strikes and led many unemployed movements among steel workers over the years, and the Communists were very active in the steel organizing campaign of 1933-34. Besides, the national chairman of the party, William Z. Foster, had led the Great Steel Strike of 17 years before and was well known throughout the industry. Cooperative relations, an informal united front, existed between the Communists and Philip Murray, head of the SWOC, in carrying on the steel campaign. Of the approximately 200 full-time organizers put into the steel areas on the payroll of SWOC, some 60 were party members, as Murray well knew. The party gave many of its best workers to the campaign, including a number of Negro organizers. Among them were Gus Hall, Ben Carruthers, John Steuben, and Pat Cush. All its local units and contacts were stimulated to work. For the party, the organization of the steel workers became the first order of business. W. Gebert was the party's liaison with the SWOC, and he held many conferences with the heads of that organization. One example of the effectiveness of the Communists' organizing work was the National Conference of Negro Organizations held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on February 6, 1937, to help organize steel. There were 186 delegates, representing 110 organizations with a total membership of 100,000. The conference was brought together by Benjamin L. Carruthers, a leading Negro communist of Pittsburgh and full-time organizer for the SWOC. The party rallied all its Negro worker contacts to make this basic organizing conference the success that it was. The great importance of the conference may be grasped when it is realized that there were then about 100,000 Negroes working in the steel mills. The intense activity of the Communists on the Negro question was a basic reason why the Negro workers joined all the CIO unions in such numbers, and also why the CIO took its generally advanced position regarding the Negro people. Another example of the systematic communist organizing work in the steel campaign was the National Conference of the Organizations of the Foreign-Born. This was the work of W. Gebert, party organizer in the steel industry, and it had the endorsement of Philip Murray and Clinton Golden. The conference, held in Pittsburgh on October 25, 1936, brought together 447 delegates, officially representing 459,000 members of many Lithuanian, Polish, Croatian, Serbian, Slovenian, Ukrainian, Russian, and other groups, including several important Catholic organizations. Gebert was chairman, and Murray and Golden spoke. In view of the huge number of foreign-born workers in the steel industry, this conference was obviously of basic importance in the organization work. The Young Communist League was also responsible for the holding of numerous broad conferences in various steel centers, to win the support of the young workers for the drive. Communist women took similar measures. In the steel areas, the entire party was active in the work of organization, and its influence in bringing the masses into the union was undoubtedly very great. The Communists and other lefts, although becoming influential in the steel union in many localities, never got a corresponding position in the top leadership. This was partly because the CIO leaders, realizing that steel was the key to the general organization they were building up, took elaborate precautions to keep tight control of the new steel workers' union. They manned all the key official Union posts with coal miners, from Philip Murray on down, and to this day an authentic steel worker leadership of the Union has not developed. Indeed, not until 6 years after signing of the agreement with Big Steel did Philip Murray even permit the closely controlled SWOC to become reorganized into the supposedly Democratic United Steelworkers of America. More basic, however, in the failure of the left to consolidate its forces in steel were its own errors and shortcomings, typical of the Browder period. These included inadequate criticism of the Murray leadership, failure to build the party in its press in the shops and mills, failure to develop independent Union election activities, and the like. Devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the building of the Union, as in the case of other industries, the Communists did not pay enough attention to the question of developing a progressive Union leadership. The Communists and lefts in the steel industry were in a strong enough position locally at the time to have insisted that representative steel workers be brought into the top leadership, but they failed to do so. So the miners' union functionaries, many of whom were mere chair warmers and time-worn bureaucrats, retained full control of all decisive top positions. The Communists in the auto industry. When the AFL, in 1935, was compelled by the demand of the automobile workers to charter an international union, the United Automobile Workers, the Communists already had a long record of activity in that industry. Raymond, McKee, Schmies, and others were well known as loyal fighters. There were many CP shop units and individual members in the plants. The TUUL had also conducted several local strikes, the unemployed councils had organized scores of demonstrations of the unemployed, and for 15 years the party in its general political agitation had laid constant stress upon union organization. So that when the UAW, late in 1935, quit the AFL and became part of the CLO, the left wing was a central factor in the young union. Says Alinsky, when Lewis turned to help the auto workers, he saw that they were being organized and led by the leftists. The leaders and organizers of the UAW group in General Motors were the left-wingers Wyndham Mortimer and Robert Travis. These two built the union inside the great General Motors empire. If Lewis wanted to take the auto workers into the C.1, he had to take their left-wing leadership. The main stroke in organizing the auto industry nationally, as we have seen previously, was the big GM sit-down strike of January 1937. After this resounding victory, it was only a question of gathering in the mass of auto workers now thoroughly ready for organization. It is no exaggeration to say the GM strike organized the United Auto Workers. Indeed, this may also be said, within limits of the whole C.1.0. For this strategic strike produced such a tremendous wave of enthusiasm and fighting spirit among the workers throughout the basic industries that their organization into the CIO unions became largely routine. It was the left-wing, Communists and their close progressive co-workers, that led the historic GM strike to this brilliant victory. The heart of the Great Strike was in Flint, Michigan. There, as Alinsky says, the Union was built and led by the broad left wing, with Mortimer and Travis at the head. The center of the Flint strike was Fisher Body Plant. Number 1. There the great sit-down strike began in the Michigan area, from there it spread, and there too it was won. Travis was the Union organizer in Flint, where the whole strike found its decisive bulwark and organization. As the national strike progressed, the decisive question was whether or not the strikers, under the heavy pressure of the employers in the city, state, and federal governments, would abandon their sit-down and quit the plants. Had they done so, the strike would have been lost. But due primarily to the unshakable stand of the workers in Fisher Body Number 1, and the backing of the local communist forces, the sit-down was maintained, and eventually the Great Strike was won. John L. Lewis and Wyndham Mortimer were the main negotiators and signers of the decisive GM agreement. Nearly all of the 7 members of the strike committee in the key Fisher Body Number 1 plant were communists, and their leader, Walter Moore, was the party section organizer in Flint. The Communist Party in Michigan, of which W. Weinstone was the district organizer, gave everything it had to the strike, and not without success. In the later successful General Chrysler strike and other work in further building the Union, the Communists were no less active. The auto workers, unlike the steel workers, developed their own top leadership. This was accompanied by many internal struggles and much factionalism. The auto manufacturers, resolved upon controlling the new Union, took a hand in this internal strife. Consequently, at the 1936 South Bend Convention, when the Dillon AFL reactionaries were cleaned out by the rank and file, the employers managed to wangle their new man, Homer Martin, into the presidency of the Union. A number of left-wingers and progressives, however, were elected to the top leadership, including Mortimer, Travis, Hull, Anderson, and others. In the winter of 1938-39, Homer Martin, whose chief advisor was J. Lovestone, a renegade from communism, fearing he was going to be displaced by the rank and file, expelled the left-wing majority of the executive board, and with the help of a gang of thugs, took over control of the international office by force. Dubinsky was a backer of Martin. At the Cleveland Convention, in April 1939, where Martin was exposed and expelled as an agent of Ford, the left progressives, the Unity Caucus, controlled 3/4 of the delegates. Murray and Hillman insisted that R.J. Thomas, whom Lewis later called a dunderheaded blabbermouth, be elected president. This proposition, the left progressives mistakenly agreed to accept, instead of electing a progressive to head the Union, as they could have done. Murray and Hillman at the same time abolished all vice presidencies, thus further weakening the position of the left. The main weakness of the communists and the real progressives in this struggle was that they did not develop a sufficiently independent line, as against that of Adz and Thomas, and Murray and Hillman as well, in the general struggle against the right. The conservative and incompetent President Thomas, with his persistent knifing of the left progressive bloc, prepared the way for the rise of Walter Reuther to the presidency several years later. In the 1936–38 formative years of the Auto Union, Reuther was a relatively minor figure. He had just returned from a year's visit to Soviet Russia, where, he said, he had been favorably impressed by what he saw of socialism. For a while he even pretended to be a communist. It was with the support of the communists that he managed to locate a job in the shops and eventually become president of the West Side Local in Detroit, his main base in his later successful fight for national leadership. Reuther's inordinate ambitions and crass opportunism, however, soon led him in directions other than communism. The communists and progressives. In other industries, the broad progressive forces also displayed high initiative in the organizing work of practically all the other CIO unions. In the maritime industry, on the Atlantic, Gulf, and Pacific coasts, they built the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union and the National Maritime Union, in a whole series of successful strikes from 1934 on. Harry Bridges, the outstanding figure in this situation, became CIO director on the Pacific coast. The Atlantic coast NMU leader, Joseph Curran, now a fevered redbaiter, worked closely with the communists. The majority of the NMU board were party members. Altogether, the several new unions in the maritime industry numbered about 125,000 members by 1940. In the textile industry, the party, as a result of its many earlier strikes and unemployed campaigns, also had many members and contacts, and they all went to work vigorously building the new United Textile Workers of America. This project was under the direct leadership of Sidney Hillman. While quite willing to make a united front with the communists and other progressives, Hillman always maneuvered to balk their efforts to build up a truly representative leadership. In the radio and electrical industry, the left progressive group was the decisive organizing force that established the big United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers of America, now headed by Albert J. Fitzgerald, Julius M. Spack, and James Mattles. The first president of this union, the notorious James Carey, lost his post at the 1940 convention of the organization because he attempted to push through a resolution aimed at barring communists and other left-wingers from holding union office. It was a mistake of the progressive forces not to have insisted then that this layer to be extreme reactionary, who had been repudiated by his own union, be replaced as national secretary of the C.10. With vigorous insistence this could have been readily accomplished. In the woods and sawmills of the Northwest, where the IWW tradition was still strong, the left wing was responsible for building the CIO Union, the International Woodworkers of America, whose first president was Harold Pritchett, a Canadian communist. This union was the result of a breakaway from the United Brotherhood of Carpenters. The International Fur and Leather Workers Union, the most militant and progressive union in the needle industry, was brought into the CLO. When the communists and the progressives won the leadership of the union at its convention in Chicago in 1937 and withdrew it from the AFL, organizing the fur industry completely and branching out into the unorganized leather industry, it then quickly tripled its membership. Its leader then and now is Ben Gold, brilliant veteran fighter. Irving Potash is a mainstay in this union. The Transport Workers Union was organized mainly by the communists. The president of this union, the red-baiting Michael Quill, at that time proclaimed himself as a leftist among the lefts. He was a pseudo-communist. The International Union of Mine, Mill, and Smelter Workers, an organization with a great fighting tradition, dating back to the old Western Federation of Miners, and one of the most important basic unions in the United States, was also built by the broad left-wing progressive combination. And so, mainly, were the packing house and cannery workers, the farm equipment and metal workers, the American Communications Association, United Office and Professional Workers, state, county and municipal workers, and the American Newspaper Guild. In the building of the other new CIO unions, such as shoe, rubber, aluminum, flat glass, etc., the communists also did their a. Communists were likewise pioneers, along with other progressive elements, in building many CIO city and state industrial councils. Consequently, the councils in nearly all the big cities, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Seattle, San Francisco, Buffalo, and elsewhere, were led by left progressive forces, as also were a number of the state bodies, Illinois, California, Wisconsin, Indiana, Washington, and others. By 1940, the Communists were a strong influence in the leadership of the CIO. This position of influence they had won, in spite of many mistakes, by clear thinking, successful organizing work, militant fighting on picket lines, and all-around devoted service to the working class. The Communists were everywhere identified in the minds of the workers with the big organizing campaigns of these foundation years of the CIO. And with such hard-fought strikes as those of San Francisco, Flint, Ford, Little Steel, and the Atlantic and Pacific Coast waterfronts. In the AFL unions, the Communists were less strong, although about one-third of all Communist trade unionists belonged to these organizations. Main Communist positions in the AFL were in the food, painters, and machinists unions. This comparative weakness in the AFL was due to neglect of Communist work in that organization and to the concentration upon work in the C1O. Communist influence in the CIO ran far beyond the degree of formal leadership exercised by party members. As we have indicated earlier, it was to be seen in the comparatively advanced political program of the CIO, in its progressive attitude toward the Negro workers, in the up-to-date organizational methods used in building the unions, and in the militant fighting spirit with which strikes were carried through. The Communist Party may well be proud of the role it played in the building of the CIO and the unionization of the trustified industries. In view of this splendid record, charges by AFL and CIO top leaders that the Communists are trying to dominate the trade union movement, or even to break it up, are simply ridiculous. 25. The Good Neighbor Policy, 1933 to 1941. The Good Neighbor policy, Roosevelt's program toward Latin America, was a cornerstone of the New Deal. In his inaugural address of March 4, 1933, the president introduced this program, stating that, in the field of world policy, I would dedicate this nation to the policy of the good neighbor, the neighbor who resolutely respects himself and, because he does so, respects the rights of others. This doctrine the president also enunciated shortly afterward in Montevideo, Uruguay, at a meeting of the American states. Thenceforth, until his death, the Good Neighbor policy, so far as Latin America was concerned, remained a definite part of the General Roosevelt program. Roosevelt followed up his professions of inter-American friendship and equality at Montevideo by introducing a minimum of liberalism into United States-Latin American relations. He proceeded to abolish the Platt Amendment in Cuba, which gave the United States the right to intervene in that country. He abrogated the U.S. treaty right to send troops into Mexico. He withdrew American troops from Haiti and other Caribbean countries, and he abandoned the right of the United States to interfere in Panama and the Dominican Republic. These steps were widely hailed in Latin America and the United States as signifying the end of Yankee imperialism in Latin America and the beginning of a system of fraternal equality among the nations of the Western Hemisphere. But this, of course, was incorrect. The same fundamental imperialist colonial relations remained between the United States and the other countries of the Americas. The Colossus of the North continued, under even more favorable circumstances, to dominate the economic and political life of its Latin American and Canadian neighbors. This was the net effect of the Good Neighbor policy. American investment remained and continued to draw huge profits, and Yankee political intervention went right on in more subtle forms, as illustrated by U.S. opposition to the overthrow of Machado in Cuba, its interference in the Gran Chaco War in South America, its support to the fascist opposition to Cardenas in Mexico, its interference in Argentina, and the like. 1 Foster, Outline Political History of the Americas, pp. 430-33. 356. Roosevelt with his New Deal did not abolish monopoly capitalism in the United States, nor did he, with his Good Neighbor policy, do away with Yankee imperialism in the rest of the hemisphere. In both instances, with his liberalism, Roosevelt simply adopted a few badly needed reforms in order to make this system of exploitation more workable. The fact is, the Good Neighbor policy operated so advantageously for American imperialist interests that it soon came to be endorsed by the big American monopolists as an effective imperialist policy, and their political leaders vied with Roosevelt in claiming its authorship. The Good Neighbor policy was not officially designed to apply to highly industrialized Canada, although Wall Street definitely considers that country to be part of its all-American hinterland and accordingly carries on an active economic and political penetration of it. American investments in Canada now total over $6 billion and are rapidly increasing, whereas those of Great Britain are only about 1/4 as much and are steadily diminishing. American political influence is correspondingly growing in Canada, and British influence is in decline. The United States, with its many bases, has now established virtual military control over Canada, and it has the further imperialist advantage in the fact that the labor union movement of Canada is dominated by Americans, through the AFL and railroad brotherhoods, to which it is mainly affiliated. The CPUSA has always cooperated closely with the Communist Party of Canada in its fight for the national independence of its country against the encroachments of Wall Street. The Yankee record of exploitation and tyranny. When President Monroe proclaimed on December 2, 1823, the doctrine which came to bear his name, it was primarily an attempt to prevent the newly freed colonies of North, Central, and South America from becoming re-enslaved by the Holy Alliance, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, or by Great Britain. But even in those early years there were many American landgrabbers and expansionists who looked forward to a time when the United States would dominate the whole Western Hemisphere. As early as 1786 the liberal Jefferson declared, "Our Confederacy must be viewed as the nest from which all of America, North and South, is to be peopled." And in 1820, Henry Clay, expressing similar widely held expansionist ideas, proposed a Yankee-run league of all the nations from Hudson Bay to Cape Horn. With the growth of the United States, and especially with the development of American imperialism in the period of 1880 to 1900, Yankee interventionist tendencies in Latin America grew much more pronounced. The Monroe Doctrine became transformed into an instrument to lend a legal coloring to American domination of the hemisphere. The Pan-American Union, a U.S.-inspired association of Latin American states under American hegemony, was organized in 188 grams. It was from the outset a weapon of Yankee imperialism with which to combat the British imperialists and to exploit the Latin American peoples. As a result of the Spanish-American War of 1898, the United States seized Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines and other strategic islands in the Pacific. It was the beginning of the establishment of an American colonial empire. Then followed a whole series of gross imperialist military and political aggressions, some of the more important of which were the seizure of Panama, interference in Venezuela, occupation of Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and other Caribbean countries, invasion of Nicaragua, intervention in the Mexican Revolution, and the making and unmaking of various Latin American governments. The symbol of all this ruthless Yankee imperialism was President Theodore Roosevelt, with his dollar diplomacy, and his big stick, arrogantly asserting the right of the United States to police the whole Western Hemisphere. Behind this extreme political and military aggression by the United States was a no less active drive for the imperialist economic penetration of Latin America. In 1900 American investments in Latin America were very small, but by 1913 they reached $173 million, and by 1930 they had skyrocketed to almost $5 billion. United States Latin American trade developed correspondingly. By 1938 the United States was selling Latin America 39.8% of its imports and buying 32.8% of its exports. These economic activities were highly advantageous to the United States, profits ranging from 10 to 50%. Rippey says that by the end of 1930 the bulk of the mineral resources of Latin America was owned by United States capitalists. It was estimated that the United States in 1934 controlled in Latin America all the bauxite, a considerable part of the coal, about 2% of the copper, 1/3 of the gold, practically all of the iron ore, more than 1/3 of the lead, 1/2 of the manganese, over 1/2 of the petroleum, approximately 1/2 of the platinum, 70% of the silver, only 1/10 of the tin, all of the tungsten and vanadium, and 2/3 of the zinc. The economic and political domination of the United States was particularly marked in the Central American countries of the Caribbean area. The United States has long reaped super profits from its big investments in Latin America. In 1951, the rich United Fruit Company alone pulled out profits, after taxes, of $66,159,375. American concerns are now milking Latin America of at least $500 million yearly. Lázaro Peña, Cuban labor leader, states that between 1913 and 1939, the imperialists, mostly the Americans, drew $6.5 billion out of Latin America and reinvested there less than $2 billion. American imperialism gets a new look. By the time Franklin D. Roosevelt came to the presidency in March 1933, to Wall Street, hitherto very favorable situation in Latin America had fallen into sad disarray. The great cyclical crisis had played havoc with economic conditions. Latin America, like the United States, was flattened by the industrial holocaust, so that United States Latin American trade fell off from $686 million in 1930 to but $96 million in 1932. And American yearly investment in the Latin American countries, which amounted to $175 million in 1929, was nothing at all during the years 1931 to 35. To make matters worse, new and dangerous competitors were appearing on the horizon to contest the Latin American markets and political controls with the Yankee businessmen. These rivals were Germany, Italy, and Japan. The history of Latin America had been one long record of a developing struggle, chiefly between British and American imperialism, for economic and political supremacy, with the British slowly getting the worst of it. But especially with the rise of fascism and in view of the intense importance the fascists placed upon conquering Latin America, the Germans, Italians, and Japanese constituted an additional set of militant imperialist enemies who were a real menace to Yankee imperialism and the Latin American peoples. Moreover, the workers and peasants of Latin America, like the toiling masses in the United States, were beginning to organize politically and in unions and to go on the march against their exploiters after the terrible years of the great economic crisis. Much of their resentment was directed against the Yankee capitalists, who everywhere were allied with the domestic big landlords and employers. The peoples were very bitter against Wall Street imperialism, which for so many years had inflicted upon them the grossest indignities and injuries. It was to improve the position of American imperialism in this most unfavorable situation that the Good Neighbor policy was formulated, carrying as it did some recognition of the national independence of the Latin American states. The Good Neighbor policy, particularly in the latter 1930s, had some stimulating effect upon the people's defeat of the fascist attempts to seize the governments of Brazil and other countries, and also was a factor in uniting the Latin American peoples for the international struggle against fascism during World War II. The stunted economy of Latin America. Latin America is very much less developed industrially than the United States. Although that great area has adequate material resources and a population just about as large as that in the United States, nevertheless its industrial output is hardly more than 10% of that of the latter country. In the United States only 20% of the population are actual farmers, whereas throughout Latin America the average runs to about 70%. There are in the United States 6 times as many miles of highway, 4 times as much railway mileage, 20 times as many telephones, and go times as many automobiles as in all of Latin America. The production capacity of the steel industry of the United States, about 105 million tons annually, is about 70 times that of the whole of Latin America, 1,500,000 tons. The economic underdevelopment of Latin America generally, some countries, such as Argentina, are more advanced, and others, like Paraguay, more backward, stems primarily from the relative incompleteness of the bourgeois revolution in these countries. The hemisphere-wide bourgeois, t.e. capitalist, revolution through the years 1776 to 1837 shattered the colonial systems of Spain, Portugal, France, and Great Britain in America. It made the American peoples politically independent, it set up a score of new states, and it gave a tremendous impulse to the development of capitalism throughout the Western Hemisphere. In Latin America, however, the revolution was incomplete, in that it did not result in breaking the power of the big feudal landowners. Consequently, down to the present time the latifundia system of immense landholdings prevails over almost all of Latin America. Small farmers hardly own more than 10% of the land in the aggregate, and the vast bulk of the landworkers own no land at all. The big landowners, besides using incredibly backward techniques in agriculture, have deliberately checked the growth of industry. Their domination of the national governments and of the national economies has thereby restricted the growth of the characteristic capitalist, middle, and working classes. The landowners are the chief source of the many tyrannies and dictatorship that have plagued the Latin American peoples for generations. The Catholic Church, with its powerful economic, political, and ideological controls, is tied in with this reactionary big landowning system, which is the basic curse of Latin America. Imperialist economic and political penetration of Latin America, which became an important factor from about 1880, has operated even more powerfully to hinder the growth of Latin American industry. This is because the imperialists develop only such enterprises, usually mining, transportation, and certain plantations, as serve their exploitative purposes. They pump huge profits out of the countries and rob them of their natural resources. They especially prevent the development of all industries which would produce the means of production and thus bring about an industrialization competitive with the imperialists. They also contribute to maintaining the latifundia system, both by political alliances with the landowners and by grabbing great stretches of land for themselves, examples being the vast holdings of the United Fruit Company in Central America, the gigantic American sugar and coffee plantations in Cuba and Brazil, Ford's big plantation in Brazil, and the huge copper, coal, oil, and other mineral lands owned by United States capitalists in Chile, Peru, Brazil, and elsewhere. The American holdings in Bangande oil and iron are fabulously rich. One of the worst features developed by this big landowner imperialist system is so-called monoculture. This is the production of but one or two commodities for export by a given country, whether coffee, sugar, bananas, copper, oil, or whatnot. Thus, in 5 republics more than 2/3 of the total value of their exports comes from one product, in 6 from 2 products, and in 5 from 3. The most deadly effect of monoculture is that this system prevents the development of an efficient agriculture and a rounded-out industrial economy, making the given country dependent upon the foreign imperialists for all sorts of manufactured goods, and it also leaves the various countries totally exposed to the disastrous fluctuations of world market prices for their export commodities. Another very detrimental feature of the Latin American economy, bred of imperialist dictation, is the dependence of its foreign and domestic trade upon the interests of the dominating foreign capitalists, principally Americans. By controlling the main market for a country's given product, say Cuban sugar, Brazilian coffee, or Caribbean bananas, the United States is able to establish arbitrarily the price of these commodities, to restrict the respective countries from trading with each other or with rival imperialist competitors, and to dump its own goods upon their domestic markets at extravagant prices. ICA, including Puerto Rico, an outright colony, is to build up a vast system of puppet governments more or less completely under its control. It is a lie to say that this country is opposed to colonialism. Wall Street's specific type of colonialism, in which the colonialized lands are given a shadow of political independence, is merely a more up-to-date brand, designed to confuse the people's demand for national liberation. The exploited and famished peoples of Latin America, as the result of the ferocious oppression and robbery which they have experienced for so long from landowners, local capitalists, and foreign imperialists, the peoples of Latin America have been pushed down to extremes of poverty and destitution. Wages for workers in industry average from 1/10 to 1/3 of what they are in the United States, while the great masses of agricultural workers in the haciendas, estancias, and fazendas, mostly Indians, Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos, live in a state of virtual peonage, overwhelmed with debt to the landowners. Conditions of semi-starvation are widespread in many of the Latin American countries. 2/3, if not more, of the Latin American population are physically undernourished, to the point of actual starvation in some regions, say George Soule and his associates. Illness and early death are the inevitable consequences of such extreme poverty. The toiling masses are saturated with sickness, including tuberculosis, malaria, syphilis, gonorrhea, dysentery, trachoma, typhoid, hookworm, jungle fever, and many other diseases. Miguel Pereira, a Brazilian scientist, recently remarked that Brazil is an immense hospital, and the same could be said with equal truth of many other Latin American countries. 1/2 of the Latin American population, say Soule and his co-writers, are suffering from infectious or deficiency diseases. The annual death rate in Latin America is over twice as high as it is in the United States. Mass illiteracy naturally accompanies this dreadful poverty and sickness. There are 70 million illiterates in Latin America and 50 million more who have had only 1 or 2 years of schooling. American imperialists, because of the exploitation they practice, are largely responsible for these horrible conditions in Latin America. But, characteristically, they shrug off this responsibility, attributing Latin American poverty to what they slanderously call the shiftlessness, and about 2/3 of the population of Latin America as a whole is non-white, and about 1/2 of this total is either wholly or partially of Indian descent. Incompetence of these peoples. They cannot, however, evade their responsibility for the miserable conditions prevailing in Puerto Rico, which for over half a century has been completely under American domination. When it was taken over by General Miles' forces during the Spanish-American War in 1898, Puerto Rico was promised early freedom. But this promise has been flagrantly violated, and Puerto Rico has ever since remained a colony, a United States military base guarding the Panama Canal. It suffers all the typical economic ills of colonialism, as well as all its political tyranny. The island has a monoculture, sugar, and it has been prevented from developing substantial manufactures. Its trade, both foreign and domestic, is controlled and dominated by the United States. Wages are about 1/3 as high as they are in the United States, although the cost of living is about the same in both countries. Sickness is rampant, and the huge slums in San Juan and other Puerto Rican cities are among the worst in the world. The whole situation is a burning crime against the Puerto Rican people and a disgrace to the United States. Similar conditions prevail in the Virgin Islands, owned by the United States since 1917. The Latin American peoples fight against fascism. During the great 1929-33 economic crisis in Latin America, when unemployment ran as high as 50 to 75% in the various countries, the workers and peasants conducted many hard fights in order to live. After 1933, with the rise of world fascism, and particularly in view of the determined efforts of domestic reactionaries and Hitler-Mussolini agents to set up fascist governments in Latin America, these struggles of the democratic peoples took on a broader scope, a deeper intensity, and reached higher political levels. The 7th Congress of the Comintern, with its slogan of the People's Front, gave a clear political direction to this mass fight. Among the most significant of the mass struggles in Latin America during this pre-war period was the revolutionary overthrow in 1933 of the Bloody Machado tyranny in Cuba, an action which brought about many vital democratic reforms in that country. In Chile also, after long and bitter struggles, a People's Front government, the first in the Western Hemisphere, was elected in 1938. In Brazil, it was the embattled People's Democratic Forces that prevented the seizure of the government, during 1935-37, by the Hitler-inspired Integralistas. In Mexico, during the Cardenas regime of 1934-40, the bourgeois democratic revolution in that country took on a new and greater vigor under the pressure of the masses. There were similar people's struggles in Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, and various other countries. The general result of these mass struggles was that the peoples of Latin America smashed the attempt of Hitler and Mussolini, in collusion with the local reactionaries, to seize South America. The communist and trade union movements were the backbone of these militant struggles. In the face of the most brutal opposition, the labor organizations had built up their strength in most of the countries. They came together in Mexico City in September 1938 and formed the Latin American Confederation of Labor, CTAL, with some 4 million members. This was a labor event of worldwide importance. The president of the new organization was Vicente Lombardo Toledano, who designates himself as an independent Marxist. Among the labor notables from various countries present at the founding convention was John L. Lewis, then head of the CIO. The advent of the CTAL marked a deep intensification of the struggle of the workers and a general raising of their fight to a higher level. The political leaders of the Broad People's Front, anti-fascist struggle throughout Latin America were the communist parties. These parties, led by such men as Victorio Codevilla, Luis Carlos Prestes, Blas Roca, Dionisio Encina, Juan Maranello, Luis Recabarren, Rodolfo Guialdi, Gustavo Machado, and Eugenio Gomez, began to be organized shortly after the outset of the Russian Revolution. They had been building and developing themselves mostly under conditions of sheer terrorism and illegality. They were everywhere the leaders and inspirers of the People's Front and the general struggle against fascist reaction. In these countries the Social Democrats were a negligible force, save in a few places, chiefly Argentina and Chile. Also the Syndicalists, once a powerful element throughout Latin America, were decidedly in decline, and the counter-revolutionary Trotskyites had but tiny grouplets here and there. Roosevelt's pronouncement of his good neighbor policy in 1933 had a stimulating effect upon the growing democratic struggles throughout Latin America. The peoples, while antagonistic to the Colossus of the North, as a result of much bitter experience, welcomed Roosevelt's democratic utterances, his promises of fraternal relations among all the nations of the Americas, his assurance of an end to the long-continued and barbarous intervention of the United States in the lives of its Latin American neighbors. The masses also sympathized fully with Roosevelt's developing opposition to world fascism. Roosevelt's reputation as a liberal soared all over Latin America. Lished friendly working relations with most of the governments and with the democratic forces throughout Latin America. The latter began to interest themselves in the doings of the Pan-American Union, which hitherto had been a hissing and a byword throughout Latin America. There was also a new all-American cooperation of democratic elements as, for example, in the International Congress of the Democracies of America, held in Montevideo in March 1939. The general outcome of all this democratic friendliness was that when the Great Clash came with the fascist Axis in World War II, all the countries of Latin America, with the exception of Argentina, which finally was forced to break relations with Germany, were in the same anti-fascist war alliance with the United States. The Communist Party and Latin America. Lenin was a great champion of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples. Once, in 1920, he suggested a modification of Marx's famous slogan, "Workers of the world, unite," to "proletarians of all countries in oppressed peoples, unite," as a Leninist organization. Therefore, the Communist Party of the United States has always interested itself deeply in the struggles of the peoples suffering under the heel of the imperialist aggressor. This has been particularly true in connection with Latin America, and above all, regarding Puerto Rico and Cuba. The party has also always supported the struggle in the Philippines. For all this is the hinterland of Yankee imperialism, and these are the direct colonies of Wall Street. This area is definitely heading toward a great anti-imperialist, national liberation revolution, much on the broad lines of the great movements now stirring other parts of the colonial and semi-colonial world. It is the proletarian duty of the Communist Party of the United States to give these peoples its untiring support in their fight. The Communist Party of the United States, from its inception, took a firm stand against all the manifestations of American imperialism in Latin America. It worked in close cooperation with all the communist parties in these countries. It was active in organizing the All-American Anti-Imperialist League in Mexico City in 1924, a body which fought Yankee imperialism throughout the hemisphere. The party especially gave vigorous support to August Cesar Sandino, the brave Nicaraguan patriot, who for 5 years fought off the invading U.S. Marines, only to die in 1934 at the hands of an American-trained assassin, after peace had been established. One of the major means of Wall Street's penetration into Latin America during the 20s was the Pan-American Federation of Labor, organized in November 1918 by the leaders of the AFL. These labor imperialists used the PAFL to support every incursion of Wall Street against the peoples of Latin America. The Communists of the United States, along with those of Latin America, vigorously fought this treacherous organization. Consequently, badly discredited, the influence of the PAFL waned, and after 1930 it existed, for several years longer, only on paper. The CPUSA, throughout the years, has constantly kept the Latin American question before the American working class. It participated in many inter-American conferences with the Latin American Communist parties. It attended their conventions and welcomed their delegates to its own conventions. In New York, in June 1939, 6 American Communist parties held a conference and issued a statement calling upon the peoples to rally to defeat fascism. The Communists were chiefly responsible for the friendly attitude taken by the CIO toward the Confederation of Latin American Workers, CTAL. The question of Latin America has always been on the order of business in the journals and meetings of the Communist Party of the United States, but the party has never done enough on the question. The general line of the various communist parties during the Roosevelt era was to fight for a democratic application of the good neighbor policy in Latin America. In this pre-war period, however, certain wrong attitudes were beginning to develop on the question of Roosevelt's Latin American policy. A marked tendency grew up both in the U.S. party and in the parties of other countries in the Western Hemisphere to look away from the fact that Roosevelt, together with his liberalism, was an imperialist, and that the good neighbor policy, for all its democratic trappings, was a policy of Yankee imperialism, designed to meet a given different situation. Earl Browder, as usual, encouraged this serious right deviation. In 1942, when the false trend had become quite definite, he expressed it thus: "There is still much to be done to dissipate the fear and suspicion of Yankee imperialism in order to create confidence throughout Latin America in the role of the United States as a leader of the United Nations." Memories of the past, however bitter they may be, of broken promises and violent intervention, of economic pressures, sharp diplomatic practices and financial exploitation, all could be removed to the archives of history and no longer play a damaging role in the present, once the peoples of Latin America felt an assurance that the good neighbor policy was something deeper than the expediency of the historical moment. The essence of this Browder statement was that the good neighbor policy was not imperialist in character and that, therefore, the peoples of Latin America should put their trust in Roosevelt. This was a dangerous position, a surrender to bourgeois-inspired illusions. While the main enemy in those years was Hitler fascism, nevertheless the policy advocated by Browder would have made the Latin American peoples put down their guard before an aggressive power, Wall Street imperialism. The United States, under the banner of the good neighbor policy, was rapidly strengthening its position in Latin America and infringing upon the rights and welfare of the peoples in that vast area. In the long run it was to prove, in the post-war period, even more menacing to the Latin American peoples than Hitlerism itself. 26. The fight against fascism and war, 1935 to 1939. Immediately after Hitler took over power in Germany, 1 month and 4 days before Roosevelt was inaugurated President of the United States in March 1933, the Nazis, the agents of German Big Capital, launched their program of ruthless imperialist expansion. To solidify their home front, they banned the communist and socialist parties, seized and reorganized the trade unions and cooperatives, wiped out the rival bourgeois parties, abolished the Weimar Republic, and set up a fascist regime. Declaring their determination to destroy the Versailles Treaty by force, the Nazis at once embarked upon a vigorous foreign policy of conquest. Rapidly they quit the League of Nations in order to have a free hand, began to rearm Germany in violation of the treaty, signed an anti-Soviet pact with Poland, engineered a fascist putsch in Austria, regained control of the Saar Basin by a terroristic plebiscite, and forcibly reoccupied the Rhineland. Meanwhile, Germany's fascist allies, Italy and Japan, were busy with similar aggressions. In 1935 Italy invaded Ethiopia and subjugated the country, and Japan had been actively overrunning North China since 1931. In November 1936, Germany and Japan signed their anti-Comintern pact to fight communism, which Italy joined a year later. The League of Nations stood impotent in the face of all these violent aggressions. This was because of 3 basic considerations. First, the ruling big capitalists of Great Britain, France, and other European countries were themselves saturated with fascist ideas, believing that Hitler, in Nazism, had found the means for finally disposing of the labor movement and for averting the danger of socialism. Second, they were sure that the war which the German fascists were obviously preparing would be directed against the USSR, and that in such a war both belligerents would about destroy each other. The big capitalists in the United States had essentially the same ideas. So they all appeased Hitler and his fascist allies, that is, they gave him active economic and political support. Third, the Social Democrats reflected the moods and policies of their capitalist governments and made no fight against the advance of Hitlerism. The Soviets for collective security. The violent aggressions of Germany, Italy, Japan, and the group of satellite countries which they quickly gathered about them in Eastern Europe manifestly threatened mankind with another world conflagration. The Hitler-Mussolini-Hirohito gang of imperialists were going to try to cut their way out of the general crisis of the world capitalist system by ruthless war and an attempt to bring the whole world under their sway. Humanity faced the most terrible threat of butchery and enslavement in its entire history. In this grave crisis, it was the communists who came forward with the basic preventive means. True to its nature, the socialist peace-loving country, the Soviet Union, presented the historic policy to check and defeat fascism. In the League of Nations, which the USSR had joined toward the end of 1934 after the three major fascist aggressors had quitted, Maxim Litvinov, on behalf of the Soviet government, repeatedly proposed that the peace-loving countries get together in an international peace front and restrain the fascist aggressors. Collective security, he called the policy. This peace proposal, had it been adopted, could have nipped world fascism in the bud and prevented World War II. For at that time the fascist powers were still weak in the United States, Great Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and their friends had an overwhelming superiority in armed forces, industrial productive capacity, and natural resources. But the capitalist powers of the West were not interested in halting Hitler and fascism, for the reasons stated. As for international social democracy, true to its nature as a prop of capitalism, it followed its capitalist masters and also rejected collective security. Roosevelt, who had recognized the Soviet government in November 1933, under broad mass pressure, made a couple of gestures toward collective security. He weakly moved to support oil sanctions against Italy for invading Ethiopia, and on October 5, 1937, in Chicago, he proposed to quarantine the aggressors. But nothing came of all this. Even these mild moves toward checking the fascist axis met with powerful capitalist resistance in the United States. Roosevelt, therefore, refused to back the Soviet Union's peace proposal, the only practical way to achieve collective security. He let Germany and Italy run their aggressive course without challenge, and he permitted a great flood of scrap iron and other war materials to flow to Japan, at that time engaged in overrunning huge sections of 370. China. The fascist powers pushed the world toward war, and the capitalist, democratic powers refused to halt them. The People's Front. Meanwhile, the communists, who were the outstanding fighters for peace on the world scale, also took the lead in combating the fascist menace in their respective countries. This they did through the famous policy of the Anti-Fascist People's Front. In Chapter 22 we have shown how this policy was developed at the 7th World Congress of the Comintern in Moscow in 1935. The policy called for a united front of all those democratic elements, workers, peasants, intellectuals, small business people, communists, socialists, Catholics, and others, who were willing to make a common fight against fascism and war. These masses had to fight for their unions, their living standards, their democratic liberties, their very lives, and the communists led the way in this. The communists were giving another basic illustration of the truth that they were the leaders of the nation, as well as of the working class, in this time of dire national and international peril. In the face of the malignant fascist war menace, the People's Front policy almost immediately scored important victories. In February 1936, the workers of France led an offensive of the broad democratic forces that smashed the domestic drive of the French fascists for power, launched a vast sit-down strike movement, increased the membership of the General Confederation of Labor, CGT, from GUU to 4 million members, and that of the Communist Party from 40,000 to 270,000. They elected a modified form of People's Front government in France. Simultaneously, the workers of Spain made a similar, but broader movement. On February 16, 1936, the People's Front won an election victory in Spain, which raised the number of the left's seats in the parliament to 268 members, as against 205 for the reactionaries. In various other countries the People's Front became a powerful force. The communist parties gave all possible assistance to the embattled People's Front in France and Spain. But in each case a right-wing social democrat became the prime minister, Leon Blum in France and Largo Caballero in Spain. From 1934 to 1939 the Second International refused 10 different proposals from the Comintern for a general united front opposition to fascism, each time referring the matter to the national parties. In the countries where the People's Front was strong, the right-wing Social Democrats, who still held the decisive posts in the labor movement all over Western Europe, would head such movements in order to decapitate them. The influence of Blum in France and Caballero in Spain was disastrous. The right-wing Social Democrats everywhere added copyright to the fascist war menace by carrying on a poisonous campaign of Soviet baiting. The Spanish Civil War. Hitler and Mussolini, emboldened by the success of their aggressions, due to the pro-fascist policies of Britain, France, and the United States, at once set out to overthrow the People's Front Spanish Republic. On July 17, 1936, their stooge, General Franco, led a revolt in Morocco. Had the Republican government, headed then by Caballero, acted promptly, the uprising could have been speedily stamped out, but it was paralyzed by the usual social democratic conservatism, so the fascist revolt gained headway. Hitler and Mussolini supplied large numbers of troops, guns, tanks, and planes to the Franco counter-revolutionaries, and soon the latter were knocking at the gates of Madrid. In the League of Nations, the USSR repeatedly demanded collective action to halt the fascist aggression in Spain. But this was refused, and instead a policy of non-intervention was adopted. That is to say, while Hitler and Mussolini poured a flood of men and munitions into Spain, the various capitalist democratic countries, Great Britain, France, and the United States, obviously hostile to the Spanish Republic, assumed a hypocritical, neutral attitude, refusing to sell war supplies to either side. Roosevelt followed this policy under the Neutrality Act of January 8, 1937, and the Embargo Act of May 1 of the same year. Thus, the legally elected People's Front Republican government of Spain, which under international law had every right to buy munitions anywhere with which to defend itself, was placed at a disadvantage to the fascist bandits who freely got arms from Germany and Italy. This betrayal was another gross appeasement of Hitler. It doomed the Spanish Republic to defeat and opened the road for World War II. The right-wing Social Democrats of the world supported the outrageous non-intervention policy, while the communists everywhere denounced it. The communist parties gave all possible assistance to the embattled Spanish Republic. Most important of this help, they organized the international brigades, which were made up of communists and other anti-fascist fighters from all over Europe, France, Poland, Italy, Germany, Bulgaria, Great Britain, and elsewhere, and also from many countries of the Americas. 54 nations were represented. All told, the international brigades were estimated to number up to about 30,000 men. Their political leader was the well-known French communist, André Marty. The international brigades constituted a tower of strength in the long and heroic struggle of the Spanish people. The CPUSA and the YCL organized the sending of some 3,000 soldiers, many of them non-party, to the loyalist forces in Spain. This was a tremendous job under the circumstances. On January 6, 1937, the Abraham Lincoln Battalion was formed, and shortly afterward, the George Washington Battalion. Later they were merged into the Lincoln-Washington Battalion. The American forces, together with the British, Canadians, Irish, and other English-speaking groups, belonged to the 15th Brigade. Officers and leaders of the American Volunteers included I.A. Valader, R.H. Merriman, Hans Amley, Leonard Lamb, Milton Wolfe, Dave Doran, John Gates, Robert Thompson, Steve Nelson, Joseph Dallet, George Watt, Bill Lawrence, Saul Wellman, Joe Brandt, and others. American medical units were headed by Dr. E. K. Barsky. Among the 3,000 Americans there were several hundred Negroes who displayed characteristic heroism throughout the bitter war. Unlike the U.S. Army, which is saturated with Jim Crow and discrimination, in the international brigades Negroes came forward as officers and in skilled military fashion led their men, both Negro and white, in battle. Many gave their lives in the gallant effort to wipe out fascism, with its hideous racism and human slavery. The American Brigade fought in the Brunet Offensive, at Jarama, Quinto, Belchite, Fuentes de Ebro, Teruel, Aragon, in the Ebro Offensive, and in many other battles. They gave a splendid account of themselves, and their military achievements were noted far and wide in the American press, and among the great masses of the people, who were sympathetic to loyalist Spain. The medical units, working under the most primitive and dangerous conditions, rendered an heroic service. Along with the soldiers from the United States there fought some 500 from Mexico, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Argentina, and the Philippines. The Canadians were mainly members of the Mackenzie Papineau Battalion, the MacPaps. They numbered 1,300. Dr. Norman Bethune of Canada, who later served with the Chinese People's Armies, introduced the first large-scale use of the blood bank under battle conditions. The fight of the Spanish Republic was one of the most heroic in history, but the odds against it were too great. Betrayed, outnumbered, and outgunned, the brave loyalist fighters were gradually defeated. Madrid fell on March 28, 1939, after almost 3 years of desperate struggle. 4 days later the Roosevelt government rushed indecently to recognize the regime of the butcher Franco and to lift the arms embargo. The casualties in the Civil War were frightfully heavy, not only from the fighting but also from the post-war massacres by the fascists. All told, Spain probably lost at least 2 million people killed. In Seville after the war 50,000 were shot, in Navarre 20,000, and there were similar butcheries elsewhere. Of the American volunteers, some 1,500, or about 50%, never returned, and in the Canadian, British, and other battalions the casualties were equally heavy. Among our heroic dead were such well-known fighters as Dave Doran, Joseph Dallet, R.H. Merriman, and the young Negro leaders, Milton Herndon, Oliver Law, and Alonzo Watson. The Communists of the United States may well be proud of the active part they took in the gallant defense of the Spanish Republic. It constituted the most glorious event in the entire life of the party. The volunteers fought in the resolute spirit that communists invariably have shown on the battlefields of Russia, China, and in many other parts of the world. The fight to save Spain was the fight to save the world from fascism and a second world war. It was a fight, therefore, in the interest of the American people. That fight was lost, owing to betrayal of the Spanish Republic by the Western capitalist governments and by world social democracy. In consequence, scores of millions of people had to die in World War II. Munich and war. The fascists would-be world conquerors redoubled their aggressions after the successes in the Saar, Ethiopia, China, and Spain. In February 1938, Hitler sent his Wehrmacht into Austria, occupying that country. At the same time, he cooked up a big crisis with Czechoslovakia over alleged injustices to the German minority there. President Roosevelt suggested that an effort be made on a general scale to adjust the critical European situation, whereupon Hitler organized the notorious Munich Conference of May 1938. The heads of the governments of Germany, Italy, Great Britain, and France, Hitler, Mussolini, Chamberlain, and Daladier, got together and agreed that Germany should take over the Sudetenland, which meant eventually all of Czechoslovakia. This outrageous appeasement of the fascists, the latest in a long series of similar betrayals, was hailed all over the world by bourgeois and social democratic statesmen and spokesmen as establishing peace in our time. The communists, virtually alone in so doing, condemned Munich as a criminal sellout and war provocation. The objective of the fascist-minded ruling classes of Britain and France at Munich was not to establish 374 peace, but to turn Hitler's guns eastward against the Soviet Union. During this period, on March 10, 1939, Stalin stated the peace policy of the USSR as follows: "We stand for peace and the strengthening of business relations with all countries. We stand for peaceful, close, and friendly relations with all neighboring countries which have common frontiers with the USSR. We stand for the support of nations which are the victims of aggressors and are fighting for the independence of their country. We are not afraid of the threats of aggressors, and are ready to deal 2 blows for every blow delivered by instigators of war who attempt to violate the Soviet borders." In line with this policy, the Soviet government persisted in its efforts to organize an international peace front against the fascist bandits. Time and again it proposed joint action with the Western democracies to save Ethiopia, to save China, to save Spain, to save Austria, to save Czechoslovakia. But the capitalist governments of Western Europe, and the United States as well, were not interested in any such peace front and joint action. The Soviet Union therefore agreed to put into effect its Mutual Defense Pact and to defend Czechoslovakia with the help of France. But France demurred. The USSR similarly offered to defend Poland when Hitler was about to attack it, but Poland refused to allow Russian troops to cross its soil. Meanwhile, the efforts of the USSR to negotiate a mutual assistance treaty with Great Britain during early 1939 failed, the Soviets already having made similar pacts with France, China, and a dozen other countries. Tory Britain, deliberately seeking to create a German-Russian war, wanted no such pact, and its negotiations with the Russians were a swindle. The delegation that it sent to Moscow had no mandate to make a pact. It was headed by a third-line hack diplomat, and it merely stalled along for the sake of appearance. The Soviet government repeatedly warned Great Britain that its treacherous course was impermissible. Stalin on March 10 declared that the Soviet Union was not going to be a cat's paw to pull British chestnuts out of the fire. Similar warnings came almost weekly from Litvinov, Zhdanov, and other Soviet leaders, all of which were ignored by the British government. Finally, seeing that it was being flagrantly betrayed by Great Britain and France, as well as by the United States, the Soviet Union moved for peace on its own account by signing on August 24, 1939, a 10-year pact of non-aggression with Germany. Molotov said of this agreement, "The decision to conclude a non-aggression pact between the USSR and Germany was adopted after military negotiations with France and Great Britain had reached an impasse. The conclusion of a pact of mutual assistance could not be expected, and we could not but explore other possibilities for ensuring peace and eliminating the danger of war between Germany and the USSR. The Soviet Union was criticized by its enemies for this action. Later events showed, however, that the 22 months of breathing space gained by the USSR through the pact, by enabling it to arm itself effectively, were a decisive factor in winning the eventual World War. The charge that during the pact the Soviets helped Hitler is a lie. The latter found the pact a hindrance to his plans, hence his invasion of the USSR. Meanwhile, Hitler, who had been boiling up a big crisis with Poland, undertook to solve it by marching into that country on September 1, 1939. World War II, which had its beginnings in the invasions of China, Ethiopia, Spain, Austria, and Czechoslovakia, was now a reality. The United States and the war. With the development of the aggressive fascist expansionist drive of German, Japanese, and Italian imperialism during the immediate pre-war years, the general policy of American imperialism, with certain differences within the capitalist ranks, was to direct the coming war blow against the USSR. This explains the American government's appeasement of Hitler, and also its endorsement of the Munich sellout. When the war against the West actually began, however, the split in the American bourgeoisie, which had been more or less in evidence all through the Great Economic Crisis, see Chapter 23, and in the pre-war years, became more pronounced. The Roosevelt Group took a line of cooperation with Britain, while the Republicans and Tory Democrats gave indirect support to Hitler. Beneath these differences, however, American imperialism was basically aiming at securing the world predominance of the United States through the weakening of the USSR, Germany, and Japan, and the accentuated breakup of the British Empire as a result of the war. When Roosevelt brought about the long-delayed recognition of the Soviet Union on November 16, 1933, he was probably motivated chiefly by the need, in fighting the economic crisis, to develop an extensive trade with that country. But all through the pre-war crisis years he steadily refused to join in the repeated proposals of the Soviet Union to establish a system of international collective security, to save China, Ethiopia, Spain, Austria, and Czechoslovakia from the maw of advancing fascist powers and to avert a world war. Obviously, he, too, was not anxious to divert Hitler's preparations and threats of war from the East. When war in Europe began, the Roosevelt administration adopted the line of an informal alliance with Great Britain, a combination which it figured on controlling. This pro-British policy was largely explainable by the fact that of the total of almost $12 billion U.S. foreign investments at the time, no less than 42% were inside the British Empire. Besides this big stake in the British Empire, Roosevelt also considered that the rise of militant German, Italian, Japanese fascist imperialism was a menacing threat to the position of American imperialism in Europe, the Far East, and Latin America. To avert this threat, he pushed aggressively the arming of the United States. He adopted a policy of active cooperation with Britain and France, which went through advancing stages from aid to Britain, and the arsenal of democracy, to all means short of war, and finally to war itself. The Republican-Tory Democrat opposition to Roosevelt, which had the support of the bulk of big capital, repudiated his pro-British policy and followed what amounted to a line of pro-German support. This was because this opposition, saturated with fascist ideas, favored a partial victory or a stalemate in Europe, believing that the United States was powerful enough to take care of itself in a fascist world. Its plan for objective was a debilitating war between Germany and the Soviet Union, with the capitalist countries more or less supporting the former. It also looked for a growing breakup of the British Empire. The anti-Roosevelt forces were alarmed, however, by the advance of Japanese imperialism in China, which was imperiling their chosen field for imperialist expansion in the Far East, and they therefore favored an all-out war against Japan. In view of the strong anti-fascist and peace sentiments among the masses, even limited open support of the Axis powers was impossible. Hence, the anti-Roosevelt opposition followed a policy of isolationism toward Europe. This, in fact, consisted of giving covert support to Hitler and of opposing every form of aid to Great Britain and of collaboration with the Soviet Union. All the fascist forces of the country rallied to this opposition as to a magnet. The Hearsts, Coughlins, Winrods, Smiths, Ku Klux Klanners, the men of Wall Street who had tried to get General Smedley D. Butler to organize an army of 500,000 veterans to march on Washington, the German-American Bund, the fascist groups among the national minorities, they were all there. Dr. Birkhead counted 119 pro-fascist organizations in the United States in 1936 and estimated that there were probably more than 250 of such organizations, having connections with at least 5 million people. In June 1938, the so-called House Committee on Un-American Activities, headed by Martin Dies, was set up and began its pro-fascist campaign of thought control. The fascist danger in the United States reached the highest level it had yet achieved in the immediate pre-war years. The Communist Party collided head-on with the pseudo-isolationism of the pro-Hitler Republican-Tory Democrat opposition. It also opposed the pro-British line of the Roosevelt administration, while actively supporting its domestic reforms. The party fought for world peace, and it insisted that the only way this could be assured was on the basis of international collective security, as proposed by the Soviet Union. Its main slogans were against fascism and imperialist war. It declared, "Keep America out of war by keeping war out of the world." The socialists and Trotskyites, buried in deep hatred of the USSR, found themselves virtually in the camp of the reactionary isolationists. The American people, anti-fascist and anti-war, During these crucial pre-war years, the workers and other democratic strata of the American people were overwhelmingly opposed to fascism, particularly in its more obvious European types. But as for the trickier American varieties, hiding under pretenses of democracy and peace, their judgment was not always infallible. They wanted to aid those peoples who were being assailed and conquered by the fascist states, but generally in their organizations they did not rise to the heights of demanding a system of world collective security to restrain and defeat the aggressors. They were largely isolationist. Above all, they were flatly opposed to war. At its 1938 convention, the AFL, always cultivating the conservative bourgeois currents among the workers, condemned Hitler and Mussolini fascism, but decided to give the infamous Dies Committee all possible assistance. It did, however, vote down the attempt of Matthew Wall and John P. Frey to have the New Deal condemned as socialistic, but it rejected the O'Connell Peace Act and the policy of quarantining the aggressors. It favored a boycott against Germany and Japan, under the leadership of John L. Lewis, and especially the influence of the Communists. The CIO, at its first constitutional convention in Pittsburgh, in November 1938, gave a ringing endorsement to the New Deal and also to the policy of collective security. The Negro people were in the forefront of the forces fighting against fascism and imperialist war. The National Negro Congress held its Second General Convention in Philadelphia in May 1937. It was a broad united front movement of 1,200 delegates, with figures such as Walter White, NAACP, Philip Murray, Norman Thomas, and T.J. Kennedy, UMWA, speaking there. Its mainspring was the Communist Party. The organization was a power in every anti-fascist peace-striving movement, as well as in the fight for the special economic and political demands of the Negro people. The Southern Negro Youth Congress, an offshoot of the NNC, exercised considerable influence among the Negro people in the South, taking a strong position against fascism and for collective security. A development of major importance in the life of the Negro people in the fight against fascism during this period was the formation of the Southern Conference for Human Welfare in Birmingham, Alabama, in November 1938. This organization had the backing of the Roosevelt administration, which had called the South the nation's economic problem number one. Its founding convention attracted 1,250 delegates, among them many of the most outstanding liberals and labor men in the South. The Communist Party was officially represented and exercised much influence in the organization. Dr. Frank Graham was chairman, and John P. Davis, of the National Negro Congress, was a member of the Council of 15 chosen to head the organization. The convention laid down a program calling for jobs, civil rights, and federal education for Negroes, also taking a sharp stand against lynching and other persecutions of the Negro people. For the next several years the SCHW was a considerable force against the hidebound Tories of the South. The American Youth Congress, representing the bulk of the organized young people of the United States, held yearly conventions during the pre-war period. It took generally an advanced stand against fascism and for collective security. This, despite the disruptive efforts of Catholics, Social Democrats, and Trotskyites, whose sole objective in the organization was to weaken the Communists' influence even if they had to wreck the Congress in the attempt. At the Fifth Convention of the AYC, in July 1939, in an ill-advised attempt to fend off the charge of communism being directed against the organization, a resolution was adopted opposing dictatorship, whether communist, fascist, Nazi, etc. Among its many mass activities, the Congress organized a pilgrimage to Washington of 35 national youth organizations and youth-serving agencies, for jobs, health, and education. In August 1938, the Second World Youth Congress was held in Poughkeepsie, New York, with delegates from 53 countries, representing 40 million young people. In all these activities, the Young Communist League took a very energetic leading part. One of the most important United Front organizations of this period in the fight against the rising menace to democracy and peace was the American League Against War and Fascism, of which Dr. Harry F. Ward was the national chairman. It was established on September 29, 1933, in New York. After its convention of November 1937, in Pittsburgh, the organization was known as the American League for Peace and Democracy. The Communist Party was affiliated with the former but not with the latter. In both it had much influence. This was a large united front organization, carrying on a general struggle for economic and political demands, for the rights of the Negro people, for democracy, and for collective security. Women were very active in the organization, as in all others fighting the fascist war danger. The League held big annual congresses, with 2,000 to 3,500 delegates, representing as many as 4 million people. At these gatherings there were large delegations of Negroes, youth, and trade unionists. At its 1937 convention, for example, about 30% of the entire labor movement was represented, either by endorsements or by direct delegates. The League was a major influence in the fight for peace and democracy. The elections of 1938. The midterm elections of 1938 were fought out in an atmosphere of intense class struggle. The economic situation was bad, the cyclical crisis of 1937 having again knocked the bottom out of industry. There was wide discontent at the inadequacy of the New Deal reforms. At least 10 million workers walked the streets idle, while capitalist profits soared. Obviously, the Keynesian, pump-priming policy had failed. Although Roosevelt's huge subsidies to industry and to strengthen the purchasing power of the workers had added $16 billion to the national debt, they could not liquidate the depression of a special kind. Only the approach of war, causing an enormous output of munitions, did that. The big employers, violently antagonized by the organizing campaigns and strikes of the C-1.0, viciously attacked Roosevelt and the New Deal. At the same time, they demagogically promised a whole row of reforms to offset those of Roosevelt. Organized labor was badly divided in the elections. The AFL reactionaries were doing their best to kill off the CIO, and they also condemned labor's nonpartisan league, to which many AFL elements were affiliated, as being as dual to the nonpartisan political policy of the AFL as the C.10 is to the AFL itself. The Communist Party put on an energetic campaign. It fought for a democratic front of all progressive elements. It concentrated its fire against the reactionaries while criticizing the Roosevelt policies, although inadequately. While putting up candidates of its own in various localities, it also supported progressives upon the Democratic and other tickets, including a few Republicans. It actively advanced the O'Connell Peace Bill, H.R. 527, designed to implement Roosevelt's "Quarantine the Aggressors" speech. Its central slogan was, "For jobs, security, democracy, and peace." The Republicans had the best of it in the elections. They won 79 new seats in the House and 8 in the Senate, as well as numerous governorships. Although both houses of Congress remained nominally Democratic, the Republican-Tory-Democrat alliance dominated them. In the 1939 session, therefore, reaction proceeded to slash into the New Deal, reducing WPA wages, cutting taxes of the well-to-do, lavishly financing the Dies Committee, supporting various anti-sedition and anti-foreign-born measures, and refusing to amend the Neutrality Act and thus to allow the United States to join in a concerted effort with other countries to prevent war. A favorable byproduct of this generally reactionary election, however, was the release in California by the newly elected New Deal governor Olson of Tom Mooney, on January 7, 1939, and Warren K. Billings, in October 1939. Mooney, his health ruined by 22 years in prison, did not long survive. He died on March 6, 1942. He was a warm sympathizer of the Communist Party. Matt Schmidt, of the McNamara case, was also paroled, in August 1939, but the heroic J.B. McNamara was left to perish in jail. He died on March 8, 1941, in Folsom Prison, a member of the Communist Party, after serving 29 years. 4 of the Scottsboro boys were also released on January 24, 1937, leaving 5 still in jail. Ray Becker, the last of the IWW. Centralia prisoners of 1919, was also set free in September 1939. The growth of the Communist Party. During the pre-war years here under consideration, years of rapid organization of the working class, the Communist Party made substantial progress. And this in the face of the growing broader neglect of opportunities for party building and even opposition to such work, as we have seen. I-10th Party Convention in New York, in May 1938, registered 75,000 members for the party and 20,000 for the YCL. This was an increase in 2 years of 35,000 for the former and 10,000 for the latter. An important occasion at the convention was the announcement of the establishment of the People's World on January 1, 1938, in San Francisco, and of the Midwest Daily Record, on February 12, 1938, in Chicago. The party's progress was based upon an essentially sound political policy, although it made numerous individual errors, some of the most important of which we have indicated in passing. The party conducted a militant fight for the workers' economic interests, for their organization into trade unions, for the rights of the Negro people, for the demands of the youth and women, and especially against the growing menace of fascism and war. In all these spheres the party displayed initiative and leadership. It was greatly helped in developing the generally correct political line because of its active participation in the Communist International, where it had the benefit of the counsels of the leading Marxists of the world. Particularly helpful to the party during these years were the books, Foundations of Leninism and History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, by Joseph Stalin, and also the writings of Georgy Dimitrov. The history especially is an encyclopedia of Marxism-Leninism and a work of immense educational value. It gives not only a history of the Great Russian Revolution, but also of the developing theoretical work of Lenin. It contains a fine exposition of Marxist dialectical materialism. An important element in the party's expanding influence during these years, an influence which ran far beyond the scope of its membership totals and its votes in elections, was its United Front policy. The party was learning how to unite and lead the masses in their everyday struggles over burning issues. An important feature of this policy, stressed at the 10th Party Convention, was the outstretched hand to the Catholic workers. This was in line with the communist challenge all over the world to the attempt of the Catholic hierarchy, on the basis of their religious controls, to mobilize their huge following into the camp of reaction. Communists, of course, have the same basic economic and political interests as Catholic workers. That friendly cooperation between the two groups is possible has been amply demonstrated by the fact that literally tens of millions of Catholics, in the post-World War II period, have joined the communist parties and communist-led trade unions in France, Italy, Poland, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Latin America, and elsewhere. American communists have also always worked in a most cooperative spirit with Catholic workers in the CIO and other labor unions. A very important development at the 10th Convention also was the enunciation of the policy of the Democratic Front. Previously, since 1935, the party had held the position that the Farmer Labor Party was the specific American form of the People's Front. With the development of strong left trends in the Roosevelt wing of the Democratic Party, however, the conception of the People's Front was broadened to include this democratic element, along with such bodies as the American Labor Party, Minnesota Farmer Labor Party, Washington Commonwealth Federation, the trade unions, the National Negro Congress, the American Youth Congress, and so on. This Democratic Front, says the main resolution of the convention, under the conditions prevailing in our country, represents the beginning of the development of a real people's front against reaction and fascism. This was essentially what later became known as the Roosevelt Coalition. The Democratic Front was undoubtedly a correct policy, and only by the grossest distortion of it was Browder able, a few years later, to arrive at his monstrous revisionist policy. He did this by rejecting an independent line for labor and following the lead of Roosevelt, by subordinating the class struggle to Roosevelt's policies, by refusage to build solidly the alliance of workers, Negro people, working farmers, and poor city middle classes, by failing to promote labor's influence and eventual leadership in the coalition, by repudiating the independent policy and vanguard role of the Communist Party, by failing to build the party, and by the gradual watering down and elimination of Marxist ideology from the party's mass work.